Hello.
Hello, Jodie. Right, I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
I'm going to try and do it without crying as well.
Okay.
Unfortunately, there's a high risk of that. So I normally have my hair dyed multiple colours. And during lockdown, obviously, I haven't been able to see my hairdresser, and it's all kind of essentially washed out, and it's looking a bit rubbish. I was due to go on holiday, so I thought I'd treat myself to a product that I saw advertised as being able to brighten up your hair if it's been treated or if it's natural blonde, because obviously once I cut, well, not obviously, but under the colour I had a section bleached.
So when you say, forgive me being a bit of a bloke here, Jodie, and I don't really understand women's hair, to be honest with you. When you say you dye it multiple colours, you're not talking about red and yellow and pink and green, are you?
Yes.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
What, so you literally dye your hair different bright colours?
Yes.
Oh.
It's me trying to hold on to my youth, I think. It's a bit of like a early midlife crisis, we'll call it.
Oh, okay. Right. And how long have you dyed your hair? All the different colours of the rainbow?
Probably 2 years. So not that long, really. But
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I have it professionally done because I'm not talented. So, yeah.
Right.
I have a very good hairdresser who does all of those things.
Okay, so you saw a product that was suitable for someone who'd put this kind of dye in their hair.
Well, all I was left with, so the dye had kind of washed out. Bright colours don't last, unfortunately. So all I was left with was the bleach base, which is kind of a blonde colour that would have been left behind, where I could explain how bleach works. But yeah, so I had this blonde at the end of my hair and then my natural hair colour on top, which is a light brown. Okay. And I saw this product being advertised, and actually the advert I saw, the girl had blonde at the bottom of her hair, natural brown at the top, and she used this product to re-brighten up the blonde section of her hair. So I thought, do you know what? I never buy myself products like this. I'll treat myself because I'm going on holiday. I was feeling a bit rubbish. We've been in lockdown. My hair isn't what I would like it to be. So I used the product, and I used the shampoo, and then I used a conditioner, and I'm washing out the conditioner, and I felt a knot in my hair. I thought, well, that's a bit weird. So I tried to kind of brush it out with my fingers, couldn't get it out. I got out the bath and stood in front of the mirror, and it was a huge clump of hair had completely lumped together, and it was solid. It wasn't what I would call a knot, because if you felt the I'll call it a knot for now, but felt the lump or, the knot, it feels like there's actually something solid inside it.
Oh, God.
So essentially, my hair's fused itself together in this section of my hair, and I tried everything to brush it out. I tried one of these, hair brushes, which are for tangles. I'm trying not to name brands, which are for tangles. And we tried to get it out. My mum, in the end, had to come over and cut the section of my hair to get it out because we couldn't get it out. So it's quite distressing. So just before my holiday, I've got a clump of hair missing, and the rest of my hair is in such bad condition, it just looks absolutely fried. The ends are just they're brittle, and it carried on snapping. So I'm losing more and more hair.
So the product, how do you use the product? Is it just a shampoo? Or?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So you just wash your hair as normal with it?
Sorry, say again?
Just wash your hair as normal with it? And I mean, does it say how long you have to leave the product in before you wash it out? Or?
I don't think it does. I just used it like a normal shampoo and conditioner. Sorry, let me just run through and grab it.
Because it just seems very strange that a shampoo... So when you washed it, did you wash it in the shower?
I use a bath, but yeah, I just washed it out. I don't have a shower. So, moved house and it doesn't work.
So it sounds unusual, because a shampoo type product, I mean, if it's anything like my hair, you just kind of, with wet hair, you massage it in and then rinse it out. And even if there was something quite harsh in it, it's not really in your hair for long enough to do very much damage, you wouldn't have thought. It's not like something you paint on or you spray and then leave in your hair for a while. I presume this was just kind of, you rinsed it out fairly quickly.
Well, the conditioner I left on for a little bit longer because generally you do leave conditioner on for a little while. But yeah it should have been it is a wash in, wash out job. Right. But in that very small amount of time, it's damaged my hair. Okay. I then went on to do my research backwards, unfortunately, because I contacted the company and said, this has happened and I'm panicking. It was a Sunday, which is great. So I went onto their Facebook page, and sure enough, underneath the advert was comment, more than one, saying, this has happened to my hair. Oh. It feels like it's got chewing gum in it. I'm quite lucky I had one clump, but some of the other comments were talking about multiple clumps through their hair. And it's like, well, it's not even chewing gum, because chewing gum, you'd imagine, would feel soft. It feels like almost it's turned into a lump of plastic. It's that hard.
Oh, dear.
So I was quite upset.
Yes, I can imagine. How did the company respond?
They said they'd never heard of it before happening. So I said, well, that's not true, unless you don't read your own Facebook feed. And as they've replied, you can assume that they have. They've offered me more products, which, of course, I am not going to be using. They just denied, they just keep saying, this couldn't have happened, this couldn't have happened, beyond the point that it's happened to me and other people.
And what are you looking for from then, apart from an acknowledgement that it did happen?
Well, obviously, I don't want to pay for I would like a refund, would be lovely, but I want them to pay for what I'm going to have to pay now to have my hair restored. I now can't have my colour. I've been to my hairdresser to have it assessed, and she's like, there's no way we can put colour on your hair anymore. So I've got that. I've got at least a year until I can grow my hair back. I've got to cut most of my hair off now. I'm still waiting for a hairdresser appointment. Unfortunately, my hairdresser is extremely popular. So she's very good at what she does, and she told me off for using this product. But right. Yeah, well, I'm still waiting to have it all chopped off.
I think the first thing we need to do is to contact this company and to get them to acknowledge that you have indeed had this situation, and to shed some light as to why this may have gone on. And I think let's take it from there. And it would also be very useful for us to be able to see those messages from other people who've had the same experience. I presume.
Unfortunately, they've now removed them. I have got a screenshot of one.
You have? Okay.
Yeah.
Fine. And have you got photos of your hair and the problem you had with it?
Yeah, I still got the lump of hair we cut out as well.
Okay, good.
I have sent it to them, and you should have them. The photos, I've sent them over to you. But they have in their responses said they can't see the damage, which is just ridiculous. You'll laugh when you see the photos.
This company, I don't want any details that will identify them at this stage, but are they based in the UK?
Well, the person I'm talking to is in the UK, yeah. They have got international branches, I think.
Okay, fine. Well, let's see what we can do. Tara,
can
I please pass Jodie back, and let's get a call in and see what we can do.
Yeah, and I'm going to have a look for these photographs now, if Jodie, you sent them to our email, and I'll certainly send them over to... Oh, let's just have a quick look. What have I got down here? No, I don't see a photograph attached at the moment.
We can get all that sorted out off it. I'm going to pass you back to Tara now, Jodie. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a word, okay?
Thank you.
Hang on. Pat went for a seaside break at a hotel in the UK with her friends Rosemary and John. Well, then the totally unexpected happened when they went down for breakfast and they were sitting at the table, and there was the most almighty explosion.
The wall came right in on me and my friend that I was with, John, and then the ceiling came down, hit John, he's damaged both his arms, and... the hotel staff were brilliant, and they got everybody out without there being any casualties, so that's something to be very pleased for. If I'm honest, I cannot recall getting out. The last thing I can remember is seeing the ceiling come down and then being on the pier. What happened between, I can't remember. Rosemary, who I was with, she had a phone call from the hotel to say that they would refund our money for the holiday, but all our possessions, unless we'd taken out travel insurance, we could not claim for them. Rosemary had a brand new mobility scooter in her room, costing $2,400.
And what happened to the rooms then? Did the whole building kind of catch fire?
The whole building collapsed. Yeah, it caught fire and then it all collapsed. There's just the outside wall standing now. And John's car is in the car park. We don't know what sort of state that's in. And the keys to the car are in the hotel, so he's got no keys for it.
Well, as you can imagine, a very, very traumatic experience. And when I said to Pat, what are you looking for? Pat wasn't looking for compensation and, for this company to start getting their checkbook out and just writing endless checks. All she was asking for, and all Rosemary and John were asking for, was to be recompensed for all of their possessions that had been destroyed when this hotel exploded. It's not unreasonable, is it? Well, that's exactly what I've been trying to help Pat with. She's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Pat.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Oh, Pat, it's been a long time. It's been too long. Now,
it has, darling.
You will know that I got in touch with the company. The company concerned is Daish's Holidays. And the hotel concerned was the Claremont Hotel in Eastbourne, wasn't it?
It was indeed, yes.
And you will recall that at the very beginning of all of this, they came back and they explained that all of their guests, they said approximately 130 guests and staff members were quickly evacuated from the Claremont Hotel in Eastbourne due to building safety concerns. Upon investigation, a fire was discovered on the premises. We've been informed by the emergency services that all people on the site at the time have been accounted for, etc., etc. They then went on to say that, in effect, it's clear the fire has caused significant damage to the Claremont Hotel Grade 2 listed building, which is not only one of our most popular hotels, but also a prominent and historic Eastbourne landmark. We are devastated by the loss of the hotel. They kept talking about the loss of their hotel. They finally did accept that they would be in communication with you and other guests in terms of putting you in touch with their public liability insurers, with a view to be able to make a claim for any possessions that you had lost as a result of the explosion. However, there was a bit of a sticking point, and the sticking point was that the Fire and Rescue Service had not yet completed its investigation to determine the cause of the explosion. And what Daish's Holidays seemed to be suggesting was that until they knew the cause for the investigation, their insurance company could not be expected to pay out. Well, as you know, I've been going backwards and forwards with this company, not only before the lockdown, but also during the lockdown as well. And in anticipation of our discussion today and the programme today, they have sent a statement. Let's see what the latest is from their perspective, and then I'll find out what's happened from your end, Pat. Okay. So this is from Daish's Holidays. Despite delays caused by COVID-19, we are pleased that the investigation is now complete. We are currently going through the settlement process with customers and believe that Pat will have received a letter from us confirming her settlement offer. Within the letter is a form that customers must complete and send back to us so that we can process these payments. We anticipate that payment will be made within 14 days of us receiving the forms. Now that sounds positive. What have you heard from them, Pat?
Yes, I've had my letter with the form. Well, it's only a thing that you have to sign and send back. There's no form to fill in, just sign and date it and send it back. And I am getting the complete package that I asked for.
Really? So how much is that?
Oh, gosh, now you've asked me something, Jonathan, haven't you?
Have you got the letter in front of you?
I have indeed. £1,136.
Fantastic.
The only deduction they made was for £24, which relates to the insurance of a replacement watch. So I'm quite happy, Jonathan.
Right. And what about Rosemary and John? What are they prepared to pay Rosemary and John?
I'm going to put you over to Rosemary now, okay?
Oh, thank you very much. Hello,
Jonathan.
Hello, Rosemary. Good morning to you. So, from Pat's perspective, it sounds as if Daish's Holidays have finally come good on this. What about from your perspective? What have they offered you and John?
I haven't heard anything.
You're joking?
No, I haven't heard anything from John or I.
Right. Okay. Well, I need to go and chase them up on your behalf then, don't I?
Yes.
Because, I mean, let's just hope that your particular claim has not yet kind of started. I don't know. And let's hope that it's just purely your letter hasn't arrived yet. Because your claim surely is for significantly more than Pat's, because you lost a mobility scooter, Your car was damaged. You lost all your possessions as well. I mean, your claim, I would imagine. Do you have any idea on how much your claim would be for?
About 2,400, I believe.
2,400.
That didn't include a mobility scooter because I'd got it insured with another company.
That's right. So you were being kind to them and not putting a claim in through them for that.
That's right.
Right.
But
okay.
The company that I'm insured with the scooter wants to know when or if I'm going to get paid out because they want to claim back from Dayshies for the scooter.
I see. Okay, well, that's something that obviously they can do separately, but I think the most important thing, I need to find out why you haven't yet received your offer letter.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, leave it with me. I will chase them up for you this afternoon. Can I have Pat back very briefly, please?
Yes, okay. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you, Rosemary.
Hello, Jonathan.
Right, okay, Pat. Well, it sounds as if I need to get back onto things for Rosemary, but you must be absolutely delighted.
I am. I've spent it already.
Have you?
Yeah. Don't take me long.
What have you spent it on, Pat?
Well, my grandson needs a golf bag, so I bought him a golf bag, and I need a new mattress. So there you go.
I see. This is, of course, because you've already replaced the items that were lost.
Oh, obviously. I mean, it was 10 months ago nearly, wasn't it? So,
sure. Okay.
Didn't go all that.
Well, look,
Jonathan, can I ask you a question before you go?
Yes.
John is still suffering with his neck and his arms. Can he do anything for personal injury?
Yes, he can. That's not something I can assist with. So if he does indeed decide to put in a personal injury claim, he would need to use a personal injury lawyer, and that would be with a view to suing Dayshies Holidays. But that's not something that I can get involved in.
No, we just wanted the advice there.
Yeah, well, there are plenty of personal injury lawyers, but obviously, you just need to make sure you do your homework before you use one particular firm.
Yeah.
And be, very careful in terms of the terms that you are kind of agreeing to, because there are some that are, in the event of a positive claim, will end up taking most of the money that they get for you anyway. So you need to be very careful. But look, in terms of your offer, quite a lot of the horn. They'll get the rest of it as soon as you got the money. And please let Rosemary know that as soon as we've had this conversation this afternoon, I will get a call into them and I will chase up things for Rosemary as well.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Dan, good morning to you.
Hello, JVS.
Hello, Dan. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Sure. Okay, so in January of this year, 20th of January, I booked a ticket online with a large airline for my boyfriend to come visit me from Nicaragua. And he was going to be coming on the 22nd of March and then returning at the end of April. So for about 5 weeks or 6 weeks. And then obviously in February, the world started to end, and we got an email saying that the flight wouldn't be going ahead, and to go to the website of this airline and see what our options were there. So I did that, and the only option we were given was either to change the dates of our flight, but there were no alternative dates available, so that wasn't really an option. And the only other thing we were presented with was to accept a voucher. So there was no option at that point to just demand a refund.
How had you paid for the flight?
With a credit card.
Okay, and how much was it?
889.
Blimey.
Nearly 1,000 quid. So, I mean, the other thing is, if you can remember back to then, we didn't really know how long, this thing would be going on for, or are we going to just be delayed by 2 weeks, or what's the situation? So I just went ahead and clicked on accept the voucher, not realizing that we were now kind of trapped in this situation of rearranging a flight just for it to be cancelled a week later, and then having to go back and rearranging it. And every time we rearranged it, we were using a voucher to pay for the new flight, which meant any price difference was then be left in another voucher. So we've kind of ended up now where I think we've had 5 or 6 rearranged flights, and I've got 3 or 4 different vouchers, all with little different bits of money in them. And it's just very frustrating. If I'd been given the option to just have my money back in February, I would just have taken it. And so I just want to know where I stand, really.
Have you contacted the airline? And I've seen which airline you're talking about. So I mean, let me just start by saying you're going to have fun and games with this lot.
Yeah.
You will do. Have you actually formally said to them, right, this is now ridiculous? There have been 5 attempts to rebook the flight. None of them are working, so therefore we're now at a point where we would rather just cancel and get the money back, please.
Well, I have done exactly that, JVS, and that's the point at which I realised I was kind of in a trap, because what I was told was, well, of course we'll reimburse you, but we're going to reimburse you for the most recent flight, and we will reimburse you in the same manner that you paid for it, which is to say, we'll give you a voucher, because you paid for the most recent flight with a voucher. So this is what I mean, like feeling like we're trapped now. Can I just say briefly as well, there was one other thing I tried, which was, well, why don't I just try and get some use out of this voucher myself and just, pay again when the world is kind of back to normal, whenever that might be, for my boyfriend to come and see me. So this same company also do package holidays. So I thought, well, why don't I just use the voucher, have a holiday, take photographs and send them to my boyfriend, and then, see him by buying a new ticket. At which point I was told that I couldn't use the voucher for their package holidays. I could only use it for flights. Mm-hmm. And obviously such a large amount of money, really we're only talking about transatlantic flights or long-haul flights. Have you contacted your credit card company now and tried to do what is known as a Section 75 claim through them? I have spoken to them. I didn't know to use that particular bit of language, but effectively I was told, well, you've accepted a voucher, and the voucher is worth this amount of money, so you have actually been reimbursed, so we can't help you. Now, I don't know if me saying that exact phrase you've just told me would open some doors with I think it depends, because, I mean, to an extent, they're right in what they say. The airline at this stage have not said to you, we are unable to fulfil the contract. The airline have given you an option that you have then opted for. And I guess the airline could argue, and the credit card could also argue, that therefore the company you have a contract with, which is actually 2 companies, your contract is jointly with both the credit card company and also with the airline. The contract has not actually been broken by them, so therefore you're not entitled to a refund. So I suppose the thing that rankles with me is I don't feel like I was given an option, because the only thing I could click on that website at that time was to accept the voucher. So, I mean, what kind of an option is it where there's only one thing you can opt for? So what is the situation at the moment then? You have a voucher for how much money? Well, I mean, it's that total amount of money, but it's kind of spread out over about 3 or 4 different vouchers. I mean, we have now made yet. Why over the 3 or 4 different vouchers? Just because you've rebooked things that have been cheaper, which have been slightly different prices. Exactly so. Yeah. Okay. I mean, the latest state of play is we do now have a latest booking, which, I mean, we've got into the habit now where he's not allowed to tell me it's been cancelled until a Thursday, and then I always call this company on a Friday. That's how used to it we are now. So we now have a booking supposedly for the 4th of October, which was made about 4 days ago. But I, firmly expect that to be cancelled by Thursday, and for me to be on the phone to them again with another hour-long wait. Yeah, knowing the airline that you're dealing with, I would suggest that you are probably more likely to have a positive result by dealing with the credit card company than with them. Okay. Because I think you are going to have fun and games for the rest of your life dealing with this particular airline. What we can certainly do, and I speak from experience that very often this airline, they're not a British airline, and therefore it may well be, as with cases in the past, they actually don't really care about the BBC contacting them.
They're not really that bothered about their reputation. It may well be that they don't even choose to respond to us. However, let's try to contact them. Let's try and put this to them and ask, please, for some kind of response as to why you weren't offered the ability to have a refund from the outset, why they seemed to only want to give you the voucher option, and what you can do now. Let's see what we can do. And in the meantime, Dan, what I'd like you to do is to call your credit card company again and to say, look, I really do feel that I want to do a Section 75 claim under the Consumer Credit Act, because
just making a note of that.
And I think the argument you need to put to them is that you paid £889 for a flight. The company at no stage have given you the opportunity, when they cancelled the original booking, for you to have your money back. You've tried to work with them on numerous occasions at an alternative, but it would appear that those alternatives are not going to work. So therefore, you've paid for something you haven't had in the form of an £889 flight, and therefore, under the Consumer Credit Act, you would like to put in a Section 75 claim. Let's see what they say.
Okay.
I'm not giving you any guarantee that they're going to turn around and say, oh yeah, okay, that's fine then, here's £889. They may well, because as you can imagine, credit card companies are getting a lot of claims for things like this, so they are sticking to very much to the letter of the law. But I think we stand more of a chance of getting a good response from them than we do from the airline.
Okay,
because
I will
otherwise,
give that a go.
This airline, and I've had experience with them in the past, they're just going to keep this going and keep this going. They've got your money. They're offering you vouchers. As far as they're concerned, they're doing what they have to do, and you can go and whistle for a refund, I would have thought.
It certainly does feel like we're kind of being strung along. And in fact, every time they do make a new booking for us, I've got to the point of thinking, well, actually, is that really a booking or not? You know, I go and have a look at the departures board from the relevant airport to see, are they even flying at the moment from this? It just feels like they're kind of finding a way to make a booking to hang on to the money. That's how it feels.
Well, possibly. The airlines, as we all know, are having a terrible time of it at the moment, and I would imagine a lot of airlines are looking at the situation in terms of through survival eyes, how long they can keep going for. That's the reality of it. Listen, let's leave it there, Dan. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some more detail, and I'll drop that airline a response this afternoon. Although I have to be honest, I wouldn't necessarily be surprised if they don't reply to me.
Maybe they've changed.
Sure.
Okay. All right, listen, I'm going to pass you back to Tara now. Now, do you remember Diane? Diane came to me ages ago now, for goodness sake. She was telling me that she had her supermarket loyalty card for some years, and she also had one for her daughter. Well, her daughter's card had started to get very tatty, so it could no longer be scanned in the shop. Well, you'd think that's fairly straightforward. You just contact them and say, can we have a replacement? Well, it should have been straightforward. Unfortunately, it wasn't.
Well, I've rung them now 3 times, and I basically can't get a replacement. I mean, what I would like to do is to get it replaced with the points still on it. Each time they say that a new card will be with me within 10 days, but it never turns up. Because I originally applied for them, the address should be my home address. I mean, she hasn't received it, I haven't received it, and as you know, the longer you leave it, and with the points on these cards, you lose the points, you see.
Well, it's very, very frustrating. What should have been a simple, straightforward thing to do had turned into a complete and utter headache. I promised Diane and her daughter that I would get on to the company concerned and try and get things sorted out. And long before the lockdown, that's exactly what I was doing. Diane's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Diane!
Hi.
Good morning to you. So, you will be well aware I've been dealing with Sainsbury's, because this is a Sainsbury's Nectar card that your daughter has had the issue with. Well, both of you have had the issue with. Now, to start with, before the lockdown, all those months ago now, you will recall that when I phoned Sainsbury's, they fairly promptly got in touch with your daughter, and there was an indication that things were going to get sorted. But when I had a quick catch up with you during the lockdown to find how things were going, there'd been a further obstacle, hadn't there?
Yes, she hadn't been able to redeem the points.
So she'd got the card, but the points that she had on the previous card that had become so tatty appeared to have vanished into the ether. Which was very frustrating. So I contacted Sainsbury's again, and they've come back with this response. We have apologised to Diane's daughter for this experience. We have resolved the technical issue with her account, which was causing the problem, and we have also arranged 1,000 extra points for the inconvenience.
Wow.
So I don't know. Have you had a chance to speak to your daughter yet, and just to find out if she's checked what's on that card?
Well, unfortunately, she's been on holiday in Italy for a couple of weeks, so I haven't yet. But I certainly will.
Right. Well, let's hope that the points are now on the card, as Sainsbury's seem to be suggesting they will be, and let's hope that there's also a 1,000 points as a goodwill gesture.
Wow, that's amazing. Thank you very much.
And do you know what's rather interesting? When all the lockdown happened, your consumer case was on my mind. And during the lockdown, I used all of my Nectar points filling my car up with diesel, which, to be honest, was only once during the lockdown. That's all I needed to put in there. And my Nectar points paid for it. And I did it deliberately because I thought, I don't want to end up like Diane's daughter with a whole load of points on my card I can't use.
Yeah. Well done.
Well, listen, I'm going to give this half of the horn to Sainsbury's, and we'll give them the rest as soon as you confirm that all those points are on your daughter's card. Can you please keep me posted and let me know?
I will. Yes, I will. Thank you very much for all your efforts.
It's a pleasure, Diane. It's taken us months and months and months, but we got there eventually. Hopefully we've got there out. Paul's on the line. Hello, Paul.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Paul.
You're spoiling us now, aren't you?
I know. It says on my screen, a tweet I've had in from Lee, Paul's wife's bucket won't stand still. If that's not a reason to retain the licence fee, then I don't know what is. So no pressure, but I hope your bucket problem is interesting. Tell me about your wife's bucket.
My wife's bucket, at Christmas, last Christmas, to be precise, on the 12th of December, I bought my wife a new bucket and mop for a Christmas present.
You old romantic. Who needs, Tiffany bracelet when you could have a nice bucket and mop set?
Yeah. Well, it's a lovely mop and bucket. It's a beautiful piece of engineering, and it works very well. Yeah. It's sort of the mop head rotates, and you stick it in the wringer of the bucket, and then you pump it up and down with your foot so that it spins the head. So centrifugal force spins the water out rather than you having to twist the mop in the bucket. Do you understand what I mean?
I do, yes.
Yeah, because my wife's only got weak little wrists, so she can't rig the mop out as well as she used to be able to. So I thought this would be a great help to her, the one that she could operate it by her foot. So, yes, I bought it for her for Christmas. And
now, could you just tell us how much you... I don't know if your wife's listening. I know this is not very seemly, but could you possibly tell us how much you spent on your wife's mop and bucket Christmas set?
It was £30.
Oh, okay.
It's a bargain. Plus I bought a couple of... What?
Was that all you got her, or did you get her anything else as well?
Well, I did stretch to buying her some bangles for a bracelet, yes, as well.
Right. Oh, there we go. Right, so what's happened with your wife's bucket?
Well, it's a lovely thing, but as you pump it about, it stands still, but it's got two little rubber feet underneath. Very small, rectangular rubber feet, and that stops the bucket from sliding around. But unfortunately, one of these got lost, and so the mop bucket became quite unstable. So when she pumps it, it moves about a bit more now, and subsequently, the second foot has also fallen off and been lost. I did take it off at one point when it was only just one. I did photograph it because the manufacturers wanted me to send a photograph of the complaint. You see, so I think I emailed it to you, so you should have it there.
I haven't got it now, but my team will show it to me later. So
right, okay. Anyway, so both of these little feet have fallen off the button. But
you don't know where the first one's gone?
No, it's probably gone underneath the underneath the cupboards somewhere, and we've just had some new kitchen units fitted, so it was all chaos here, so it's completely lost beyond recall.
Right, okay.
So, hang on. I'm sorry about that. Let me just shut that up. There we go. Sorry about that.
Thank you. So anyway, you've contacted the manufacturer about the fact that one of the rubber legs came off it.
Yeah. I thought it was a very, very simple request. I phoned up their customer care line, which is almost impossible to get through to, and eventually I did manage to get to speak to somebody, and they said that I'd have to email the complaint into them. Mm-hmm. So they gave me their email address, and I wrote out this nice email for them saying that I thought it was a very good bucket and it works very well. Well, my wife's very happy with it anyway. I mean, I wouldn't know, but...
what, you never clean the kitchen floor?
Oh, no.
Mm-hmm. I like cleaning my kitchen floor. I do it every day. I clean my kitchen floor.
Well, I thoroughly recommend one of these buckets for you then.
No, I don't want that. I use my own. I've got my own floor spritz that I create myself, and I use my steam mop every day to disinfect and to clean the kitchen floor. It's one of life's pleasures.
Oh, perhaps I'll get her a steam mop next Christmas then as well.
I would. Upgrade.
Anyway, they emailed me back, and because I said to them, could you please just send me a couple of little rubber feet to replace the one that's gone missing, and I could have a couple of spares as well in case it happens again. Mm-hmm. And if they send these to me, what I would probably do is actually super glue them into place, because if you look at the photographs that I sent you, you'll notice that the slot where the rubber feet go, and then these feet are no bigger than like a 2p coin. Yeah. Where the rubber feet go, they push out to the sides very easily, so they're quite easily lost. So what I would do is, if they send me a couple of feet, I'd super glue them on. So
what have they done about the replacement feet, Paul?
They've said that they don't manufacture the goods in this country, and therefore they don't keep supply of spares, and I'm sorry that they couldn't help me on this occasion.
What, so in effect they're just saying, so the bucket we've sent you can't be repaired?
Yeah, that's right, because the little rubber feet, as I say, they don't manufacture them in this country, they're manufactured abroad. So I thought, well, it's a big company, and...
Okay, now the most important thing, you've been speaking to the manufacturer. You do not have any kind of contract with the manufacturer.
No, it's with the retailer.
So have you gone back to the retailer to explain the situation and to say to them, I've purchased from you a product that it would appear has a design fault because the rubber legs come off.
Yeah.
I've contacted the manufacturer. The manufacturer cannot send out replacement parts, so therefore this product is no longer working properly, so I'd like to return it to you and I'd like to have a complete replacement or my money back, please.
I hadn't done that because I was under the impression that I'd lost the receipt, but when I started researching through all my emails in preparation to speak to you, I did actually come across the receipt.
Right.
Now the thing is that is that still valid, because it's more than 6 months old, isn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. So the simple fact is, this product that you've purchased, the argument you need to put to the retailer, and what I'd like you to do is to do this before we take matters any further for you.
Okay.
Because I think it's only fair to them that you give them a chance to try and sort the problem out.
Right.
So what I would be inclined to do is make contact with the customer service department for this retailer, explain the situation, and explain the fact that you've tried to speed up the process of finding a resolution by going directly to the manufacturer because you hoped that it would be something simple and they could just send you out replacement parts. Yeah. However, they've said that the replacement parts are not available, which therefore renders the product useless. It no longer is fit for purpose, and as a result, considering the fact the manufacturer cannot provide any kind of alternative parts for you to be able to repair this product yourself, you would therefore like to return it and either get a full replacement of the entire mop and bucket set, or to have a full refund of your money.
Right, okay.
Now, I suspect, call me Mystic Meg, Paul, but I've been doing this for quite a long time, and I suspect the retailer might not necessarily take things as smoothly as I have just portrayed that they will do.
Well, I've got to give them a chance anyway.
I think we need to give them a chance, and then if they don't, I can then go and speak to them and have a little word. So can you do that today, and then can we find out how things go?
Yeah, I'll nip up there this afternoon. I'm not working this afternoon.
Great. Well, if you could do that this afternoon, I'll catch up with you tomorrow and see what the response was. And if I need to then get a call into them and to kind of, try and wave my magic wand, then I can do that from tomorrow, okay?
Okay, terrific.
All right. Thank you. I'll talk to you very soon. Ross's wife went out to buy some coloured paint to redecorate their living room. It's a rather nice off-white with just a hint of green. It's called Sheepskin Rug, and it had to be specially mixed in the shop. Now, that's crucial, absolutely crucial, because when the paint had been mixed and the person in the store put the lid back on the tin, and then Ross's wife transported the paint home, well, that's when the fun and games began.
On the way home, she's gone out, put the tin of paint in the near side footwell, the passenger footwell.
Oh, no.
On the way home, she's gone round the corner, the tin's fallen over, the lid popped off, and paint's gone all over the inside of the car. When I got home from work, the car's on the front drive, wife's got all the carpet, the carpet out of it. She's trying to clean up the paint, and I'm like, you're wasting your time. It's gone all in the speakers, it's gone all under the dashboard.
Oh, no.
So I've gone back to the shop and said to the guy, I don't really think this paint tin is fit for purpose, really. I said, because the lid shouldn't come off that easy. And his attitude was, once you leave the premises, it's your responsibility to transport it home in a safe manner.
Well, Ross's argument, and I completely understand his point, is that the member of staff who mixed the paint in the store was responsible for putting the lid back on the paint. How do we know that member of staff put the lid back on properly? They didn't seem to put any further reinforcements on the lid, and therefore, is it not highly probable that as that member of staff was the last person to adjust the lid, that they are the ones responsible for the problem? And therefore, the company concerned, the retailer, should be the one to reimburse Ross for the damage that it then subsequently caused the car. Ross is back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Ross.
Hello, Jonathan. How are you?
Well, I'm well, thank you. Now, I myself, during the lockdown, did a little bit of decorating, like most of the rest of the world, and I needed to transport some paint. And you sprang to mind. I thought to myself, I don't want to end up like Ross.
No.
So I tried one or two options, and I've come up with two little tips for anybody listening to the programme to prevent this kind of problem occurring.
Right.
Two ideas. Firstly, if you have any cardboard boxes in your shed or in your loft or whatever, and you know you're going to go and buy paint, then stick the cardboard box in the boot of your car, because if you then put the tin of paint in the cardboard box, it then acts as a stabiliser and stops the tin, sliding around in the boot and tipping over onto its side. Obviously, it needs to be a fairly small cardboard box, but that's one idea. I didn't use that method. Instead, I belted my tin of paint in like a small child.
Okay.
I found that if you put the tin of paint on a cloth or something on the passenger seat of the car, put the seat belt round it, and then pull the seat belt to actually fasten it so it stops, as if the car has jolted forward.
Yeah.
It then holds the tin in place and stops it falling over.
Was it that brand of paint that I bought, Jonathan?
No, it was a round tin. Whereas I don't know whether it was this round one, but it was definitely a plastic one.
It was a round tin, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
But it had a plastic lid on the top, didn't it?
It did have a plastic lid on the top, but if you bought one of the better brands of paint, no doubt when you got home and you tried to take the lid off, you had to use screwdrivers to get the lid off.
Yes, quite. Whereas the one you're talking about, you kind of peel back the plastic.
With your fingernail.
Yeah. Now, it's exactly that point that we've been raising with this retailer on your behalf. Before we find out what the latest is, regarding your car, just before the lockdown, you were getting the car repaired, weren't you?
I was, yes.
And that's all now sorted? The car's back to normal?
Yeah, the car's absolutely perfect. It was a very expensive repair for the insurance company.
How much did it end up costing?
£2,268.70.
Blimey. An expensive tin of paint.
Certainly was.
And you've had to claim that through your vehicle insurance.
Yes.
What was the excess?
£100.
And I guess you don't yet know how much that's then going to put your policy up by next time you come to renew.
No, not yet. Yeah, no. The thing that the company that I bought the paint from have done, they have actually refunded me my excess payment of £100.
Right.
So it hasn't actually cost me anything as yet, but we won't know until the next premium comes in as to how they're going to adjust the insurance.
Okay. Well, I know Tara has been speaking to that retailer. What's their position at the moment in terms of their updated position on this?
Well, as we know, this has been going on for quite a long time, hasn't it, Ross? So it was October last year when you first came to the programme. Yes. And it's certainly taken a long time to get that agreement that they would pay your excess, and it was all done through your insurance company. We had always asked them the question about the paint tins, and this is B&Q. And they said from the very get-go that, you know, as you mentioned then, paint needs to be transported with care once a customer has left the store.
Yeah.
And that you had raised this issue with them about the actual quality of the paint container itself. And they said on that front that, you know, all their Valspar paint containers meet industry standards accredited by ISO. So
Valspar is their own brand of paint.
That is their own brand of paint. So that has been their position throughout all of this. And because this was taking so long, I would make contact with them every so often and say, you know, is there any progress on Ross's case? And they kept saying the length of time for a decision from our claim handlers varies on a case-by-case basis. Until they have completed reviewing the case, we are unable to comment further. Obviously, that has finally happened during lockdown, which is absolutely great. And when I phoned you, last week to say we were resuming the consumer programme, have they actually resolved any of this for you? That's when you said that they had contacted you and said that they would pay that excess. That's as much as I've got with the company so far. I've been requesting an update on it.
When you said earlier, Ross, that they had agreed to cover the cost of your excess and they've now paid that to you.
Yeah.
How was that expressed? Did they write a letter to you?
No, it was done via an email.
And what did they say in the email about that offer that they were making? Did they suggest that this was, in their eyes, a full and final settlement, or did they accept that there may be further costs to you as a result of this?
Full and final settlement.
Right. And how did they make the payment?
It was done by a BACS transfer into my account.
And have you accepted it in terms of, have you responded to that email?
I did, yes, and said yes, that would be fine, because I can't see it going any further, Jonathan. Because they're such a hard company to deal with that you can never get to talk to anyone and to explain. See, my biggest concern with this is people are still going out buying Valspar paint, and I don't think the tub is fit for purpose. Even though it fits ISO 9001, great when it leaves the factory.
I mean,
they would disagree.
Yes, I'm sure they would disagree. And also, the other point that we need to point out is we have not had other people phoning in saying, oh, yeah, I've also had exactly the same issue with B&Q paint.
If you go on the internet, Jonathan, there are people that have had their cars written off via Valspar paint.
Yes, but I would imagine there are also people that have had their cars written off by all other brands of paint as well, because if the tin falls over and the lid happens to come off, then it can be a problem. And we've dealt with paint issues before that have not been associated with this particular brand of paint. So it's not only this brand of paint that can cause the problem. I mean, I guess the reason why I said when you said that you'd responded to their email and accepted it, if a company makes an offer to you, and they then, if they express that as far as they're concerned as their full and final settlement, if you then accept that, in the eyes of the law, that is then the matter done and dusted.
Oh, right, okay, I didn't know that.
If you respond to a company and say, you can do one of two things. You can either obviously respond and say, well, I'm not happy with that, and therefore I reject your offer of £100 for the excess. What you can also do is you can accept an offer formally under protest. Now, when you say that, you have to make it clear to the company, I accept this offer under protest, and I will continue to fight for my additional costs as a result of this problem. That then gives you a window that you leave open with the company to be able to take things further. The fact that you've responded to them and accepted their offer To be honest, they probably thought all their Christmases had come at once, because once you'd responded to them with that now means they don't have to offer you anything further.
Right, I see. It's a matter of knowing what the law is then, isn't it?
Yeah, unfortunately, because what I would have been inclined to do if you hadn't accepted that offer would have been to accept it under protest as a partial offer. However, to also explain to them that when your car insurance renews, there is a chance that the premium will increase as a result of having made this claim, and you will therefore at that point be looking to them to reimburse you for the difference in that cost of premium as a result of making the claim.
Right, yes.
They would probably still end up considerably better off than if they'd had to pay for the entire repair of your car, because that would have cost them £2,260, and at the moment it's only cost them £100. Plus, I think they did refund you, did they not, for the actual tub of paint?
They did, yes. They gave us another one in the store straight away, and at that time the girl that mixed the paint, she actually taped the lid down.
Yeah, which should have been done in the first place, really, because if you've got staff members mixing paint in store, it would always be a good idea, as far as I'm concerned, just to kind of put some extra tape over the top of it to make it clear that as far as you, the retailer, are concerned, you've done as much as you possibly can to protect your customers. If they then don't secure the tin of paint, well, that's their problem.
Yeah.
But I think it's the fact that they hadn't done anything really to further protect that tub of paint. That's the problem that it's then caused you and them. Well, look, you've accepted the £100. That means, as far as we're concerned, I think a line will have to be drawn under it. But I'm very grateful to you, Ross, for coming on the programme and talking about this, because it is a very good reminder for everyone. If you go out and buy paint, just be very careful how you transport that paint home, because if it tips over, paint can cause untold harm. All right?
It certainly can.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, listen, we'll leave it there, Ross. Any other problems, you know where we are.
Lovely.
First, though, I'm dealing with your consumer problems. I need to catch up with Derek. Do you remember Derek? In July last year, Derek was telling me he bought himself a pressure washer. A man after my own heart. I love a good bit of pressure washing. Well, this was a very expensive one. It cost him £223. He only used it about 6 or 7 times, and this happened.
It's failed in 2 ways. One is it keeps cutting out, which sounds like an electrical problem. And the other thing is that the locking components that fit together are not working properly. They're jamming. I've probably used it at the very most 6 times. And when I say I've used it, it's my son that's used it. He cleans the cars with it. We've had the same make pressure washers before. We've used them used this one in exactly the same way as we've used the previous ones. They've all lasted ever so well. This suddenly gone kaput on me.
Well, it's not really on, is it? I mean, any product that you purchase should be of reasonable quality and should last for a reasonable amount of time. And this was not a cheap pressure washer, so therefore it should have lasted a reasonable amount of time. Now, we all understand that if you're using your pressure washer quite a lot, particularly in this part of the world with our hard water, then maybe it won't last as long as other people's. But to only last 6 or 7 times, not acceptable at all. And that's exactly the point that I went and raised with the company on Derek's behalf. Well, he's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Derek.
Good morning to you, Jonathan.
Very long time no speak, but good to catch up with you, Derek.
Indeed. Always good to hear your voice on air or live.
Well, that's...
Jonathan, I've got to say, you and your team have been truly brilliant over my pressure washer problem.
Well, that's good. I called the company and I explained the situation. This is going back months ago now. Yep. And this was just before we went into the lockdown. So your case was one of those cases where we kind of left things, and I kept my fingers crossed that everything was going to get sorted, having contacted them and asked them to sort it, but they didn't actually reply to me. So when I started working on the consumer problems again fairly recently, I chased the company up to say, look, can you just confirm, did you get this sorted for Derek? They came back and said, yeah, if you talk to him, he should be a happy man now. What's the latest, Derek? What's going on?
Well, I can tell you very simply. I knew from listening to your programme that consumer rights are between the customer and seller, and that we shouldn't be fobbed off by those we purchase from trying to push us on to the makers. When I took the pressure washer back to Wickes, they tried to send me off to the makers and were very offhand, and so I phoned you. But after your help, they came back to me with, this is Wickes, came back to me with Karcher in tow.
Okay, now you have now named both companies.
Well, yes, I think you were happy now that I'm happy to praise them both.
Well, no, I wasn't intending to identify them. However, let me just jump in at this point. I therefore don't want any further comments on any kind of conversations you've had with the companies because I wasn't there. What Wickes, the retailer that you've identified, said to me was that they had now resolved the matter. Can I just confirm, is that the case, Derek?
Oh yes, absolutely. It went on to give me a £50 voucher in compensation for my poor treatment.
Brilliant. And what did they do? Get the pressure washer replaced?
Oh, well, the makers, they came after they sent me to the makers, and I was stymied. And then after you'd spoken to them, the lady from the people who have sold it to me came with the makers in tow on the same phone call. And the makers said, I'll pick it up from you free of charge. You tell us when it's convenient, we'll pick it up, we'll put it right and we'll return it to you. And it came back as new.
Fantastic.
Which is why I was praising the people who supplied it. And also, as I say, the people who sold it to me then gave me this £50 voucher. It's a card.
That's fantastic. And I don't have a problem with retailers passing a customer to a manufacturer if it is all done in a very constructive way. So, for example, if you had come to me and I was a retailer and I have a very good relationship with that particular manufacturer, and that manufacturer has said to me, any customer complaints you get, just pass them on to us, we'll get it all sorted for them, no problem whatsoever. I don't have a problem with a retailer saying to you, here's a telephone number for X, Y or Z manufacturer. Give them a call, they'll sort it. But any other problems, if there's any issue, please come back to us and we'll resolve the issue for you. I don't have any problem whatsoever if that is the approach. The problem I have is when customers go back to a retailer having purchased an item and the retailer says to the customer, it's nothing to do with us now. You have to go and speak to the manufacturer. We no longer have any obligation to you. That's simply not the case. Now, I'm not saying that that's what this particular retailer did, but I'm very pleased that together they managed to resolve the issue and they managed to get it all repaired and they've managed to put you in a position now feeling like a happy customer. Shall I give Shall I give the retailer and the manufacturer the horn?
Oh, please do. I'm thrilled to bits with your involvement and how it all turned out. So simple, so well done, you and your team.
Okay, great. Well, that's put a smile on my face. I'm very, very pleased. And now, Maddie bought a laptop a couple of years ago with money she'd received for her 21st birthday. Everything was going fine until, that is, she went to perform the latest software update on it.
I left my laptop to update and came back to it and it switched off. It was a black screen. I couldn't switch it back on. So the same day I went to the manufacturer's shop and they said that the main circuit board had failed and it needed replacing, and that would cost me £468. I could not get a repair under them as I'm out of warranty and I don't have insurance.
Well, as you can imagine, Maddie was really unhappy about all of this. She refused to pay. She didn't think a software update should render the laptop useless. She didn't feel that the laptop had lasted a reasonable amount of time. So she went back to the retailer that she purchased the laptop from in the first place and complained to them. Well, the retailer said that she would need to get a report carried out before anything more could be done. Well, what a kerfuffle. And Maddie felt so unhappy about this because she said, none of this is my fault, and yet I'm being left in this position. Well, I promised Maddie I'd help her out, and I indeed contacted the retailer. This is before the lockdown. Maddie's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Matt, or good afternoon to you now, Maddie.
Hello there. Hi,
hello,
Jonathan.
Maddie. So, as you are aware, because we had a number of conversations before the lockdown, the retailer... They finally, after a bit of toing and froing, came back and said, we acknowledge that this has been a frustrating experience for the customer and we'd like to get it resolved for her. As such, we would like to cover the full cost of the repair on this occasion and we will be making contact with her. Now, I know, having had a brief chat with you during the period of lockdown, indeed they did get in touch with you. Tell us what's the latest, Maddie. What's happening now?
Yeah, so they got in touch with me, I think pretty soon after you had been in touch with them, and they gave me the money for the repair straight away, and I was able to go to the manufacturer's shop and pay for the repair. So now I have a functioning laptop.
Fantastic. And it didn't cost you a penny?
No, it didn't cost me a penny. They paid for it all.
Just out of interest, what was the repair that they had to do for you? What actually had gone wrong with it?
It was like the main circuit board of the laptop, and that had to completely be replaced. I think it burnt out or something.
So was it just coincidental that happened at the time that you did the software upgrade, or were the two related?
I think they were related. I don't know exactly what went wrong, but I think the software update triggered it to burn out, and that meant that the circuit board needed replacing.
Well, the main thing is it was all done for you at no cost, because it would have been outrageous, as far as I'm concerned, that through no fault of yours, you end up having spent all this money on a laptop that then doesn't work anymore. It would have been unacceptable. And as you are aware, and hopefully as all of my listeners are, and for any new listeners to the consumer part of my programme, you'll hear me bang on about this all the time. Your statutory rights that you may well have heard about mean that any product you purchase must be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and must last for a reasonable amount of time. And your contract is with the retailer. Any product you buy that does not last for a reasonable amount of time, unless you've done something in the use of it that's damaged the product, then the retailer has responsibility to sort things out if it goes wrong. So I'm very pleased they have done just that for you. Shall I thank them and give them the horn?
Yes, please. Thank you very much.
OK, now Jeff was flying off from America to the UK. When he was in the lounge waiting for the flight, he was asked something he wasn't expecting to hear.
Another passenger came up to us and a group of people and said to us, did we have a food voucher? And we said, what was that? Apparently they were giving out food vouchers with the boarding passes because there would not be any food on board the plane. As we hadn't heard about these vouchers, and the people at the gate hadn't tannoyed anybody, obviously a crowd of people went up there, they started handing them out, and then they extended the boarding time by half an hour so that people could go and get some food or sandwiches. And in fact, there were so many people queuing up, we went to the outlets and no one would accept the vouchers. So we had to buy our own food and then board the plane, which is what we did.
So when on the plane, the steward told them there was no food on board, but thankfully there were one or two snacks, I believe, and Jeff was able to enjoy those. But he had to spend $26 before he got on the plane buying stuff to eat. Well, he wants that money back. And money for the vouchers that he couldn't use in California. And he also wants a proper apology from this airline as well. And that's exactly what we've been trying to sort for him now. Jeff's back on the JVS show now. Good afternoon to you, Jeff.
Good afternoon, Jonathan.
Good afternoon. Now, last time we spoke to Jeff before the lockdown, Tara, things were looking up. They were making the right kind of sounds. What's the latest on this?
Well, this was actually something that we were hoping to close just before. Well, actually, it didn't take too long to resolve, but we were hoping to do it, and then lockdown happened. And we don't like to miss an opportunity to put a full stop to all our cases. So I'm very pleased to say that actually the airline involved managed to resolve this for this particular very happy customer just before we all went into, hibernation, as it were. So, Jeff, what happened?
Well, what happened was 3 hours after speaking to your good self, I had an email from the company, and the young lady who I've been dealing with said, I'm sorry about the delay, I'm back now, the credit has been issued. But in fact, when I checked with you, it was yourselves that actually instigated it, it wasn't really them. So it's a soft apology, really, but we did get the money back, for which I wish to thank you and the whole team for.
Brilliant. Well, it sounds lucky, really, that all of this happened just before the lockdown, and of course before the airlines then started to have to deal with the nightmare that they've been dealing with ever since, because if it had come a little bit later, you may well have been left waiting longer for that money. So you're back in the black, you've got your money that you're owed. We will thank the airline very much indeed. Shall I give them the horn?
can indeed, Jonathan. Thank you.
Okay, good stuff. Well, Jeff, I'm delighted that it's sorted. Well, thank you very. Good morning to you, Kerry.
Morning, Jonathan. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you, Kerry. Did you feel the earthquake first?
I felt no earthquake at all, other than my general frustration and my consumer issue that I'm dealing with at the moment.
Right, well, look, tell me all about that without naming any company names, please, and let's see what we can do for you.
Okay. Well, I'm a personal stylist. I was working for a department store for just under 2 years, and the department store was part of a wider indoor shopping mall. I worked long shifts, often starting early, finishing late a day. The wages obviously are not the best. So,
Kerry, I don't know, is there any way you could move a little bit? Your signal's not great, and I want to be able to hear you clearly.
Okay.
So,
I can go outside. Just bear with
that
me a
would be
moment.
better if you wouldn't mind, yeah. So you're a personal stylist and you were working for a department store?
That's right, yes. And the department store was part of a shopping centre.
Okay.
I was working there for around just under 2 years. The wages basically in retail aren't particularly great, so I'd applied for a parking card to
Sorry, Kerry. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We'll come back to you because I can't hear you clearly and I do need to be able to hear you properly in order to hear your problem. So we'll come back to you. While we do that, while we get Kerry on a better line, let me speak to Lisa now. Lisa was telling me that she's lived in her council property for over 20 years. But recently she's been having a bit of a problem with a manhole just outside.
My husband came home from work the other day and he said to me there was used feminine hygiene products all over the grass verge, which is coming up from this drain, which is obviously absolutely disgusting. It's leaking all the time. I'm now having a battle with getting this fixed. I seem to be the only one that ever phones up to complain about this. At the beginning of February, this problem been going on without it being fixed for about 3 weeks, to the point where we couldn't open our bathroom window because of the smell of raw sewage. It's coming out of this loose manhole and then flowing down the road into the gutters. The gutters nothing to stop it. They can't, there's just too much of it. It looks like an oil slick looking out of my window. It looks like there's an oil slick down the road. That's just how bad it was.
Well, as you can imagine, pretty horrible. Lisa has been speaking to both the water company and also to the local council. But the trouble is, she feels as if the two organisations seem to blame one another and also seem to blame somebody living in her block of flats for flushing stuff down the loo. Well, Lisa says, look, one way or the other, someone's to blame for this and someone needs to get it sorted. That's all she wants. Well, she's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Lisa.
Hi, Jonathan.
Good morning to you. So, this does go back quite some time, long before the lockdown. So, let's just remind ourselves what was going on. So, I went off when you first came to my programme to have a word with both your local council, which is Dacorum Borough Council, and also to the water company responsible for this, which is Thames Water. Thames Water came back and said the blockages and sewage overflow were in a privately owned pipe. Within the block of flats, our engineers were quickly on scene to clear it all up. This recurring problem is an example of why we ask customers to only flush the 3 Ps, pee, poo and paper, and dispose of items like wipes in the bin. Now, we had to do a bit of reading between the lines, didn't we? And it would appear, when we read between the lines, that obviously they were suggesting that it was wipes that were being flushed by someone, possibly in your block, and it was those wipes that are blocking everything up. Well, I also went off to have a word with Dacorum Borough Council, because Dacorum Borough Council, they are the landlords, are they not, for your building?
Yeah.
And they have said, we have communicated the importance of not flushing certain items down the toilet to our tenants due to the risk of blockages. One of the main causes of blockages is the flushing of wipes. These should be disposed of within household waste. We'll be taking further steps to increase awareness of the importance of not flushing wipes. Engineers unblocked the main sewer at the block back in October of 2019, and we've received no further reports of blockages on the main run. Our engineers will be checking the system to ensure that it's free from any blockages. Well, when you and I spoke after that, you were pretty frustrated because you said, look, it's still overflowing now. So they do need to come out. Well, to cut a long story short, just before the lockdown occurred, Dacorum Borough Council and Thames Water were both promising they were going out, getting things sorted, and everything should have been rectified. What's happened since we last spoke?
Okay, well, thankfully it's stopped. It hasn't happened since then. I've had, because I did contact my local MP, Mike Penning, because obviously I was going around in circles and everyone was blaming, the council blaming Thames Water saying no, it's the council. So the last that I heard, and fingers crossed it's all stopped for good now, was a letter that I got from Mike Penning on the 14th of April. It's very brief. Do you want me to read it out to you?
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, many thanks for your recent email. I'm sorry to hear of the problems due to raw sewage coming from a manhole below your flat. I note you have been told by Thames Water, who have cleared the blockages on a number of occasions as a goodwill gesture, that this is a responsibility of Dacorum Borough Council. I have accordingly written to Dacorum Borough Council on your behalf and will, of course, be in touch as soon as I have their response. Well, that was the last I heard. And obviously, I can imagine he's been inundated as everybody else with problems at the moment.
Quite.
So, yeah, that's how it's been left. But thankfully, nothing else has happened.
I tell you what I think is probably the best thing to do then, for the time being. So if at the moment the sewage problem seems to have stopped, and you haven't got this issue, what I will do, now you know that my programme's back on and we're dealing with people's problems again, I will keep your file kind of open and in the pending department, with a view to the fact that it may well be you're going to come back to me in the not too distant future saying, help, it started happening all over again. In which case we need to get back onto it. I mean, I really hope that's not the case. I really hope that whatever they have done has now solved the problem. But has anyone moved out of your block?
Yes, they have. My neighbour opposite has moved out, but this was only within the last 2 months. Whether or not it was anything to do with her, obviously I wouldn't know. But yes, she has moved out, and the property above us is vacant at the moment. So I don't know when they moved out because it's a private flat which they let to multiple occupancies it's had up there. So we never know who's up there. But apparently at the moment it's vacant. But saying that, we have had a lot of issues with leaks coming from this particular property upstairs. So
I wonder that seems
to do with them.
Look, the weird thing. So we know that they haven't actually done any building rectification to the main sewer pipe out in the road. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So if they haven't done any actual, they haven't dug it up and started putting a new pipe or changing anything, then there must be another reason why the sewage has stopped overflowing. And I think it seems coincidental that the neighbour upstairs, who you've had other issues with, seems to have moved out and there's no one living there, when all of the indications that were coming, particularly from Thames Water previously, was suggesting that when they were turning up, they were finding it was all blocked with wet wipes. So I wonder whether, when we see somebody move into that property upstairs, are we going to see the problem reoccur? Or is it the simple fact that whoever was living up there before was the problem, and actually somebody else moving into that property, they won't be flushing wet wipes down, so the problem's hopefully solved?
I mean, I think it's quite possible that there is an issue with the flat, because this has been going on for years and years and years. We've had this issue on and off. So I think it's probably the property. And as recently as 2 weeks ago, we had a leak come through from upstairs, and I had to battle with this landlady to get that sorted out. And her excuse was, well, I'm not living there, neither is anybody else. And I explained to her, you need to take care of this property. And she'd had a tap put in, and it hadn't been put in properly, and it was leaking through.
Well, it's very frustrating.
We have to keep an eye on. Oh, it really, really is.
Yeah. Well, Dacorum Borough Council, as the landlords, they need to step in a situation like that and ensure that individual, if she's a lessee and she owns that property, that she is taking responsibility not to damage anybody else's place. So what I think I'll do, I will keep your file open. I'm pleased that at the moment the sewage seems to have stopped spewing out all over the road, which is great news. If it starts, get straight back to me and I'll get straight back onto all the parties concerned.
Okay, thank you. And Jonathan, can I just say you have really kept me going. I've been working from home for a long time, not just through lockdown. I was doing it before, and you have really kept me going on some days. And yesterday, when you made your quip after you played the Elvis song about having to wash your hands, I was literally roaring. I'd had the day from hell. Lucky my laptop hadn't gone out the window yesterday morning. So I think I can speak for a lot of people as well. You and Three Candles have really kept a lot of us going throughout all this. So thank you for that as well.
Well, do you know what? That's made my day, Lisa, because, it's when you sit in a little box, in a darkened box, as I do every day, it's often difficult to gauge how people are feeling who are listening to the programme. And I'm pleased if it's helped your day just a little bit, then I've done my job. Good. Okay, well, listen, all the very best to you, Lisa, and keep me posted. Hopefully that's an end to the sewage problem. Right, that sounds better. Let's start again then. So you were telling me that you are a personal stylist working for a department store, or you were, and you were saying you were working there for just under 2 years.
That's right. The department store was part of a wider shopping mall. I worked long shifts, often starting early, finishing quite late in the day. The wages aren't particularly great in retail, so I took out a parking card with the shopping mall to pay a reduced rate to park in the centre so that I wouldn't have too far to walk after a really long shift. Basically, the card works by preloading it with money and touching it in and out at the entrance barrier, and you get a slightly reduced rate to park for the day. I used to keep my card topped up regularly because obviously walking up to a car park lonely late at night, I didn't want to be taking my purse out and sort of being on my own at the end of a long shift by a pay point. So I used to keep it fairly well credited. This was great until I was made redundant with no notice at the end of June with immediate effect. So I could no longer use the parking card. I, at the time, and I still have, £20 loaded onto the card. I contacted the shopping centre, explained the situation, and asked them to credit me back the £20, as I sadly sort of won't be using the card anymore. The man that I spoke to said to come in. It would be no problem to come in and speak to the parking manager. So I did that a little bit later that day, popped in, spoke to the parking manager, who wasn't, unfortunately, as nice as the guy that I spoke to on the phone, and he said that there was nothing they could do. They can't issue a refund, and even according to their terms and conditions, I can't even use the parking card anymore, as I no longer work in the centre. So I was kind of, I've explained the situation. I've been made redundant. I can't really afford to waste the £20. I tried to explore some other avenues with them. I said I'd even accept maybe a gift card for the shopping centre that I can at least redeem against my food shopping. I've got an empty card in my possession at the moment, and they could just simply credit that. But they've pretty much refused all angles. For me, I just feel if it was only a few pounds, I could think about maybe writing it off. But I feel like not only it's unfair, but it's morally wrong of them to hold on to my money that I credited in good faith. Their times are really challenging economically. I've sent emails, I've made phone calls, I've spoken with them in person to give them the opportunity to do the right thing, and I'm just having no luck, so I was hoping that you'd be able to help.
Well, I really hope I can help as well, because, apart from anything else, it just sounds as if this particular parking company are not being very kind to you. Mm-hmm. And actually, it's not your fault you've lost your job. And I would imagine this has been a pretty tough few months anyway for you as a result of this.
It certainly has. Even the freelance side of things, my role, my job involves being face-to-face. It involves dressing people, going shopping with them, touching them, adjusting clothes. And, with the restrictions at the moment, I can't do any of that.
So how are you coping?
I have an understanding partner. I do some writing work too, so I've got a little bit of work coming in that way, but it's really, really difficult. And something like this, it just feels, it kind of hits where it hurts, really.
Yeah. And £20, to some people they will be listening thinking, it's only 20 quid, but this would make a big difference to you, would it?
This is it, yeah. It just feels, not only the financial side of things, but I don't like unfairness. And, I had to deal with quite a lot with the company. I've spent quite a lot of money on the parking of it, as you can sort of imagine, in 2 years. And for them to just retain this money and I'm not able to use the card either, it just feels wrong to me.
Well, I haven't seen the terms and conditions associated with the purchase of this top-up card. So at this stage, I'm not going to confirm to you that you are definitely the one legally in the right here. And it may well be that this company does make it very clear in the terms and conditions that once you add money to this top-up card, they are then not liable to give you that back if you decide for whatever reason you no longer want to use the parking. So just to kind of manage your expectations, I don't want to, at this stage, say, oh, yeah, don't worry, you've definitely got a case and I will go and demand this company gives your money back.
Sure.
But I tell you what we will definitely do. We will definitely call this company and say to them, in the grand scheme of everything else that is going on, do they genuinely think this is a kind and reasonable way to treat someone? Over £20. And this £20 for you would make a big difference.
Yeah.
And the fact that they are kind of holding on to it seems very mean in the circumstances. So let's get a call into them and see if we can get this thing sorted out. Tara, can I pass Kerry back to you and can we get some detail, please?
Yeah, we've already got quite a lot from Kerry, so we're really looking for some terms and conditions to be sent in our direction. That would be really useful.
That would be useful, but I think even aside from the terms and conditions, I think from a gesture of goodwill in the circumstances, does this company really feel it's a kind and reasonable thing to hold on to that money in these particular circumstances? Kerry, I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail now.
Thank you so much, Jonathan.
Hang on there. You'll remember Paul. Paul came to me, he was telling me, talk about romantic. Oh, my word. I think we all wish we were married to Paul. Paul purchased his wife a mop and bucket for Christmas last year. They are still together, in case you're wondering. It cost him £30, but there's a problem with the bucket, which is a shame, as it seemed to be working perfectly for his good lady at the beginning.
My wife's only got weak little wrists, so she can't rig the mop out as well as she used to be able to. So I thought this would be a great help to her, the one that she could operate it by her foot.
Yes, well, Paul has been contacting the manufacturer because he thought that this would be a very straightforward thing, and it should be, really. He was telling them about the rubber feet that seemed to have come off the bottom of the bucket and asking if they could send him some replacements, and if they sent him the replacements, then this time he would super glue the rubber feet on. You see, if the rubber feet aren't on the bottom of the bucket, when you try and operate it, it just slides all over the floor. It's not just an ordinary bucket, this is a luxury bucket that involves some kind of rotating system. I don't really understand it, to be honest. Anyway, I explained to Paul when we had the conversation yesterday that, of course, he doesn't have any kind of contract with the manufacturer whatsoever. His contract is with the retailer. And what I would do at this particular point, if I were him, was to go back to the retailer where he bought the bucket from, to explain the problem that he got, to also explain that he's been in touch with the manufacturer and has tried to find a way of resolving this issue and repairing the bucket, but the manufacturer cannot get hold of the rubber feet in order for him to be able to fix it, and hopefully the retailer would put things right. Well, as I said to Paul yesterday, and I've been doing this for a very long time, and it's probably made me a bit cynical, I fully expected Paul to appear back on the programme today to say, I tried and the retailer are not prepared to help. But I gather things went in a much more positive way. Let's find out what happened. Paul, good morning to you.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Or should we call you Dr. Love?
You can call me Dr. Love if you like. Yeah, okay.
Now, you took your wife's bucket back to the retailer yesterday. What happened? How did the conversation go?
I took the bucket, as you asked me to, straight away down to the shop, and I mentioned to them that I tried to contact the manufacturer to get some replacement feet, but they weren't interested in helping me. And I said, and I managed to find the receipt, and I said I understood that with my consumer rights, I'm quite right to reject these goods as being not fit for the purpose or not been of reasonable quality.
Well done.
And I demonstrated it to them. I put it down on the floor, and I pumped the little pedal up and down, and the thing spun away from me and slid all over the place. And the lady there, the very kind lady, said, "Oh yes, that's no problem. I'll see if we've got one in stock." And they did have one in stock, and with a blink of an eye, they replaced the mop and the bucket as a complete set. And I went away a very happy bunny. And all this while you were still on your still while your program was playing in my car on the way home again.
Fantastic.
So it was solved very quickly. I only wish that I'd gone that route before. It would have saved me a lot of hassle and emails and photographs. And I did send you another photograph of the
yes, I've seen it. I've seen it. It really is a very exclusive bucket. I mean, your wife and her bucket must be the talk of Beds, Hearts and Bucks by now, I would have thought, Paul.
Yeah, most probably. And I'm sure you're going to get one as well now that you've seen it.
Well, now I've seen what I'm missing out on, Paul. Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So, in terms of the new one, are you going to stick these rubber feet on the new one to make sure they don't come off again?
I haven't taken it out of the box yet, but I will take it out of the box later on, and I will attempt to super glue the feet on. How well? I've got some quite strong super glue, professional stuff, and I will stick those feet in and hope that they hold, because it's a plastic bucket and a sort of silicone rubber foot, so how well the adhesive will work, but I can only try. And
the only thing you should be aware of is if you
I invalidate the warranty.
Yeah, you do. So if you start kind of adapting it, you are kind of taking a bit of a risk. In terms of if something else goes wrong with it, then the fact that you've used super glue on part of it would probably render your rights to reject the goods invalid. So I think that is something you have to do. So I don't know whether you want to do it straight away or whether you want to just see how it goes, and if the rubber legs start coming off again, at that point you take the risk. Or I mean, it's up to you, really.
Yeah. Well, perhaps I'll let her have a couple of good mop-ins with it and see how we stand, and then I'll inspect the feet, and if they're still firmly in place, then I won't touch them. But if they show signs of coming loose again, because this is the problem, they came loose and we lost it. But at the time, we were sort of doing up the kitchen at that particular moment, and so I think the feet that got lost has gone with all the old cupboard carcasses and things that we've thrown out, you see.
Yes, you could, of course, be the ultimate romantic and say to your wife, do you know what, after all the problems you've had, from now on, I'm going to be head of kitchen floors. I'm going to mop the kitchen floors, and I'm going to monitor the bucket situation. I mean, you could do that for your wife.
Yeah, okay, that's taking it a bit too far. I mean, it is our anniversary today, so I'm taking her out for dinner this evening, so I thought that was quite romantic. You know.
That's plenty. She can mop her own floor.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, you're terrible. Well, look, Paul, I hope that you and your replacement bucket and your wife will be very happy now, and I hope you won't have the problem. Just out of interest, have you looked up on the internet to see if other people have had the same issue?
I didn't actually, no. I've got a problem with my car, and I looked up on the internet the problem with my car, and people have got the issue, but I haven't thought about looking up and seeing if people have got the same problem with the bucket.
It might be.
Maybe I might reach out to those people on your show, and there must be other listeners that use this luxury exclusive spinning mop, and
we haven't been inundated with people who've said, oh yes, I have had exactly the same thing with my bucket, but you never know. My phone lines are always open. Paul, I'm delighted. Many months ago now, before the lockdown, he was telling me he'd been using a radio system for his taxi company to contact his drivers. But he decided that was a bit old-fashioned, and actually he should update to a computer system instead, which would be much better.
It's quite working, and it's more beneficial to the drivers. You're going to get more work through the system, and the radio systems now are outdated. They fitted it on the 29th of the 1st, gave us a training. Mm-hmm. On the 19th, they came to connect the phones to the system, and they connected one phone. We've got two phones in the office. On that day, we also purchased 10 PDAs, a device similar to a mobile phone, where your jobs would come through. We haven't got the 10 PDAs, and they just haven't been in touch with us.
Well, it cost him £1,800 plus nearly £1,500 for the 10 personal digital assistants, or PDAs, that the drivers will use in the vehicles. But when he first came to me, he said that he was still having to rely on the old system because they hadn't received all of the bits that they needed, nor, to be honest, did Lionel know how to use it, because the training that they were supposed to be given, he said, was pretty non-existent. Well, as soon as Lionel appeared on my programme, I got straight on to this other company and had a long conversation with the guy there. Lionel's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Lionel.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. Long time no speak. Now, when I called this company, I spoke to a guy there who seemed to be unaware of the complaint. He said he was the main man there, but he said, I'm not aware of this. I said, well, I find that very hard to believe. He said, no, as far as I'm aware, Lionel hasn't been in touch with me to complain about this situation. We have been communicating with him and his company. We've made him aware of the situation, and we are getting things up and running. And of course he will, and all of his staff will be fully trained on it as soon as possible. I said, okay, well, look, one way or the other, Lionel doesn't feel that communication has been clear, because he hasn't got what he feels he's paid for, and he doesn't know how to use it. So can I suggest that as soon as you and I finish this conversation, you or someone senior at your company gets straight on to him, explains where the outstanding items are, and when you're going to get someone out there to show Lionel and everyone else how it works so they can get it up and running. Well, he promised me he would. And I think, to be fair to him, they did get in touch with you pretty promptly, didn't they, Lionel? What's the latest? What's happened since we last spoke?
Yeah, well, a long time ago now. Yeah, certainly. They contacted me at 10 to 2 in the afternoon, gave me a phone call. I'd been ringing them constantly and got no answer. All I got was, we get them to ring you back. And no one ever rang back. I got a colleague to ring him, and they said the same to him. They're ringing back, and they never did. Anyway, after you spoke to them, 10 to 2, they phoned me. And I asked them to give me 10 minutes because I was in the bank doing some business, and they never rang me back. And they turned up at my office at 10 to 4 to do the training.
Oh, really?
So,
and
yeah,
did they have the all of the extra PDAs that you were expecting?
No, we had to wait another week for them, but they delivered them promptly within the week, which they said they would do them within the week. And we're up and running with them, and all we need now is to get our drivers used to them now. But they're doing all right, and everything's fine. And
so the system works.
If we phone them with a problem, they ring us back now. And that's all I wanted. Yeah.
Well, isn't that spooky? That before you came to my programme, apparently they didn't want to talk to you, and then now they're straight away on the phone to you getting things sorted. Well, and that's quite right too, because you've given them a lot of money. Just out of interest, as an aside, Lionel, I mean, obviously we've been through this hellish 6 months or so with the lockdown, and I would imagine for your business this must have been pretty awful. How are things now in the taxi industry?
Yeah, it's very, very, very quiet, and it's going to take a little while to get back going. But we've got a big business park where I work, and they're working from home still, the offices and that. So it affects that business, and one day you're doing all right, you think it's turned the corner, but then the next couple of days are quiet again. So. Yeah.
I think, to be honest, Lionel, a lot of industries are feeling the same, and I've spoken to a number of people who work in different kind of sectors, and they all say a similar kind of thing. You know, one moment you think, oh, this is all right, we're getting back to normal, and then suddenly you'll have a couple of days where the phone doesn't ring, and you think, what on earth is going on?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's hope that at least when business does pick up, you'll have your new luxury PDA system to run your taxi firm in an extremely professional fashion. So that hopefully will help. I will thank the company very much indeed for getting things sorted for you finally, Lionel. If you have any other problems, you know where I am.
Yeah, I'll keep you as a knife up my sleeve, and thank you very much, Jonathan, for everything.
Naming any company names, please.
Okay, last year you successfully helped my wife get her points back with the same company. Now, the points that I had on my store loyalty card have also been wiped off.
Okay. So just to take you back a stage. So you have a store loyalty card, and this is for what? A supermarket? I don't want the name of it, but it's a supermarket, is it?
It's not a supermarket. No, it's one of the well-known high street stores.
Okay. And every time you buy anything from them, you get loyalty points added onto this card.
Correct.
Right. And you say that all of the points just vanished.
Yes, they have. I believe that after 2 years this will happen, but me and I've been self-isolated and not going out because of my age group. I haven't been shopping since March.
Oh, that's interesting, yes. Now, this does ring a bell, actually. You say I helped your wife with the very same issue. Yes. This is now coming back to me. So this company, after 2 years, they automatically wipe any points that have been accumulated if you haven't used them.
It appears so. It doesn't say anything on the card. There's nothing to say on the card that this will happen.
And do you recall if it said so on the paperwork that would have accompanied the card in the first, the first time you got it?
I've had this card for years and years and years. I actually worked for this company for 6 years before my retirement, and I had it a long time before that. So we're talking 20 odd years ago.
I see. And have you explained to them, I mean, first of all, how many points do you think you've lost?
I know exactly how many points I've lost. I've got 5,483, which in monetary terms works out £54.83.
Oh. Right, well, that's not an amount to be sniffed at, is it? So you certainly want that back. Have you contacted the company to explain that your points seem to have vanished and you're not very happy about it, and just also to explain the fact that you've been shielding and therefore haven't been able to get out and use the card anyway?
Jonathan, you try getting hold of this company to speak to a person. Everything's recorded, whether it's to do with the COVID-19 and it's something to do with that, I don't know, but you can't actually speak to a person. You just get a recorded message. You ask for your points balance and it says, when I asked, it said 0, and that's it.
Right.
So I haven't actually been able to speak to anybody.
Right, and you've tried to call the company's customer service department, have you?
Yes. I got through to the switchboard, and all they did, they put me through to the voice message.
And regarding your wife's case that I helped you with last year, I managed to get all of her points recredited on the card, did I?
That's correct, yes.
Right, okay, good. Well, that's good to know, and it puts the pressure on, so I need to see if I can do the same for you. Has your wife, I hope she spent those points after our conversation.
She started spending the points on the card now, so she does it on a regular basis to make sure that she doesn't lose them again.
Yeah, well, quite. And this is...
Sorry.
You were going to say once bitten, twice shy. Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, let's see what we can do. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. You do have to be very careful with these kinds of loyalty cards because sometimes they can have terms and conditions that in effect penalise you if you've allowed a large amount to build up, and after a certain point it can cut off. But I think based on the circumstances, and particularly, can I be rude, Barry, and ask how old you are?
74.
Okay. Based on the fact that Barry, because of his age and his medical issues, he's been shielding, he hasn't been going out, and therefore it would appear this company are still penalising him and removing all of his points anyway. Tara, can we get that sorted, please?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel for you, Barry. There's nothing greater than the joy of being able to buy something on points.
Yes.
There might be some other things that are greater, but it's a great joy anyway.
Well, as long as it puts a smile on your face, that's what matters. Right, I'll tell you what, Barry, I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail now.
Okay then, thanks Jonathan, thanks for your help.
Andy lives in a small cul-de-sac. There are about 50 homes with a car park that they can all use. It's on council-owned land, and Andy told me there are no parking restrictions in this car park whatsoever, which apparently had all been fine until the Nightmare family moved in.
We found there was a lot of cars belonging to one person, all untaxed, sawn, uninsured, on our property.
Yeah, well, there's always someone, isn't there, who's prepared to take the mickey out of everybody else, and it would appear this one particular bloke who was living in one of the properties at the time was one of life's car collectors. Not particularly nice cars, a whole load of old bangers, but he wanted to store them all in the car park, and what that meant was that he was taking up all the spaces and nobody else had any room to park their car. Well, it's not on, really, is it? And my argument to the council, and it's Milton Keynes Council that have been dealing with this, was that they had a duty of care to everybody else who lived there to make sure that in some way this car park was properly managed and that this man was asked to move all of his vehicles. Well, Andy's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Andy. Or good afternoon now.
Good afternoon, Jonathan.
Good afternoon. So, as you are aware from my conversations I've had with Milton Keynes Council, they were continuing to reassure me that they were in communication with this particular man and they were telling him to move his vehicles. They said, just looking at one of the statements I had, we have spoken with the private resident to ask for all of the untaxed vehicles to be removed, and the number has dropped significantly since then. We are exploring what else is possible within our legal powers. Well, as you and I are aware, the local authorities do have legislation up their sleeves, if necessary, in order to move vehicles that have been left either on a public highway or in a car park, even if those vehicles are taxed and insured. It comes under the Cleaner Neighbourhood Act, and in effect what it means is that a local authority makes the argument that because somebody has left a vehicle, it is then starting to act as a piece of litter, something that has just been left and is making the area look unsightly. And as a result, local authorities have the legal power to be able to remove those, in this case, cars. So that's exactly what I asked Milton Keynes Council to do, to please use the legislation up their sleeve to get these cars removed. And I believe they have been in communication with this owner, and things now are looking a lot better. What's the latest, Andy? What's going on?
Yeah, great, Jonathan. Milton Keynes Council have done half a job. Because the focus has been on this family that have now moved out and taken his 17 cars with him, there was a bigger picture of not abandoned but untaxed vehicles within our close, and there is still 12 in here. And it seemed everything was all right for 6 weeks, but cars started gradually coming in. So I think he was causing a problem for the people that own these cars, and they've been parked in other places up the road, and now he's got rid of his cars and gone. They've all come down here. So they brought them all down here. So we've got about 10, 12 cars here at the moment, all untaxed. So they've only done half the job. They didn't follow it through to the ultimate conclusion.
Well, this is very frustrating. So you've simply got a whole load of other cars now that have been left in the car park, but they don't belong to him. They belong to other people instead, but they're not taxed.
Yep, that's correct.
And those people don't live in your particular little neighbourhood?
I assume they do. I can't find out who owns half of them. I really can't. I don't know whose they are.
And how do you know they're untaxed?
Because I run it through the DVLA website.
Well, this is very, very frustrating, and surely the council is going to have to put some other kind of process in place. If this is something that's going to keep rearing its ugly head, they're going to have to put some kind of permit system in place instead.
I would think that would be the ultimate, and that would allow people to park their cars near their homes. We've got, actually, at this moment in time, 2 families moving out, sold their houses and moving out simply because of this problem. They
really?
They can't park their cars. near enough to their houses. One of them's a single parent, and she's constantly, because of the time she gets home in the evening, has to park. If you're not here by 6 at the latest, you won't get a parking space. And she parks hers in the next close along, and she's walking. It's dark and everything else sometimes, in the winter time and that, and she's got to walk, from where she parks her car to her house. And she's sick and tired. She's put the house up for sale. And another person that's done the same. And I know another one that's doing the same next year.
And what is the latest from Milton Keynes Council when you've complained to them?
Since your radio show, there's been no communication with Milton Keynes Council or myself. They won't answer the phone to me. I'm sure they see my number come up and they just block it.
So, hang on a second. I mean, firstly, we have no evidence that they're doing that. But secondly, you say since my radio show, you mean since I've not been able to deal with consumer problems and you've been dealing with it yourself, that you've not managed to communicate with them?
No, that's right. That's correct.
Fine. Okay. Well, it sounds as if what I need to do then at this particular stage is to get the line of communication back up and running between you and Milton Keynes Council. But more importantly than that, I think I need to ask Milton Keynes Council what their plan is for this car park, because clearly there's a bit of an issue and there's a whole load. I don't quite know why there would be so many untaxed vehicles all in one area. Have you got any idea why there are so many untaxed cars?
Because for years it's been neglected and nobody's done anything about it. But that's the only conclusion I can come to. There is no reason. I mean, these are 04 plate cars and 05s and 06s. They're not young cars, they're old cars.
And they're all untaxed? Yeah. Okay, well, look, I tell you what I would like to do. I'm going to get back onto Milton Keynes Council this afternoon as soon as I come off air. Let me put all of this to them. Let's see what their plan is to try and resolve this issue. I mean, it's ridiculous. If you're now at a stage where people who live in that particular little area are having to move because they're so fed up of coming home and not being able to park their car anywhere close to where they live, that's absolutely ridiculous. Yep. And the council that own the car park surely have an obligation to make sure that car park is working properly for the residents. At the moment, it doesn't seem to be working properly for anyone, apart from people who want to dump old cars.
That's right. I've walked across with the council, with the guy that's supposed to deal with it. And I've told him and I've shown him the vehicles. Yeah, we need to do this, we need to do that, we need to do that. They walked away and you had never heard nothing again.
Right, okay. Leave it with me, Andy. I'll get back onto them this afternoon. Now I'm back in business dealing with consumer problems. Let me put the pressure on. Let's see if we can try and get this. Now, in 2015, Derek spent £11,500 on 3 sofas, an armchair and a footstool.
When they arrived, over the moon. Very pleased indeed. Later on, we noticed that 3 of the items, all in the same material, were badly faded. The sofa had arm caps on. You lifted the arm cap off, and it's totally different.
Sounds like damage from the sun.
That's right, but we don't get any sun in the room at all.
Well, Derek was asked to send a sample of the material from the sofa to the manufacturer, but the outcome of the test was that it was due to sun damage. Well, Derek was really unhappy about this. He said, there's no way it's sun damage. That room doesn't get any sun. Can you please sort it out for me, JVS, he said. Well, I promised him that I would do my very best, but I very quickly hit a bit of a brick wall. Derek's back on the JVS show now. Good afternoon to you, Derek.
Good afternoon, Jonathan.
Good afternoon. Nice to speak to you again after all this time. Now, for new listeners who are not necessarily aware of all the toings and froings regarding your case, when I tried to get in touch with the company that you'd purchased the furniture from, Wesley Barrel in St Albans, I was quite surprised to learn that they'd gone out of business. I mean, Wesley Barrel were around for many, many years, and anybody who lives anywhere near St Albans will know that they always were there on Holywell Hill and had beautiful furniture in there. So I was really surprised when they went out of business. Anyway, to cut a long story short, thankfully, and this is the reason why I wanted to catch up with you again today, because I think your story tells such an important tale, particularly at the moment. Thankfully, you had made a brilliant decision. When you bought that furniture, you bought it on a credit card. And for any listeners that are unaware, when you buy something on a credit card, you're covered by the Consumer Credit Act. And what that means is that the credit card company is jointly liable with the retailer for any problems that you incur with the product or with the service that you've paid for. And what it crucially in your case provided assistance with was if a retailer has gone out of business, you can then look to the credit card to financially sort things out for you instead. So what that has involved is speaking to your credit card company. They are Tesco Bank, and they came back to say we work hard to support customers and ensure they can benefit from their Section 75 or chargeback rights. In this instance, Derek paid for goods that turned out to be faulty. While the customer supplied some documentation to support his claim when he first contacted us on the 20th of September, we required a copy of his bank statement to evidence that a payment was made to the retailer from his Tesco Bank credit card. We received the required documentation in the correct format on the 21st of November last year, and we were very pleased to be able to process his Section 75 claim on the 22nd of November. We have already been in touch with Derek to arrange payment. And indeed, how much money did they give you back, Derek?
Roughly about £6,500.
£6,500 you were able to get back, which is fantastic. Now, the reason
brilliant.
I wanted to quickly catch up with you, not only just to remind people about the importance of paying by credit card, gives you so much protection. If you pay in cash, forget it. If you go into a shop and pay in cash, and the company goes out of business, and you need to take the product back, forget it. You're out of luck. But if you've paid by credit card, as long as the item in total cost over £100, you will receive protection. But what's happened with your sofa? Have you had it recovered yet, or has coronavirus put pay to that?
Well, since we last spoke in February, nothing has changed. Shortly afterwards, I went into hospital for back surgery. When I recovered, we'd gone into lockdown. But the good thing is, at least we still have something to sit on. My wife and daughter, they're eager to sort this out when they feel it's safe to do so.
Yeah.
So really, we're just in limbo at the moment.
So you're just sitting on that money, waiting to feel well enough and safe enough to be able to go out, find somewhere that's got the replacement fabric that you like, so you can get it reupholstered. Well, I tell you what I'm going to do, Derek. I'm just going to keep your file in my pending section. I won't put any more pressure on you because I'm quite sure that's the last thing you want at the moment. You've got the money to be able to replace the fabric on the sofa as and when you feel safe to do so. Can you just keep me in the loop and let me know when you've done it?
Yeah, of course I can, yeah.
All
Jonathan, I would just like to thank you and your team for all your help, which resulted in us benefiting through this.
Well, it's an absolute pleasure. Derek, tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Right, so it goes, we start before lockdown, just before lockdown. My parents' existing boiler was broken, but the weather wasn't too cold, so it was fine, and a friendly neighbour was looking out for the part to replace, to fix it. And then
is your parents' friendly neighbour gas registered? Safe registered?
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he is. And just after lockdown, the boiler still wasn't fixed, and my dad collapsed in the bath. He passed out and got taken to hospital with a suspected stroke. So he spent a few days in hospital, and then it became apparent really that we really do need to get the heating working because he's got dementia, so he gets really cold. So I couldn't find anybody local that was answering the phone because of lockdown. Went on the net and did some research and found a company that would come out fairly soon, and it would be a 2-day installation, remove the old boiler and replace it with a new one. And we asked for a combi boiler because that's what we were recommended. That's what we thought was the better one. They said, "Oh yeah, that's no problem. We'll come along and we'll do it." And they did.
So hang on one second, just so I'm aware. So when you made contact with the company, before they'd been out to have a look, you requested a combi boiler.
I said, I think we'd like a combi boiler because that's what we've been told is one of the better ones.
Right. And what did they say to that?
Yeah, that's fine. We've got combi boilers.
Okay.
It's no problem.
Okay, fine. So you requested a combi boiler.
Yeah.
Okay, what happened next?
So they came and they fitted it, and it was a 2-day installation. And the chap that fitted it, you know, there was no problem. He was very pleasant, and you know, he did all the social distancing, wore masks, etc. But then the day after, the shower wasn't working. Dad was out of hospital by then, and the upstairs shower, which at that time was their only washing facilities, wasn't working. So we thought, well, it must be something to do with the man that's come and tampered with the pipes, you know?
Now, hang on 1 second, because this I think is going to be quite crucial. The fact that you said that before the lockdown the boiler wasn't working, but your parents were kind of they were struggling on because it was only the heating that they didn't have, would suggest that the previous boiler your parents had was not a combi boiler.
No, it was over 30 years old, so no, it wasn't a combi boiler.
So the water, they had a water tank, I presume, in the loft?
Yes.
Right, with a heating system on the tank?
Yes.
Okay, so this was quite a big job then. So you were saying to this other plumbing company that you wanted them to no longer have this kind of way of heating the water. You wanted a combi boiler that, of course, heats the water and the central heating.
Yes.
Who advised you of that, by the way?
Well, when we've done a house renovation on our house, and our plumber saying, "Oh, you know, the combi boilers are the best boilers. You need to have those." So that was like in my head, and so that's what I said to my parents. I think we need to go for a combi boiler, but I'm not au fait with boilers.
Okay, well that's why it's quite crucial what you actually requested from the company at the beginning of all of this, because obviously, I mean, I have a combi boiler myself, and yeah, they're fantastic in terms of as long as you've got the right kind of shower, then a combi boiler is a very good option. But of course, I don't know at this stage what kind of shower your parents had in their house and whether that would be compatible with a combi boiler. You say the shower a day after they'd finished the installation wasn't working. What was wrong with it?
Well, when the engineer came back to have a look and he checked all of his pipe work, he said that it was an electrical problem with the shower. So we were in the middle of doing a little extension for my parents, which included a downstairs wet room, and we had electricians in. So we asked them to check the electrics, and there was absolutely no problem with the electrics at all. So I went back to the company, and the engineer did actually mention that it might not be a compatible shower.
What kind of shower have your parents got?
Well, it turns out they've got a power shower.
Right, okay. So a power shower, in my experience, a power shower works with a water tank rather than with a combi boiler.
Yes, that's right. But we didn't know this. This has all been installed years ago, and obviously it needs updating. And so we just assumed that it would work. We weren't actually asked the question, what kind of shower have you got, or we were offered a site survey, because I thought sometimes people would come round and just have a look and see what you've got and what needs to be done.
Yeah.
But I thought due to COVID, they won't come to the house, but they might ask questions. They didn't ask questions over the phone.
Mm-hmm.
And then it transpired that basically, yes, that the engineer was right. The shower is not compatible with the combi boiler. So I went back to the company. I said to them, look, you know, I can't believe this. My dad can't get a shower because, you know, it's not working and it's not compatible. What can we do? So he said, well, if you source the part, as a goodwill gesture, we'll fit it free of charge.
And when you say the part, you mean I presume a thermostatic shower?
It wasn't a new shower. He said the part. He sent me a picture of the part that I needed to convert the shower to work with the combi boiler.
Okay, so there is a way of getting this shower to work with a combi boiler.
Yes.
Okay, well that's good. That's a good start.
But the part was 450 quid.
Oh dear.
So I was like, well, that's really quite expensive. Is there anything you can do? And they were like, no, we'll just fit it. You can get a refurbished one, which is about 180, but then if it's refurbished, it could go wrong again, and it would just cause more problems. So I've been going backwards and forwards, just saying, well, I thought you might have had a duty of care, because my elderly parents can't shower, And they were going back, due to COVID, go through our complaints procedure, which I did 3 times. Then it kept coming back, go to the Ombudsman. I tried the Ombudsman and they were off due to COVID. So come June, I just had to get plumbers in, and basically they fitted exactly the same shower, but new, and it was compatible with the combi boiler.
And how much does that cost?
That was around the £400.
Okay.
And then it's transpired that the chap that fitted the new boiler hadn't tightened the joints and that up tight enough, so there has been a constant drip over the weeks, and that had started to seep and stain all of the new paintwork in my mum's new kitchen.
Right, okay. And have you had that repaired?
We haven't, no. I mean, it is just like a paint job, but we haven't had it repaired. It's on the list of things to do.
Okay. Let me just break this down then, and let me be quite frank with you in terms of what I think you're entitled to. Obviously, you have called this company or made contact with this company and have said to them, I want you to come and fit a combi boiler in my parents' house. Now, at that point, what you weren't doing, based on how you've told the story, was saying to the plumber, look, my parents' boiler stopped working. Could you come around and have a look at it, see what type of boiler we need that will be compatible with the central heating system and with the shower, etc. And can you come and put in a boiler that will work with all of that? You've asked them, come and fit a combi boiler. And they've come and fit a combi boiler. They've fitted a combi boiler. And I presume the combi boiler, in terms of the central heating system, is working.
Well, no, that's just another issue. They gave my parents like a little gadget to ask them to go onto the internet to program what time the heating comes on, and it's just not happening. They're in their 80s, they just we can't get it to work, and the electrician that was doing the wet room can't get it to work.
Well, hang on a second now. So we're now talking about a boiler that doesn't work.
Well, it comes on and we can't program it, basically. It works, and it's very efficient, but we can't program it properly.
And what have the company done in terms of coming out to help you program it?
They offered to talk my parents through it over the telephone.
Right, okay. I mean, the long and short of it is, it's not the company's fault that your parents' shower is not compatible with a combi boiler. It's not their fault. Okay? So if you've asked them to come and fit a combi boiler, they fitted a combi boiler, and it turns out the shower's not compatible, and in order for the shower to be compatible with a combi boiler, it requires a new part or a new shower or whatever it may be, then I don't have a problem with them saying, well, that's an additional cost, because we were asked and contracted to come out and fit a combi boiler for you. We've done that. End of story. So I don't think it's reasonable to suggest the company should have to in any way reimburse you for the cost of the shower. I think that is an associated cost that you would have to go through, because the shower that your parents had was not compatible with the kind of boiler that you wanted them to have.
Right.
Okay? So just so we're frank about that. So I think in terms of the £400, I think that, unfortunately, is one of those unexpected expenses that I'm afraid your parents are going to have to swallow.
Right, okay.
However, there are a couple of issues. You say that the boiler was then not... The fixings weren't tightened up properly, which meant it was leaking.
Yes.
Well, that's not acceptable. And if, as a result of the shower leaking because of poor installation, it's caused damage, then I think it is absolutely reasonable for you to expect the original company to either put right the damage to the property or to reimburse you for associated costs in terms of redecoration.
Right, okay.
I think it is absolutely right and proper that the company should ensure, by talking through on the phone or doing whatever they have to do to make sure that the boiler is properly programmed, they need to do that. But in terms of, do I think this company owes you £400 back for a shower? No, I don't.
Right, okay.
Okay, so I think it's just... I think it's better just to be clear of what you're entitled to. So I think regarding the shower, I presume the shower's now working.
Yes.
And the boiler, as soon as you've learned how to program it, will work, yeah?
Yeah, it works, but it seems to have a mind of its own at the moment. It comes on at peculiar times.
But
that's a programming issue, though.
Okay, fine. So I think what I would be inclined to do, and have you actually, in your communication with the original company, have you explained to them that the leaks caused by the poor fitting in the first place cost you money to have remedied and will cost money in terms of redecoration?
I have put that to them, but they haven't replied.
Right. Okay. So they're what? Just ignoring you now?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Would you like me to go and speak to that company and ask them about the redecoration? How much did it cost to have the parts that were loose tightened up?
I would have to ask my plumber, because when he was there, he spent a day tracing where all this leak was coming from. So I would have to ask him what his costs for the day.
Okay. Well, I think it's perfectly reasonable to request those costs back.
Okay.
Because if they've not done a good job with the installation, then that is, of course, something that you are entitled to expect them to put right or pay to have put right. So I think it is perfectly within your rights to expect them to reimburse you for that cost of your plumber's work for a day. And I think it's also right that at this stage what we do to them is we say either they provide a decorator to come and redecorate the property based on the damage that was caused, or they agree to cover your costs in terms of having a decorator out.
Yeah.
But in terms of the shower, I think just draw a line under it, because I don't think it's reasonable to ask them for that.
Right. Okay.
Do you kind of accept that? Do you get it? Or
I do get it, but I just think, to me, a combi boiler is just a name. I didn't.
No, it's an entire. But to be honest, that's not their fault that you didn't understand what a combi boiler was.
No, that's perfectly true. But I did think that they would make sure that our shower, or ask me what shower we've got. And,
but it depends how it's done. Because if you said, and obviously we have to take all of this a little bit in the context of coronavirus was going on, so obviously companies were not necessarily particularly enthusiastic about coming out and having a look in people's properties at that time.
Yeah,
but unless you had specifically said, look, this is the problem my parents have got, can you send someone out to come and have a look? Their boiler at the moment is really old, so I don't know what kind of boiler they need. If the company had come out to the property and said, all right, well, we've now had a look at it all and we recommend a combi boiler, then that's entirely on their head, because they've given you poor advice. They've come out, they've surveyed the property, they've looked at the system that's in place at the moment, they've looked at the shower that your parents have got, they've then given you poor advice from a professional.
Right.
But if they were just called up and told, please come and fit a combi boiler, they've turned up with the combi boiler, they fitted it. To be honest, they've done what they were asked to do.
Yeah, that's fair enough, yeah.
I tell you what we'll do. When was the last time you did have any kind of contact with them?
Probably 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Okay. Well, I think what we can do is to, if you can just send us over the last bit of correspondence you had in terms of what you sent them. Have you been communicating with them by email?
Yes.
Okay.
And by telephone as well.
Okay, fine. Well, what we can certainly do is get a call or email into this company and just say, what are they going to do about these outstanding issues, and why? I would like to know, very importantly, why their installer didn't do a very good job in the first place. It's important that when we have particularly boilers installed, that whoever's doing the installation is gas safe registered and does a good job and doesn't leave pipes leaking all over the place. It's completely unacceptable.
Yeah.
Okay, leave this with us. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a word. Okay? Now, Pat went for a seaside break at a hotel in the UK with her friends, Rosemary and John. Well, they were having a nice time. Until, that is, they went down for breakfast and the hotel exploded.
The wall came right in on me and my friend that I was with, John. And then the ceiling came down, hit John. He's damaged both his arms. And, the hotel staff were brilliant, and they got everybody out without there being any casualties, so that's something to be very pleased for. If I'm honest, I cannot recall getting out. The last thing I can remember is seeing the ceiling come down and then being on the pier. What happened between, I can't remember. Rosemary, who I was with, she had a phone call from the hotel to say that they would refund our money for the holiday, but all our possessions, unless we'd taken out travel insurance, we could not claim for them. I mean, Rosemary had a brand new mobility scooter in her room, costing $2,400.
And what happened to the rooms then? Did the whole building kind of catch fire?
The whole building collapsed. Yeah, it caught fire and then it all collapsed. There's just the outside wall standing now. And John's car is in the car park. We don't know what sort of state that's in. And the keys to the car are in the hotel, so he's got no keys for it.
Well, as you can imagine, it was extremely traumatic. Thankfully, Pat was okay. I know that John was injured as a result of all of this, and I gather from our last conversation with Pat, John is still suffering with the effects of the injuries. However, thankfully, all of them escaped relatively unscathed. Thank goodness for that. It could have been so much worse. I mean, the long and short of it is the entire hotel ended up having to be demolished as a result of this experience. Absolutely dreadful. Pat's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Pat.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning, Pat. Now, you will be aware, as indeed all my regular listeners will be aware, that the hotel we're talking about was based in Eastbourne, and it was the Claremont Hotel. The hotel is owned by Dacia's Holidays, and I have been in contact with Dacia's Holidays throughout all of this. They were very apologetic, however they were also very careful in their responses not to admit liability. And I know you found that very frustrating, because what you wanted more than anything really was a heartfelt apology and a recognition that while you were staying in their hotel, you had this experience caused by them, and that they were not only sorry for that, but they would also make sure you weren't out of pocket at all. And they were a bit reluctant to do that. And I did kind of explain to you that you have to recognise from their perspective, they would have a public liability insurance company, and their public liability insurers would have been saying to them, do not accept responsibility at this stage. Because if you accept responsibility, we're going to have an avalanche of claims, and it may well turn out not to be the responsibility. So, for example, it could have been the boiler exploding because the boiler hadn't been maintained, or it could have been something completely unrelated to the maintenance or upkeep of the building, and therefore to blame Dacia's Holidays would have been really unfair. Now, this has been kind of rumbling on during the lockdown. I've kept in touch with you, and indeed have kept in touch with Dacia's Holidays, and I chased them up a couple of times while we were in lockdown just to find out what was going on. And when you and I last spoke at the beginning of this week, there was some great news, wasn't there? For you,
yes. For
you, they have now agreed to pay you pretty much everything you were asking for, which was 1,000. How much?
130. 1,135, I think.
Okay.
Something like that.
Which you were happy with, and you were going to accept, because that reimburses you for the items that you lost in the room when the hotel then collapsed. And you were saying you've already had to go out and replace those items, so you've used the money recently to go out and buy yourself, you said, a nice new mattress.
A mattress and a golf bag. How about that?
Oh, lovely. And is the mattress comfy?
Well, I haven't got it yet. I've ordered it. I haven't got it yet.
Oh, right.
I'll let you know when I get it.
I was going to say that's the next issue I'm going to be dealing with. I can see it. However,
the golf bag's good.
Okay, good. Well, I'm pleased the golf bag's good. Now, what did come from our conversation last time, though, was that Rosemary and John, whose claim is actually for a bit more than yours, I think their claim is just for over £2,000.
Yeah, because
they hadn't heard anything. They hadn't heard anything.
No, and they still haven't. No.
Okay. Well, don't fear. Because the reason why I wanted to have a quick catch-up with you today, I've gone back to Dacia's and they've come back with another response. They say, and it's relatively short, but they say, if they haven't already, all guests will be receiving correspondence from Dacia's Holidays regarding their insurance claim imminently. We thank all guests for their patience during this time, while we have faced delays due to the coronavirus outbreak. So, in effect, please be patient. We will be in touch. Now, that's okay. That's fair. That's reasonable. And well, I'm sure you're a fair person. I try to be as fair as I possibly can, Pat. So we'll give them a bit longer. Sometimes you're fair. Well, we'll give them a bit longer. However, there is a bit of a limit. When did you receive your letter? It was end of last week, wasn't
Friday.
it?
Last Friday.
Okay, fine. So I would say let's give them till the end of this week. If Rosemary and John still haven't heard anything by the end of this week, I'll go and chase them up again. Okay. So can you please keep me in the loop? But it does sound as if they are now on to dealing with these claims, and let's just hope that Rosemary and John will like you, receive an offer for an amount of money that they are satisfied with because it will cover their costs.
Okay, yep, we'll do.
Okay. All right, well, listen, Pat, let's keep in touch. You please keep me posted, and we'll take it from there.
I will, and thank you, Jonathan, and thank you to your team.
Steve's on the line. Hello, Steve.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Steve.
Nice to talk to you again.
Nice to speak to you. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, in June, the end of June, I needed a new freezer that's inbuilt into the cupboards in the kitchen.
An integrated freezer.
That's the term I was thinking about. And I thought, we thought that wouldn't it be nice to have one that you don't have to defrost?
Frost-free.
Yeah, so, before, like most people have to do anyway, you leave the door open, run it, take all your food out, let it drip for a couple of hours, all that sort of stuff.
Oh, God, no. Life's too short for freezers that aren't frost-free.
Yeah, so we thought, we'll get one that you don't have to do all that. So I went online and had a browse around on quite a few, and then came up with this one that I bought.
How much was it?
It was like 370, I think it was, something like that.
Okay.
I can't actually, I thought I put it down actually, the invoice, but yeah, it's about £370.
Mm-hmm.
And so of course I fitted it in, and and as you do, the next day I thought, I'll read the instructions, and in the instructions it says to defrost it, switch it off. But it's not what I expected, really. So,
well, hang on a second. I thought you said you'd gone on the internet and looked for a replacement frost-free freezer.
Well, that's what I thought I was getting. Yeah.
Well, is it what you'd ordered?
No. Well, I don't think it was. So.
No. Hang on. Did you order? Does it say on the details of the freezer that you actually ordered from this website? Does it say that it was a frost-free freezer?
It does. Yes.
Right, but in fact, what you've received is not frost-free.
Well, what I did then, I wrote to them or emailed them, thinking that I misinterpreted their description. So,
have you got the description there?
Yeah.
I don't want anything will identify. I don't want the name of the company or anything. But if you can just read me the description on the website for this product.
Yeah. And when I started corresponding with them, what I'd done is I took a photo shot of their blurb on this particular freezer.
Mm-hmm.
Not the manufacturer's, their blurb on their site.
Yeah.
And I'll give you a quick thing. It's got like the what it's got, and it's got warranty for 2 years, freezer, frost-free, and there's a tick. Fast freeze, and there's a tick.
Right.
Number of freezer drawers, 4, and so on.
Yeah.
So to me, that meant frost-free.
Yeah, I would say that as well. So if on the retailer's website it was being advertised as being a frost-free freezer, then you should you're perfectly within your rights to expect then that freezer will be frost-free.
Yeah. Well, that's what I thought. Yeah.
So why, when you're looking in the manual, is it telling you that you've got to defrost it?
Well, yeah. Well, I was shocked to sort of read that, really. So,
yeah.
I contacted them, as I say, thinking that I'd misinterpreted their description. So I was sort of quite nice about it and just sort of said, that I bought it with the intention of it being frost-free. And I can't see a visual, what they describe as a visual low-temperature warning light. I can't see that on there either. So I sort of just said, if you could, tell me where all this sort of stuff is, then I'd appreciate it. So So sometime later, maybe a week or more later, I've got the exact dates here, but without me looking at it, they wrote back and said, we're incredibly sorry that not getting back to you quickly. And they're saying, I can see from our previous correspondence that the problem's been resolved. This is the first that they've talked to me. This is the 5th of July. And so I immediately wrote back and said, no one's talked to me. And giving them a time limit of to respond to my complaint, I'll take it further. So then they...
And this is the retailer that you're dealing with?
Yeah.
Not the manufacturer, the retailer?
Yep, yeah. And they come back to me and said, if you ring this number, which is the manufacturer's number...
No, this is nothing to do with the manufacturer. This is to do, from what you're telling me, the simple story that you're presenting to me is that you went on their website and you ordered in good faith a freezer that was advertised on their site as being frost-free. You've got it home, you've put it in, you've read the instruction manual that comes with it, and it says that you've got to defrost it. Well, that's not a frost-free freezer. So this is nothing to do with the manufacturer. This is about the retailer having missold you the product in the first place.
Well, that's what they come back with, and as I'm an avid listener to the programme, I knew really what to say. So I just said, they said they're acting as a third party. And then I wrote to them and said, you may be acting as a third party, but my contract is with you, as you're the one that I paid and ordered the thing from on your website. And that's what.
And I presume this is it's very important always. I always advise people, make sure when you're buying stuff on the internet to buy from good, well-known, reputable companies that have good reviews, etc. There are all kinds of outfits on the internet that you really don't want to be getting involved with. So this was a good, reputable firm, was it?
Well, I mean, they appear to be. Yeah, it's a big company.
Right. Okay. So where are we now with this?
Well, what I'd done, they asked me to send some pictures, which I did, of their blurb, a couple of photos of that. I sent them a picture of the compartment, which is all frosted up, and the front of the freezer with no visual warning for what I can see, visual low temperature warning. And then I basically said to them that you're not listening to my complaint, and if I don't hear from you within 7 days, I'll see if trading standards can sort of make you understand what I'm talking about.
Right. But instead you're at my door.
Yes, because I waited for you. Okay. And that was on the 7th of September I wrote that one.
Okay, well, I think we need to go and have a little word with this company. Tara, this seems, on the face of it, it seems like a fairly straightforward issue. The website for this retailer said frost-free, tick next to it. It was, any customer looking at that would assume that this is a frost-free product.
I would.
However, it's not. So they've missold in the product. What would you like ideally, Steve? I presume you want them to take it back and for them to send you one that is frost-free.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, okay, let's see what we can do. Tara, can I pass Steve back to you?
I shall have some more details from Steve.
I presume you have a frost-free freezer, Tara. I don't imagine you as someone who spends your life with towels all underneath your freezer defrosting it.
No, after having also another frost-free freezer originally that was replaced by the one I currently have that had loads of freezer problems, I did say to my husband, we need another frost-free freezer because I couldn't imagine this scenario of having to take everything out onto the kitchen worktops to defrost it, ask neighbours if we've got too much in to put it in their freezers, if they've got any space.
Scraping it, giving it all a scrape. Oh, no, what a faff. Right, listen, Steve, I'll pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a word, okay?
Thanks.
In January, Dan booked a flight for his partner to come and visit him. His other half lives in Nicaragua, and he was going to come over for a month. The ticket cost Dan nearly £900, but of course coronavirus then struck, and that meant the flight was cancelled. Well, Dan says at that point he was only offered two options: either change the date or accept a voucher. So he decided to accept the voucher.
We didn't really know how long this thing would be going on for, or are we going to just be delayed by 2 weeks, or what's the situation? So I just went ahead and clicked on accept the voucher, not realizing that we were now kind of trapped in this situation of rearranging a flight just for it to be cancelled a week later, and then having to go back and rearranging it. And every time we rearranged it, we were using a voucher to pay for the new flight. So we've kind of ended up now where I think we've had 5 or 6 rearranged flights, and I've got 3 or 4 different vouchers, all with little different bits of money in them.
Well, Dan has just had enough of it because he says that he no longer has confidence that he's going to be able to use the voucher, and he just wants the money back. It was nearly 900 quid. It's a lot of money. So he wants the money back at this particular point. But he says the company won't give him the money back because they say, no, you accepted a voucher and that's exactly what you've got. We're not now transferring that into a cash refund. Well, I've been off to have a word with the airline on Dan's behalf, and I also asked Dan to go off and do a bit of work on this himself. Let's have a catch up because Dan's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Dan.
Good morning, JVS.
Good morning. Right, before I find out, have you had a chance to speak to your credit card company yet?
Well, what I did in the end was I just went online and did the Section 75 claim that way. Because I've kind of had it with being, on hold in people's automated call systems,
yes.
to be honest.
Well, welcome to my world. As you can imagine, I spend much of my life listening to hold music as a result of doing this programme. Now, okay, so I presume that's only just started, so you haven't yet had any kind of response from them.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll wait and see what happens. Now, in the meantime, I've been off to have a word with the airline, and they've come back to me with something that surprised me a little bit. So I just wanted to kind of run this past you before we take it any further. So they've come back and they have said, we have tried to minimise impact of the COVID crisis in our flights, and all options were given to our customers affected. A free change, a voucher, or a full refund in case of flight cancellation. Once a voucher has been issued, the full refund is not possible, but most of the vouchers were issued with a validity of more than 1 year. So we hope the situation will improve and this customer will have opportunities to fly with us and use the voucher. The voucher can be used as payment for a single ticket or for several, until the balance is ended and the customer can buy tickets for them or somebody else with the voucher. Now, the bit about the voucher is not surprising to me. The bit that's surprising is they say, and let me just read it again, all of our customers were offered a free change, a voucher, or a full refund. Now, I thought you said to me that they didn't give you the option of a full refund.
Yeah, no, that's correct. So when we found out that the flight had been cancelled, we were directed via a link in the email to log into my boyfriend's account on their, on their website, and there was all there was select different dates, which if we did, there were no dates available, and the only other button was apply for a voucher. At that point, I tried calling them to speak to someone, and it was impossible to get through to anyone. So, if there had been a button saying "Get your money back" next to the button to apply for a voucher, we would just have clicked on it at that point.
Right. So we don't necessarily... Because what I was going to say to you at this stage was, can I see the correspondence at that point between you and the airline so that I can prove to them that what you're saying is correct, that they did not offer you a full refund, but it sounds as if it's not that straightforward. This was about navigating your way around their website.
It was. What I can tell you now is that because, we've been making more bookings and they've been cancelled all the time, so I've now been through this process many times. What happens when you get to their website is there's a button to say, okay, give me a voucher. But for anything else now, there's not a button anymore. There's you need to call this number. And at the time that we originally called back in February, when you called that number, so obviously they were inundated with calls, there was just a message saying, unless your flight is leaving in the next 3 days, you need to just go to our website and read our flexibility criteria. So we were kind of left in a position where there was no way to get to a human being to actually advise us, and there was no button on the website to just ask for a refund.
Right. Okay. And have you got the date and the time that you tried to make the phone call to them at the point that everything was kind of kicking off with the virus?
I don't have it in front of me this second.
No, but could you get it?
Look in my call history. Yeah, definitely.
That would be great. It's only that if I can then go back to the airline this afternoon and say, look, the customer tried to navigate your website on this particular date. There was no option on your website for a refund. So the customer then tried to contact you, phoned the number and has a record of having made that phone call on such and such a date. However, because you were experiencing such a high number of calls, there was an automated message that suggested that unless your flight was due to be in the next 3 days, then you should simply go onto the website, which is exactly what they did. And the only option seemed to be the voucher. And let me put the ball back in their court and ask them to prove that you were offered a full refund. Because that's, I think, what this all comes down to, doesn't it? It comes down to the fact that they say they offered you the refund, you didn't take it, so, tough. And you're saying, well, no, they didn't ever offer it. If they had, we would have taken it.
Exactly. And also, JVS, I mean, even if you go to their website now, like within this bit of machinery, within the having got an email, having just cancelled a flight, there's still not a button for a refund. There's still a message saying you need to call us on this number.
Yeah.
The other thing I can send you as well is I actually do have a WhatsApp conversation with Iberia, which has got dates and things, so I can send that to you as well.
Right. Okay. Well, I would like to see that, and I would like to be able to see any kind of evidence that you have to support this, and then I can go back to them and I will ask them what their evidence is that they did indeed offer you the refund. Let's leave it for today, but I'll pass you back to my team. We'll make sure we've got all of that information, and we'll take it from there. Dan, thank you very much. Jodie has bleached hair. In fact, not just bleached hair, but it sounds like Jodie has very colourful hair. She has all different colours of the rainbow in there. Well, after lockdown, when she couldn't go and visit her hairdresser, she saw a product that she thought would help with maintaining her hair and help maintain the look that she already had without having to go to a hairdresser, of course, because that wasn't possible at the time. But unfortunately, when she used the product, well, it didn't seem to work properly.
I used the shampoo and then I used a conditioner and I'm washing out the conditioner and I felt a knot in my hair. And I thought, well, that's a bit weird. So I tried to kind of brush it out with my fingers, couldn't get it out. I got out the bath and stood in front of the mirror and it was a huge clump of hair had completely lumped together and it was solid. It wasn't what I would call a knot, because if you felt the I'll call it a knot for now, but felt the lump or, the knot, It feels like there's actually something solid inside it. So essentially my hair's fused itself together in this section of my hair. I tried everything to brush it out. My mum in the end had to come over and cut the section of my hair to get it out. The rest of my hair is in such bad condition, it just looks absolutely fried.
Well, Jodie says that she now has had to cut this lump off, and she will, in order to solve the problem, have to cut all of her hair off, really, certainly have a short haircut anyway. She's really annoyed about this. She's contacted the manufacturer of the product, and they apparently have offered her alternative products that they're happy to send her for free, but she says, no, I don't want to use those. I'm not using your products again. But this seems like a big issue. If there is a product or a couple of products that are being sold that can have this kind of effect on someone's hair, then what's being done about it? Well, we have been looking into this for Jodie, and she's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Jodie.
Hi, Jonathan. Hello.
Good morning. Right, now, I know that Tara has put a call into... Have we put a call into just the manufacturer or the retailer as well?
The manufacturer.
Okay, and what have we had back from them?
I don't have anything back from them yet, but I got in touch with them straight after the programme, and I also included photographs that Jodie had sent me of her hair after having washed her hair, with the clump of hair that was coming out of it, and also of a screenshot that Jodie had talked about on one of their UK forums that had a similar sort of issue that someone else had expressed concern about this particular product. So I included all that in it. Now, I haven't heard back from them yet, but Jodie has.
What have they said to you now, Jodie?
They have asked me to send back the shampoo and conditioner to them for them to test, or reading between the lines what is going on with the shampoo and conditioner. And I don't know whether I should do that or whether it will infringe on me kind of claiming later on, or what I should do, because will I send it back and they'll say they've lost it, or send it back and they, I don't know what to do.
Yes, it's difficult, isn't it? It really is difficult. I mean, I would like to think, and we're dealing with a company here, this is not some obscure company that no one's ever heard of, in Timbuktu. This is a well-respected company. So you would like to think that we can all have absolute faith that they will carry out tests on that product in an honourable way, and that nothing will be covered up. However, I completely understand. You want a bit of belt and braces with all of this, and you want to make sure that you have something to fall back on as well. I'm just wondering whether a good alternative would be for you to take a sample yourself of the shampoo and the conditioner. I mean, I presume you actually didn't use very much of it in the bottles because you'd only used it that one time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so I presume
a very, very tiny amount of each.
Okay, so I presume you've still got quite a lot of it left.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Well, how about you take a sample of the shampoo and the conditioner, and you get somebody to video you doing it.
That's a good idea.
So you've got evidence of you taking from that particular bottle into a labelled bottle saying, X brand's shampoo, X brand's conditioner. Mm-hmm. And you squeeze it in there, and then you keep those two alternative containers of the products as evidence if needs be, if you need to have your own kind of test carried out. And I think it would be perfectly sensible and reasonable for you to advise the company that that is what you are doing. And then once you've taken your own samples for retention, in case you need to have your own test carried out, you will return them the original bottles with what is left of the product.
So should I send them the bottle that I make up as opposed to the actual?
No, I think I would be more inclined to send them back their bottles, and you keep a sample that again you've labelled and you videoed yourself making, so that if there's ever any kind of dispute in the future in terms of what actually was in that product, you've got some video evidence to be able to fall back on. But no, I think I would be inclined to send them back the actual product that they have, and to make clear that you have taken your own samples and you're sending back the products on the basis that you are trusting that they will carry out any testing in a decent and honourable way.
Yes, brilliant. Yes,
does that seem? I'm thinking aloud as we talk, because I think that's probably the best way of covering yourself. Because what you don't want to do, you don't want to appear as if you're putting obstacles in the way of a resolution. So, if the company at a later date are able to argue, well, we asked the customer to send it back so we could carry out the test, she refused, then I think
this is kind of what I was thinking, like I was between a rock and a hard place with it.
Yeah. I think as long as you've got something that if they turn around to you and say, no, we've done a test on the product, there's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
You want to be able to say, okay, well, I'm not happy with that, and I have got samples of the product that I sent back to you, so I'm now going to have my own test carried out. It just gives you that ability to do it, doesn't it?
I mean, realistically, it's very difficult to take it forward unless a test of some description is done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not even quite sure who would be able to. I mean, if, for example, if the manufacturer does a test and then they say no, there's nothing wrong with it, I'm not quite sure where you would go to get your own test carried out. I mean, we'd have to look into that. We'd have to see if we can find an independent body that does testing on chemicals, that kind of thing, I guess
I
it
mean,
would be.
even if it's because it's had a reaction with the treated hair, because obviously my hair is treated.
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't trying to get it to keep my colour. I was trying to get it to re-highlight the blonde more than anything. But, it shouldn't be sold as a product that can, is safe to use on treated hair, because it just isn't.
Yeah. Have we got the photo, Tara, just out of interest, have we got the photo of the big lump of matted hair?
We have got that photograph.
Could I have a look at it, please? I'd quite like to... do you mind if I share that photo with listeners to the programme? Because I think people might find it useful just to see what we're actually talking about and the extent to which this was. The way I'm imagining it, from your description, Jodie, is that it was as if someone had chewed a massive load of bubble gum, stuck it in your hair, and then kind of mashed all your hair into it, forming this great big hard lump. Is that what it was like?
Yeah, it's really dense.
Right.
And I've got quite fine hair anyway, so it was quite it's awful. I'm finding it so hard. It's really heartbreaking and really hard. And I don't think it's easy to explain, like, women's hair is so important to that. It becomes part of your identity, and especially when I used to have my colour, so I've already, can't have that because of it all washed out because of coronavirus, and now I can't have it because my hair's too damaged. They said I can't have that back, and now I'm going to lose all my hair anyway. So
it's not reasonable that a product that is readily available, when used in absolute accordance with the manufacturer's instructions, would ruin your hair. I mean, it's simply not acceptable. I mean, if you take the emotional side out of it, and I'm well aware that there is an emotional side to all of this, but just from a factual perspective, it's not okay that this product caused this damage to your hair.
And if a hairdresser had put it in my hair, there's 100 places I could claim. It's just, it seems like the actual people making these products aren't being properly held accountable.
Well, at this stage, what we need to do is we need to be able to firstly give them an opportunity to properly test the product, and we need to be in a position, if they refuse to solve the problem, then we need to be in a position to be able to prove that product is defective. We don't necessarily know what was on your hair before. We don't know whether there's something you did in the usage of this product. I understand you insist you didn't, but at this stage, from an impartial perspective, we can't 100% prove that this product has ruined your hair. It sounds like it from what you're saying, but we need to be able to prove that. So I think let's get that done. I would also just, as well as doing the video, just take lots of photos of the bottles, take photos of the serial numbers on the bottles, etc.
I've got all of that in the email, so I definitely have that bit,
Okay, fine. And there's no, don't know, do shampoos have a best before date?
It'll usually say once open, use within 12 months or something. There'll be like a little symbol on it somewhere. For a product like that, it won't necessarily have a best before date printed on it, but it'll say something along those lines, like once open, 12 months.
Right.
For example.
And when did you buy the product, Jodie?
I used it straight away. So when was it? August. It was mid-August.
Right. Okay. Fine.
Yeah.
So
if you have a quick look in your inbox, Jonathan, you might see the photograph I've sent you.
Oh, okay. Let me have a look at this, and I'll tweet it a little later on.
And I'd like to say as well, when I sent this photo in, they replied saying, we can't see what you're talking about. Just to give you an idea of what the denial level.
I'm just looking at the photo now. I mean, I can see it, but it's not quite what I was imagining. I was imagining something, from the way you described it, I was imagining something very dramatic, kind of right in the middle of your hair that had to be cut out.
Right, it was quite a big section still, yeah.
It looks as if it's kind of at the end of your hair.
It's about 2/3 of the way down. Luckily it wasn't at the root, but the damage that's been done is higher up, so I need to have it cut back because it's damaged. The hair will keep splitting.
Is it also quite brittle as you get closer to the root then?
Yeah, not the roots themselves. It's hard to tell because I haven't had it cut off yet. At the moment, it looks like I should be able to save a little bit of hair, but I'm going to have quite a lot chopped back so that it doesn't keep splitting.
But forgive me, look, I'm a man, so what do I know about women's hair? But I'm just looking at the photo. It looks as if all you'd need to do to kind of take it back above that layer would be to take an inch off the end.
No, it's a lot higher than an inch.
Is it?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
It's about, the knot was about bottom of ear height.
Right.
And then, yeah, so the damage goes up a
bottom
little
of
bit
ear
higher than
height. The photo I'm looking at, your ear's a long way above where this knot is.
I mean, it definitely looks as though the knot has been caused around the area where your hair is lightest. So it has had most bleach on it.
Yeah.
So potentially a more fragile area of your hair.
I'll tell you what we'll do. If it's okay with you, Jodie, I'm going to tweet this photo a little later on this afternoon, and I'm going to gauge the reaction from my listeners. And some of my listeners may well be, hairdressers or know about hair colouring, that kind of thing, who may be able to shed some light on what has caused this problem. Okay?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, well look, let's say no more at the moment. Let's leave it there for now, and we will obviously wait to hear from you as soon as you hear anything back from the company when you send those bottles off, and I'll see what my listeners tweet me back with, okay?
Brilliant, thank you.
All right.
Okay, right, so I'll start at the beginning. This is a fairly recent issue. So, basically, my girls have always wanted a kitten for as long as I could remember, a pet. And finally, a few weeks ago, we discussed it, and I relented, even managed to talk Dad round, and decided, we would get a kitten. Our two friends had got kittens, one from a breeder that was a breed, another had gone down the rescue route, had to wait quite a while, but did get 2 kittens that way. So I naturally just thought, how do you go about getting a kitten? I spoke to a couple of rescue centres, but they didn't seem to have anything at the time. And my girls, it was a week before they were going back to school. And once the decision had been made, they really were very keen to get one just for the end of the summer holidays, to kind of settle the kitten in. So I Googled, my girls really wanted a tabby cat because that was one that my parents had when they were younger, and I loved the idea of that because I had tabbies when I was younger as well. So I Googled tabby kittens, and a few websites came up, but one website in particular looked fine. It was a well-known pet website, went on there and Googled, and there were a lot of kittens on there, and obviously for sale. I looked at the ads. The tabbies seemed to be slightly more, not as much as breeds, which were several £100, getting on for £1,000, but more expensive. They ranged between £250 and £350, So, I had a look. Friends of mine commented, that seems a lot for a kitten. But I was thinking, you're buying something, it's not a pair of boots. I would expect to spend some money on something that someone has brought up and looked after.
But these were not pedigree cats. They were just kind of ordinary moggies that happened to be tabbies.
Yes, and the tabbies, because they're, more popular or whatever, they seem to be that bit more, like I say, between 250 and 350 mark.
Well, I'm a bit out of touch because my cat is now 14, and he's a pedigree. And 14 years ago, I spent £350 on him. Yeah. And I'm a bit surprised that you kind of a regular kitten that's a moggy would be 350, but I may be completely out of touch. But there we go. I mean, as long as the kitten is well bred and is well looked after, and as long as the cat's going to be with you for many, many years, then to be honest, it doesn't really much matter, does it, how much it costs in the first place?
And a couple of these ads had written their prices are high because they don't want them going to £50 or £100, that anyone just buys a kitten and thinks, that's a good idea. So I think that's another reason. Anyway, I found this one ad with a mixed litter. I was after a female kitten because that's what we'd had before, when I was younger. And I messaged the lady and I said,
I said basically, do you have a tabby female available? And she was very responsive, got straight back to me, yes, when would you like to see her? Back and forth. We decided that I would see her. The girls wanted, to go ASAP, and it was about a 45-minute journey. She said at the time, you'd be ready to take her. And originally I'd said, look, I don't know. I'm just going to come along and view her. But on the way, my daughter said, oh, look, if we like her, can't we take her home? And I thought to myself, well, it'll save me another trip. So I took out the money and I went by a pet store, and my friend who had kittens said, well, you need this and this. And I thought, look, I'm just going to buy it just in case. When I got to the place, the lady had asked that I don't knock on the door. I phone her when I'm outside, and that's what I was meant to do. Now, I had assumed, I brought masks, I had assumed that I was going to go in, but she actually brought the kitten out to me with her partner in a crate and said, I don't know, because of the way things were at the minute, I just thought, okay, this is because of COVID, we can't go in. I looked at the kitten. She was really cute. She was very small, but to be honest, I don't really know what a 10-week, I haven't seen a 10-week kitten for a long time, and they are little.
So that's how old you were told she was, 10 weeks at the time?
Yeah, 10 weeks, that's right. I said, obviously we fell in love with her, and I said to the lady, okay, if you're happy for us to take her now, I will take her. But I said, this is on the proviso, and I said, I need your word on this. I said, I will give you the money now, but she needs to be vet checked. I will pay for that. She'd had nothing. She's not been to a vet because of COVID, in inverted commas. The vets had been shut. Well, that's not strictly true, but anyway. And I said, but if there are any problems, I'm going to need your assurance that I can bring the kitten back to you. And she said, yes, okay, that's fine. And I said, I will arrange a vet check. And she said, when will that be? And I said, I don't know, I'll just try and get it done ASAP. We took the kitten home. And,
sorry to interrupt you. At this point where she's kind of come out with the kitten, and you're getting the impression it's because she doesn't want you coming into the house because of coronavirus. Did you actually see her come out of the house, or was she already waiting there for you? Or
she kind of just appeared. I know that sounds weird. And the number of the house that she gave me, she didn't come out of that front door. She kind of came out of, I don't know whether it was a side passage or the house next to it, but all of a sudden she was there, and I was, oh, okay, you're there. So I got out the car, and so
you hadn't actually had to go and knock at the front door. She
asked me to call her.
Okay,
on the phone.
So you then just kind of see her appear in the general vicinity of where she told you the address was.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. Already quite a few alarm bells are ringing.
Yeah, and but anyway, so retrospect is hindsight's an amazing thing. But this is another reason I wanted to come on and I don't want other people to do what I've done, to make the same mistake. So we took her home. She was gorgeous. She was so little. She was quiet. But I just thought that she's been just taken away from her family, and she is going to need time to adjust, but we gave her a lot of love. She did have an upset tummy. I saw that the food that she was on was actually for a 1-year plus cat. So I thought that was a bit odd. So I stuck with, I changed, I went to the pet shop, I changed to the same brand, but the kitten variety. Which she seemed to eat fine. But she did have an upset tummy, wasn't that energetic, and that was that. Unfortunately, I made the vet appointment, but because it was over the bank holiday, the earliest appointment I could get was for the Wednesday. Now, she stayed with us for a few days, and other than the upset tummy and not being very energetic, she seemed okay. On the Tuesday before my vet appointment, I WhatsApped the woman. We'd been dealing on WhatsApp. And
sorry to interrupt you. You mentioned earlier that the cat they were between 250 and 350. How much had you actually paid for this cat?
Oh, yes, 350. Oh, and I remember saying to the lady, when I gave her the money, I said, listen, I'm not going to bargain you on price. I will pay that because I'm giving you money because you have brought her up, you have looked after her, and I understand that isn't something to be done lightly. So I said that, and I thought, for something that I'm going to have for years, I'm not going to start bargaining £50, £100 here or there. Do you see what I mean?
And you paid cash?
I paid her cash.
Okay. So, sorry, you then managed to get an appointment. You took her to the vets on the Wednesday, you were saying?
I took her to the vets. The point to make, on the Tuesday, I messaged the lady on WhatsApp, and I said, I'm taking her to the vets on the Wednesday. Please, can you tell me her exact date of birth? You haven't done that yet. I said, she seems all right, but she's got an upset stomach still. Well, that was read, but never responded to. She didn't come back to me. I went on the Wednesday to the vet. The vet came out after the examination looking quite glum, and he said, I'm afraid your kitten is very malnourished, very underweight, is full of fleas. This is after the lady had said she had wormed and fleaed her. I don't know whether her weight is due to the malnourishment on its own, or that combined with an underlying condition such as a liver shunt. But it's not good. And what's the situation? We decided that we were going to keep her because she had not, at this, it was apparent, she had not been treated well, not been fed right, not been taken care of. And we wanted to give her a really loving home. So I looked at my daughter and I said, well, we will be keeping her. We're not taking her back. What would you do if this was your cat? I said to the vet, and the vet said, right, I would get her on a really good food. I would do this. Let's try and nourish her up and see you again in a couple of weeks' time. So I went home with the new food. I messaged the lady and I said, I'm very sorry to say that this is what the vet has just told me. I won't be taking the cat back to you because I want her to be having the best chance of life, and I want to give that to her. However, I thought you should know this, and I also need for you to answer the question, when was her exact date of birth? And also, compared with the other kittens in the litter, was she on the small side? Were there any other problems you were aware of? Stuff I should have really asked before, but I hadn't. Well, that message never got through. I got one tick. I was blocked. I tried to phone her. I texted her. I left voicemails. I messaged her through the site so I could see she read all of my messages, but nothing. Radio silence. So that was that. I decided, we were going to keep the kitten. We started with the new food, but it became apparent that the upset tummy did not go away. She wasn't eating in the way she should. She had some blood in her poo. I spoke to the vet again a couple of days later. I said, look, she's nothing really happening. She's got this, she just doesn't seem to be getting better. So we changed her food again. I did everything in my power. At this point, when I hadn't heard from the lady, reported the advert to the website, explaining what has happened, and said, you've got to flag this up. I since have learned that another complaint came against this lady as well. But anyway, so the website said, okay, fine. On Saturday, she seemed worse. I spoke to the vet. She's not really eating that much. She likes the liquid. We put her on a liquid diet. But she seemed okay. She was walking around. She was just subdued. And it was on the Sunday evening that I was particularly concerned because she didn't look well for the first time, really unwell. I thought, this cat is dehydrated. I'd even tried pipetting her water. I'd done everything in my power over the last few days to try and get her to drink liquid, but I thought, right, she needs to go to the vet first thing on the Monday. But I was also at 10 o'clock at night on the Sunday. I stayed up and I didn't have a good feeling, Jonathan. When I thought, do I get in the car and take her down to, a veterinary hospital. And I could have done that, but I knew that I would be in for a few £100, and I didn't know whether she would survive. So I just didn't know what to do. So I fed her. She seemed to be wanting to eat, but basically, said goodnight. I came down the next morning early before the girls had left for school to check on her, and I realised she was not going to make it. It was really awful. She was breathing, but only just. She hadn't been able to get back in her bed from the litter tray, and I then had to get the girls to school. I just said, leave her alone, she's sleeping. She unfortunately died that morning. So and I took her to the vet, and the vet said, sorry.
That's all right. I can understand that this is really extremely upsetting.
And I thought to myself, have I failed this kitten? And the vet had said, no, you hadn't. She was in such a shocking state when you got her. And he said, this is an unfortunate thing that people don't know about. In retrospect, maybe the websites are fine, but in retrospect, I wouldn't have paid my money. I would have taken her to the vet that day, and I tried everything I could for this little kitten, but it just wasn't, her life wasn't meant to be, obviously. And, we're all devastated because of what's happened. So, this is only a few days ago, and this is where I am now. But I think the particular point was that this woman ignored me. She just was not interested. Once she had her money, and once she knew the vet check was coming up, I heard nothing from her, and she blocked me. And it's that is the bit that makes me furious, as well as the fact that she sold a kitten that really shouldn't have been sold, that wasn't looked after.
No.
So
it is an unfortunate reality that there are good animal breeders and there are terrible animal breeders. The good animal breeders, they do it first and foremost because they really want to be responsible for bringing healthy, well-adjusted, happy animals into the world that will be a wonderful addition to other people's lives.
Yeah.
There are other people, unfortunately, and I would imagine that coronavirus has just exacerbated this problem because of actually it being quite hard to get hold of any animals at the moment in terms of pets. A lot of people are saying to me, there are just no puppies available. There are no kittens available.
Yeah.
And so many people during COVID, their lives have changed. They're now at home more than they were. They've reassessed what's important in life, and they've thought, oh, do you know what? It would be nice to have a dog, or it would be nice to have a cat, because I'm around a lot more now, and it'd be a lovely addition to the house. So, of course, subsequently, loads of breeders have become very greedy and have whacked the prices up for the animals that they are selling. It's also encouraged some unscrupulous people to start breeding their animals during coronavirus, not because they know anything about breeding animals, but because they thought to themselves, great, well, if my cat has 6 or 7 kittens and I sell them all for 350 quid, that's a nice tidy little profit. And unfortunately, what it would appear you've done unwittingly is you've purchased a kitten from a woman who clearly either didn't know what she was doing in terms of breeding this cat or didn't care. For her, it was clearly just about the money. I suspect from the story you've told that she did not live at the address that you went to collect the cat from. She probably lives not too far from the area, and she has worked out a certain place where she can go, where she can appear as if she does live at that property with the cat, in order for people to have no comeback when they then find that the pet is very unwell. It sounds as if this poor little kitten, as a result of the way she had treated it before you got the cat, it sounds as if she has been extremely cruel in terms of not providing that kitten with what it needed? I mean, who knows? Did the kitten even have a mother around?
Yeah, I mean, she went off because I said, here's a blanket. I said, do you want to rub it on the mum? And she did go off somewhere indoors, but it wasn't the house. It wasn't the number of the house that she had told me to park outside. So I just don't know. But, looking at the advert photos, I wonder if the mother in the photos was even the mother. You start kind of thinking, well, I just don't know anymore.
Probably not.
My error,
Probably not. I mean, this is the problem. She was clearly just in it for the money.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of what I can do to try and help you, firstly, I want to thank you very much indeed for coming on and telling the story, because I would imagine, A, you're pretty devastated, and I would imagine you mentioned, in hindsight, I would imagine you feel as if you've been you've been conned.
I do. I feel because it was a lovely, gorgeous little animal that I've said that it's ended in this way, which probably would have happened whatever. But on your watch, and I feel like I've been conned. I feel like the animal was treated badly, and she has no love for pets.
What I would like to do, and I'm not going to give you any assurances here, but firstly, I want to try and track this woman down. I also want to go and speak to the website that you came across this woman through. There are a number of, and people need to be very careful listening to the programme, there are websites out there that in effect just allow people to advertise their kittens and their puppies for sale. It's no assurance just because they're advertising on that site that they are good breeders and that the animals they've got for sale are good quality animals that are going to be healthy and happy. So be very, very cautious in terms of using any of those websites. We will go and speak to both of them. I tell you what I'd also like to do, Tara, can we just get some advice for everybody else listening to the programme, preferably today? If you are looking to buy a pet, you want to get a kitten, you want to get a puppy, whatever it may be, what is the safest way of doing it, the most responsible way of doing it, so you make sure you're firstly not giving money to someone like this woman, who God knows what she went and spent that money on, but it certainly wasn't providing further welfare for the rest of her pets, that's for sure. And how can people protect themselves against having this kind of heartbreak? Because Laura has spent a whole load of money, got nothing to show for it whatsoever, and has had, I presume for your daughters as well, this has been a heartbreaking experience, Laura.
It has. It's been awful. I mean, to lose a pet, I've lost pets in the past, but to lose their first pet and one that's so young, they still are. It only happened a few days ago, so they're devastated.
Yeah. Okay, well, firstly, it's not your fault the cat died, and it's not your daughter's fault the cat died either. It is down to the breeding, and it's just a great shame that unfortunately you ended up in this position having purchased a cat that had been so poorly bred and so it would appear in such poor health. Let's see if we can get some advice for you and for other people listening to the programme, and I will try and track this woman down as well.
Yeah, we'll get someone on later on in this consumer part of the show, because honestly, it's such an awful situation for Laura to have found herself in, and it does sound, Laura, that you did do everything you could for the kitten once she was in your care, but unfortunately, as Jonathan says, it can be down to breeding and also the rearing of that kitten once they have been born.
Laura, let's leave it there. I'm going to pass you back to the team. We'll get some more detail and we'll go and have a word. And of course, as always, if you're listening to the programme, if you want to... Nicholas, who came to me, he was telling me that on December the 15th, 2018, something really awful happened at his house.
My 400-year-old thatched cottage had the quarter of the front of it demolished by a drunken driver.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so my Christmas was just horrible. If it hadn't been for my neighbours, who were just brilliant, I'd had a terrible time. But the thing is, having said all that, since then, right up to now, I've been living in 4 walls of about a 12 by 12 hotel room. I feel like a prisoner. The loss adjuster appointed turned up the following day, and it all seemed very promising. But since then, communication has been terrible.
I just haven't been able to do anything.
Well, absolutely dreadful. Poor Nicholas was living in a hotel. Finally, he did move into a rental property instead, which was obviously a massive improvement, but he wanted to be back at home. He wanted to be in his own place. And it was very frustrating that he felt the insurance company and the loss adjusters just weren't doing what they should be doing to get his place up and running again. Well, I promised Nicholas I would do what I could to put a rocket where it was necessary, and hopefully things are going well now. Nicholas is back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Nicholas.
Hello, Jonathan.
Good morning. Right, so this does go back, of course, quite some time. You came to me.
Not 18, it was 19, Jonathan.
Oh, it was 2019, was it? We were trying to work out yesterday whether it would have been 2018 or 2019, and what with everything that's happened in the last 6 months, you kind of lose complete track of time. When I went to speak to the insurance company, you will recall they came back with this response. They said, "We appreciate this must be a difficult time for Nicholas, having had to move out of his home, which was extensively damaged and left structurally unsafe after being hit by a third-party vehicle. One of our main priorities following the incident was to ensure our customers' safety, and so a suitable rental property has been secured for him. Because Nicholas's own furniture and items will not be available until his house is safe to access, his current hotel say that his stay in that hotel has been extended while furniture from the rental property is delivered. The nature of this claim is also partially complex, as due to their age and structure, assessing Grade 2 listed buildings can take longer than with a standard property. However, the loss adjuster is actively working with the surveyors to provide a schedule of works necessary to restore the property as soon as possible. All parties are committed to working together to resolve the situation as quickly as possible, and we are treating Nicholas's claim with the utmost care and attention." Well, that all sounds nice. There were warm words at the time, but there was a feeling of, well, okay, but this has now been going on for months. You need to get something sorted. And yes, okay, we all understand that it may well take longer to survey a Grade 2 listed property, but pull your finger out and get it done. Well, I think after my communication with them, it seemed to, as I mentioned earlier, put a rocket in the right place. We'll leave it at that. Because suddenly there was all this flurry of activity. You were getting phone calls from insurance company, from loss adjuster. Everybody seemed to be whirring into action, and they were very keen to try and get things sorted out. Then the virus hit. And of course, we all know what's happened over the last 6 months. So many things have been put on hold. I'm really hoping one of the things that wasn't put too much on hold was the repair to your property. What's happened since we last spoke, Nicholas?
Well, yeah, rocket duly placed. The original loss adjuster was taken off the case, so was the original surveyor, and together with the director from the building firm doing the work, they have worked brilliantly as a team. I can't praise them enough. To date, they started work at the end of June, and as at today, they have totally erected the side and front walls. Unfortunately, the damage has meant that they've had to totally remove the bedroom ceiling. And they've put in new beams to tether the existing old beams to, and they are about to install a new ceiling. Plasterer has been in downstairs and done his work, so they are certainly moving, and the outside of the cottage where the wall was done, well, if only the rest of the cottage was done to the same standard. It's a brilliant job.
Oh, really? It looks back to new, does it?
Oh, it looks marvellous, because when they came to do the walls, they came out with this sort of folder with samples of brickwork and everything. They said, well, no, just pick a brickwork. What do you think is going to suit? And then, yeah, I picked one, and they when they finished the work, they said, well, we think you picked the right one. It's very complimentary. I said, yes, but looking at the rest of the building, it looks a bit shabby in comparison now, but there you are.
Well, that's always the issue, isn't it, with these kinds of repairs? But in terms of, so are you living in your property now, or is it still not yet in a...
No. the rental period at the property here is being extended further and further and further.
Right.
And as at today, it's gone out to the 16th of November.
Right.
Which is going to make it virtually a year.
Yes, quite.
I'm very happy with the standard of work that's being done, and I wouldn't want to jeopardise that for rushing the job, and I don't think they would either. It's obvious that they're taking a pride in the work they're doing.
So do you feel that at the moment the best thing to do is just to kind of quietly let them carry on and get on with it, or would there be any benefit to me checking in with them and speeding them up, or how do you want me to proceed?
If I could contact you where and when, my main problems now, as you've already alluded, is the COVID, which has disrupted things one way and another. And it's not so much the building, it's the other things, like utilities, services and the rest of it. People don't really think about that, but because of COVID and blessed automated systems, trying to get hold of someone is nigh impossible.
Yes,
I'm
welcome
having
to
a
my
running
world.
battle at the moment with one of the utilities who have just confused the records all ways, because the property I'm at the moment has got gas and electricity. My old property had electricity with a 2-rate meter. We've sent them readings. The director from the building firm has sent photographs to me, which I've sent on to the electricity company, and they still insist that the old property has gas and electricity, and my new property has electricity.
Well, if you want to copy me in on any of your communication with that company, I'm more than happy to try and add a little bit of extra pressure if that will help. In terms of your house, when do you believe you're going to be moved back in? I mean, will you be back in time for Christmas?
Well, I think that's what the new loss adjuster would like to see, but what the problems they are anticipating are what they're having to deal with at the moment, and that is for the building to dry out, or whether it's the main brickwork or plastering, they have to be quite sure that it's bone dry before they can move on. So they're down to the elements to see how long this is going to take.
Well, I tell you what I'd like you to do. As I say, feel very free to send over the details regarding the electricity company, and I can certainly forward it on just to see if that will have any effect. And just regarding the building, just keep me in the loop if you would. And if you do need me to put that rocket anywhere again, just let me know, and I'm more than happy to do so. And let's just hope that you'll be back in your house sooner rather than later. And let's just hope no more drunk drivers are going to drive into the wall of it.
Well, that is another thing. In fact, I was mentioning this to Loss Adjuster on one of our several meetings because she is terrific. She's into communication, unlike her predecessor, and we've had several video conferencing calls with everyone involved, almost on a weekly basis at times, it seems, and they've said, I wonder whether we could put some bollards in along the road, because ever since they've shut the crossroads off and they've made it into a junction, cars now come speeding around the corner because they know they can come down the hill, turn into where I am and speed off. And they're treating it like a minor racetrack. And
well, it sounds like you need your local councillor on that issue, and you need your local councillor to be trying to get you those bollards put in. Listen, we must leave it there, Nicholas, for today, but I hope that the property will be up and running very soon. As I say, if you need any of my further assistance in terms of putting that rocket up them, I'm more than happy to do so. I won't give them any more of the horn now. I will reserve that for when it's all sorted and you're back in, okay?
And thanks very much, and thanks very much to your team for all the work you've done.
Now, you may remember earlier this week I spoke to Kerry. Kerry was telling me she's a freelance personal stylist and was working in a local department store. She had a prepaid parking card that had been issued by the shopping centre, and she'd load money onto that card in order to pay to park her car while she was at work. But after 2 years, sadly, Kerry was made redundant.
At the time, and I still have £20 loaded onto the card. I contacted the shopping centre, explained the situation, and asked them to credit me back the £20 as I sadly sort of won't be using the card anymore. The man that I spoke to said to come in, it would be no problem to come in and speak to the parking manager, and he said that there was nothing they could do. They can't issue a refund, and even according to their terms and conditions, I can't even use the parking card anymore as I no longer work in the centre. I can't really afford to waste the £20.
Well, that's exactly why Kerry came to me. She said, look, I know it's only £20, but that £20 to me at the moment is really, really important. Having just been made redundant, she needs every penny she can get. And that money just sitting on a parking card, well, there's just no point in it. She'd rather have that money back in her purse. Thank you very much indeed. So I've been off to have a word with the shopping centre on Kerry's behalf. And she's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Kerry.
Good morning, Jonathan. How are you doing?
Yes, I'm all right, thank you. Now, it was during the whole virus thing, wasn't it, that the company you were working for decided that your particular branch would not be reopening?
That's right, yes.
Which is unfortunately then what led to you being made redundant. So you're in this predicament and you really could do with some help. So I called the company on your behalf. They came back and said that they have been in touch with you, and as far as they're concerned, they've resolved everything. I really hope that's the case. What's happened, Kerry, since we last spoke?
Yes, well, it took me 2 months of wrangling backwards and forwards with them, and they weren't helping at all. And within a couple of hours of speaking on your show the other day, I got a call from a PR person related to the shopping centre, and they can't understand why nothing had been resolved so far and why it had got to this level, but they'd be happy to refund me the money.
Oh, wow. Right, so just like that, it's a good promise has been made.
This is it. I mean, I'm hoping that all will come true of it. The crazy thing is, I looked on the shopping centre's website, and in its mission statement, they talk about they pride themselves making a positive difference in the local community and helping their customers and visitors smile and flourish. But it took me 2 months of communication with them and having to kind of expose the situation on the radio before they did the right thing.
Sometimes it's all about speaking to the right person, and it will appear that thankfully I've managed to do that. So I'm so delighted that the promise is there. However, and in fact, for the promise, just as a bit of encouragement, half of the horn. But I'm not going to play the rest of it until you are able to confirm that you have got that money. Did they say how they're going to be making the payment to you?
They didn't. I heard from the PR guy this morning, and he said, would I be able to pop in there and collect the money? And I said, yes, I would. But when I went there in person previously, I was made to feel really uncomfortable there, so I'm kind of a little bit reticent to go in. But if that's the only way they can issue it, then that, I'm happy to go in and try.
When are you going to go?
They haven't given me a date yet at all. I mean, I'm fairly local, so I can get into town, but I'm just waiting on them to confirm a date and time.
Right. Well, as soon as you have been in and you've spoken to them and you've hopefully got your £20, please let me know, won't you?
I definitely will. I'd really like to thank you for the help that you've provided. It's reassuring to know that you're here to fight for those whose voices aren't heard so prominently as yours.
Oh, what a nice thing to say. That's lovely, Kerry. Well, that makes it all worthwhile. But as I said, I'm not going to get too excited until you've got the money. So please let me know as soon as it arrives, and I'll give that company the rest of the horn, okay?
I will do. Thanks so much, Jonathan.
Laura was telling me that they went out and bought a kitten, and they've had an absolutely heartbreaking nightmare. Unfortunately, the kitten, it would appear they have purchased, was very unwell when they got it, and sadly she died a week after they got her home. Well, Laura sounds like a nice, normal person, and so many people at this particular time I know are looking for pets. And how are nice, normal people who are also trying to be responsible, how are they best placed to make sure that they buy a kitten or a puppy from a good, responsible owner that is going to make sure that the animal they are passing on to somebody else is healthy and happy and well adjusted? We'll get some advice for you a little later on in this hour. Francis, good afternoon to you.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hi, Francis. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Sure. So our wedding's been cancelled twice this year due to coronavirus, and we're struggling to get our £4,700 back. So we originally booked our wedding for the 16th of May this year.
Hang on 1 second. I'm trying to keep up with you here. So hang on. So the wedding was originally going to be when? 21st of May?
The 16th of May 2020.
16th of May 2020.
Yes.
And when were you, I mean, obviously, the virus, we all became well aware of the effect the virus was going to have long before May. When were you first notified by the wedding venue that there was going to be a problem and it would have to be cancelled?
It was early April.
Right, and they called you, did they?
Did they call us? We'd been contacting them to say, what's happening. So my fiance is actually from Italy, from Lake Como, so we had family coming over from there. And obviously they went into lockdown first. Mm-hmm. So we contacted the venue in February time, to say, what can we do? Obviously, half of the wedding party probably not going to be able to make it over. They originally said that we could, for a fee of £1,000, we could postpone the wedding. However, then as obviously the UK went into lockdown, they then said that we could move the date free of charge.
Okay, fine. So you agreed to move it from the 16th of May to
today, the 10th of September.
Oh, happy wedding day, which I presume isn't your wedding day.
Exactly.
Right, okay, so it was due to be changed until today. What happened then?
Okay, so the government restrictions, they're still at the fact that you can have 30 people for the wedding reception, and that's including suppliers. So we had about 35 people for the wedding reception, and then a further 35 evening guests coming.
Right.
So if we were going to go ahead with it, we'd obviously have to have a much smaller day.
Yes.
Which we really weren't happy with. They gave us the options to either move the date again to next year, or to have the day split across 2 days, like the wedding reception and then the evening at another time.
Yeah, but you'd still have to shave 5 people off the guest list for both days, wouldn't you?
We'd have to do more because the 30 people include suppliers as well.
When you say suppliers, I mean, it includes, so your photographer and the vicar or whoever is actually going to take the ceremony. Yes, they all, I think, form part of the 30. But what do you mean by suppliers? That makes it sound as if, everybody, even people that have arrived and dropped stuff off in the morning before the wedding starts, would be included.
I'm not really sure. I mean, obviously we'd have the entertainment. We had a photo booth there who'd be on site. So that would be 3 people.
Yeah.
Photographers.
Yes, I mean, anybody who's all on site at the same time, then yes, I would imagine they would all have to be included in the 30. So yeah, unless you are happy to have a very small wedding, a very limited affair, then it probably is better to put it off until another time.
Exactly. So yeah, they offered us a postponement. They advised that the next available Saturday wasn't until October 2021.
Mm-hmm.
And me and my fiance are really keen to move forward and start a family. So the plan was always to get married, obviously in May, and then start a family. So we really don't want to have to rebook again and commit to a date. We just want to close this off now, get our refund back, and come back to it down the line. But they've said that as per their contract, we're not going to give you a refund. You either take one of our options, or basically you lose your deposit.
Right.
But there's nothing in there, so we signed some terms and conditions. There's nothing in there that states anything about this. The only thing they've got is that if the obligations, so circumstances beyond its reasonable control, for example, obviously government intervention, then the client, the liability to the client should be no greater than the amount paid by the client in respect of the function. So that's all we've got in there, and we're not asking for any more back. We're just asking for our deposit back.
Right, but hang on a second. So how much have you paid this company already for the venue?
So we've paid $4,700.
Okay, but read me that last bit from the terms and conditions again, because that sounds to me as if in the event of... I won't try and speculate on it. Read it again for me, please.
Let me read it. So, if the venue is prevented or hindered from carrying out its obligations hereunder by circumstances beyond its reasonable control, including government intervention, strikes, labour disputes, accidents, then liability to the client shall be no greater than the amount paid by the client in respect of the function.
Right. Well, you can read that up either way, really, can't you? You can either read. So, are we to assume that what the venue owes you, or what you owe the venue?
Yes, because I read it as in what the venue owes us for what we've already paid, because we're not cancelling the wedding, and obviously we don't want to go ahead with the smaller wedding, but we're not actually cancelling it.
But you are now. You're now. I mean, originally you were postponing it, but now you are cancelling the wedding, and you want your money back.
I don't feel like we're cancelling. I feel like it can't go ahead. Our wedding cannot go ahead as it was meant to be, with 70 guests.
No, but it can next year, hopefully. I mean, none of us actually know what's going to happen next year, but I mean, let's all hope that things are better. It can next year.
But we don't want to have to commit to a date next year. We'd have to put all of our family plans on hold. I really don't want to be pregnant for my wedding. I don't want the stress of a wedding or having to go through another cancelled wedding due to coronavirus. So we really don't want to have to rebook for next year. And when they said they only had a Saturday in October 2021 because it was all booked up, it just, that's a whole year away.
Yeah, but do you know what? I mean, in some ways, that's probably a better date to be working towards than some of the earlier dates that people have rearranged for, because there is all kinds of speculation in terms of how long this virus is going to continue to affect people's plans and to affect our lives. And there's no guarantee. We all hope, I'm still really hoping, that this winter a vaccine will come along and hopefully we'll all be able to go back to how we were living our lives beforehand. But there's no guarantee. And we saw this week that the Oxford vaccination that I've been keeping so many fingers and toes crossed for has hit a bit of a stumbling block in terms of they've had to pause the testing of that because somebody has become ill as part of the trial. So we really are in very unknown territory, and it may well be that things are still affected well into next year. So I guess in some ways to have a date in October of next year is maybe a bit more realistic than, say, someone who's got a wedding booked for April or May.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean?
No, I do. I definitely understand that. But
okay, well, I think what you need to know whether you're entitled to cancel. I need to have a look at the contract, really, and go through it in order to see whether you are entitled to cancel or not. If you're not entitled to cancel, then obviously my advice to you will be to work with the venue and to be as reasonable as possible and to try and come up together with a suitable date that everybody can work towards, that is a realistic date. Yes. And I absolutely understand none of this is ideal in terms of you want to start a family. I mean, but to be honest with you, Francis, so many people are in the same position. So many plans have been completely ruined, and people are having to readjust their plans as a result of this virus. I mean, unfortunately, it's just we don't live in a perfect world, do we? And sometimes massive spanners are inserted in the works, and we're living through one at the moment.
Yeah, no, definitely.
So, okay, well, I tell you what, if you can get me over the contract, I'll have a little look through it this afternoon. We'll see what your rights are, and we'll take it from there, okay?
Brilliant. Thanks, Jonathan.
Thank you very much indeed, Francis. Bob lives on a street where, at the moment, he can park right outside his house. But he came to me because he was telling me his local authority was planning to change things, and he wasn't at all happy about it.
We've been there for 25 years, and in that time there's never been a problem with parking outside our house. There are yellow lines, but they stop and then continue further down the road. The local council is putting forward for consultation a 1 hour waiting period maximum between early hours and late evening. It's going to make my life hell, because I have a problem with I have an artificial right knee. Because of that, my left knee's not very good. And I need my car to get anywhere, even if it's up the street.
So Bob does not want them changing the situation in terms of parking outside his house. I promised him I'd go off and have a word with the council, and that's exactly what I did. Bob's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Bob.
Good morning, Jonathan. How are you?
Good morning, Bob. Yes, I'm good, thank you. Now, just looking back at your case, I was dealing with all of this just before the lockdown. So it's rather interesting, actually, looking back at some of the dates, and I'm very interested to know how, as a result of the lockdown, this has affected things or not, as the case may be. Let me just rewind exactly and tell you what I did. So, first of all, I contacted the council concerned that was looking at this, Milton Keynes Council. I also contacted your local town council, and I had a very interesting conversation with a lady at the town council. She said to me, in effect, that this was an ongoing conversation between all of the various parties concerned. So, for example, you've got a convenience shop, which is just along from where you live, I gather. And I think the convenience shop owner was very keen to have somewhere that his shoppers can actually park their car, so they can stop, pop in there, grab a pint of milk or a paper, and then get back in the car and drive off. Whereas very often there is nowhere for people to stop their car at all, which is then having an effect on his business. I understand there's also a barber shop. And you were telling me that a lot of people were now parking their cars outside the barbershop and indeed the convenience store while people went in for their haircut. And in fact, some of the barbers were also parking out there, which was part of the problem. So the town council said that there were lots of different interests in terms of this particular stretch of road. And obviously the council's responsibility is to try and reflect everybody's concerns and to find a suitable option that works for everyone, if that's possible. And she said that they were going to be having a meeting of the town council, and she said we would really urge all parties concerned to come along to that meeting and to make sure that they have their voice heard. She was fairly certain that the owner of the convenience store would indeed be going to that meeting, and therefore she wanted as many people to be there and to have their say as possible. So I hope that you did go to that meeting, Bob.
I have never heard anything about that meeting, Jonathan.
Well, this was just looking at this. This was on the 2nd of March 2020.
I went to a previous meeting at which a friend of mine, well, my next door neighbour and I went to, but nothing was said about anything.
Right. Well, how often does your town council hold its meetings? Because, for example, my local council, they hold a meeting once a month where they discuss all the issues.
I believe it is once a month.
Okay. So did you not kind of familiarise yourself in terms of when the local council were going to be having their meetings and when they may be discussing this?
Unfortunately not.
Okay.
That was my idiotic fault.
Well, it's unfortunate that if something's going on in your local area, and if councils are making decisions, it is quite imperative that you find out when the council meeting is being held and you make sure that your voice is there to be heard for everyone concerned, because otherwise there is a chance that those on the other side of the argument, so for example, the people in the barber shop, the people in the convenience store, people who live on the other side of the road, they may well all have gone and their voices were heard but yours wasn't. Now, what I did also do is to go and have a word with Milton Keynes Council, and they came back with this response. This was just before the lockdown I had this. They said no decision has yet been made about the proposals to add waiting restrictions to this particular section of the road. The proposal outside this residence home is for a 2-hour restriction on the public highway between 9 o'clock and 5 Monday to Saturday. Local residents have the chance to comment, offer suggestions, and put their point of view across. We take all feedback received into consideration before deciding whether to proceed to change the proposals or not to proceed with the proposals at all. They were put together as a direct response to a number of concerns from local residents about road safety due to vehicles parking inconsiderately and obstructively on the footpath at junctions and across access points. So that was what the council had said at that particular time. Now, I presume that you have been in contact with Milton Keynes Council to raise your objections to the proposals.
Yes, I sent them an email to which I got no reply.
Right, and you've got a copy of that, have you?
Oh yes, I keep all my emails.
That was sent off to the planning department, I presume, at Milton Keynes Council.
I believe the highways, gentlemen.
Okay, but you don't. Okay, but you didn't get any kind of acknowledgement of receipt of that.
No acknowledgement, nothing.
Okay, that's interesting. Where did you get the email address that you'd sent that off to? I presume on the paperwork that you received.
I believe someone passed it to me. Someone on the council passed it to me. And
right, but you originally were made aware of this because you received a notification from the council through your letterbox, yeah?
You know, Jonathan, I can't actually remember now.
Well, I seem to recall from our original conversation, you'd received paperwork through your front door to inform you of the proposal changes to the road outside.
Okay.
And on that paperwork, there would have been details in terms of how you can raise your objections and how you can make your concerns felt.
Yes.
Now, obviously, at that very moment, after we had the response from the council that they hadn't yet made a decision and it was all still being looked at, the country then went into this lockdown.
Certainly did.
I want to know from you, what has happened since we last spoke in terms of, is the road, are you still able to park outside your house at the moment, or have things changed? Have they put the double yellow lines in?
No.
Have they put parking bays in? What's gone on?
Nothing's happened, I must admit. However, we have had some council people down here doing some measurements. My wife spoke to them because she was out at the time, and apparently they said, we'll be doing 2 residence bays, and then the rest of it is going to be parking for no more than 1 hour.
Okay, so the 2 residence bays, how many residents are there that live on your particular stretch before you get to the barber shop? Because you live next door to the barber shop, don't you?
Yes, there are 2. Actually, there are 3, but the furthest one away is as a business and has no problems like that.
So in effect, what the council are doing, it sounds to me as if they are providing 1 parking bay per household.
Yes.
Is that enough? Do you and your wife just have 1 car?
No.
Ah.
This is the problem. However, my car was recently written off due to an accident on that road.
Right.
My immediate next door neighbour, his car was hit and shunted into mine, so the back of mine was really badly dented. And the gentleman's insurance company who started the crash, they paid up straight away. Said your car's written off. We're going to give you a hire car for 2 weeks, and then once they'd sorted out the money for my car, they said, okay, that's our commitment finished, and we went ahead and bought a different car.
Right, okay. But so to cut a long story short, you have 2 cars again?
Yes.
Right, okay. So you need space for 2 cars to park.
I believe the council say 1 car per household.
Yeah, no, I understand what the proposal seems to be now, but that's not going to work for you, is it?
No.
Because you've got a neighbour, and then you and your wife... How many cars does your neighbour have?
My immediate next door neighbour, they have 2, and then the neighbour on the other side of those, there's just 1.
Oh, right, okay. So there are 3 households, not just 2, that need car parking spaces?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, look, I mean, the slight frustration with all of this is that it would appear your voice hasn't been, and your neighbour's voice. I mean, you should all have gone to that meeting together as a group, and you should all have been making your voice heard to say, we don't want it and this is the reason for it. And it sounds to me as if, unfortunately, those meetings have taken place without your voice being heard, and now decisions have been made. What I will do now, let me go and speak to Milton Keynes Council. Let me find out if they have actually made their decision yet and whether this is a done deal. Just one final question before I say goodbye to you. You mentioned the problems with your knee. Have you got a blue badge?
No, I don't. My wife said I should apply for a blue badge. I saw a knee specialist at the Saxon Clinic Monday, was it? Yes, Monday. And it looks like they're going to go ahead and do total knee replacement on my left knee.
Okay, well, I would certainly suggest that if you had a blue badge, that would help, because what they may be able to do is they may be able to add an extra bay. If indeed it is a done deal, they may be able to add an extra bay and make it a designated disabled bay, which may well mean that you can then use that bay as well as the other one for yours and your wife's car, although it doesn't solve the problem with your neighbours' cars as well. Look, this is a difficult one because you've got a stretch of road with lots of different people and lots of different interests, and everybody wants what is going to work for them. The business owners want what's going to work for them. You, the residents, want what's going to work for you. The council has a job to make sure that everyone's views are heard and reflected. Let me go back. Let me see if this is a done deal. If you can go and dig out the email you sent to Milton Keynes Council, that would be very useful so I can make sure they did indeed receive that, and we'll take it from there, okay?
Okay, Jonathan, that's not a problem. I'll do that.
Talking to Laura. Laura's girls really wanted a kitten, and she finally relented. Well, they decided to look for a tabby. Laura went online after failing to find any available kittens at rescue centres. She found a seller that was advertising through a pet website, who said, yes, indeed, she did have a female tabby kitten available. It was 10 weeks old. Well, Laura went to pick the kitten up, took £350 in cash with her, but it was all on the proviso that if a checkup at the vet's raised any issues, well, Laura would take her back.
The vet came out after the examination looking quite glum, and he said, I'm afraid your kitten is very malnourished, very underweight, is full of fleas. This is after the lady had said she had wormed and flea'd her. I went home. I messaged the lady and I said, I'm very sorry to say that this is what the vet has just told me. I won't be taking the cat back to you because I want her to be having the best chance of life. However, I thought you should know this, and I also need for you to answer the question, when was her exact date of birth? And compared with the other kittens in the litter, was she on the small side? Were there any other problems you were aware of? That message never got through. I got one tick. I was blocked. I tried to phone her. I texted her. I left voicemails. I messaged her through the site so I could see she read all of my messages, but nothing. Radio silent.
Well, sadly, the little kitten called Hazel died after a few days. Of course, I'm going to try and get hold of the woman that was selling this kitten, if I can. But in the meantime, I thought it would be very, very useful to get some advice on how you can bring a healthy and happy puppy or kitten into your home, because I'm fairly sure lots and lots of people over the period of the lockdown and beyond have decided that their lifestyle has changed and maybe they would like to bring a pet into their family, and they're not quite sure how to do it in a responsible way that's not going to lead to the kind of terribly tragic experience that Laura and her family have had. Well, Dr. Sam Gaines is the head of Companion Animal Science and Policy at the RSPCA, and Sam joins us now. Good afternoon to you, Sam.
Good afternoon. Hello.
Hi. So it would appear if you just go on to one of these websites that's advertising a litter of kittens, just because this person is advertising on what appears to be a professional website, it doesn't necessarily guarantee the kittens they're selling are happy and healthy.
No, unfortunately it doesn't. And, Laura's story just sort of illustrates just the tragedy that can happen through no fault of her own and trying to go out and get one. I think what's really important to say is that at the moment, there are a lot of people, unfortunately, out there that are trying to take advantage of people that want to get puppies or kittens during the pandemic. They're sadly amongst us at normal times, but we have seen a shortage of puppies and kittens during the pandemic, and there are people out there that are sadly acting on this and taking that to their advantage and making a lot of money. So it's absolutely vital that people don't get caught out by someone who is acting irresponsible. So it's really also important for people to know that by law in England, anyone that is wanting to buy or adopt a puppy or kitten must go directly either to a breeder or to a rehoming centre. So if you have someone who is saying to you, please come and meet me in a car park and bring some money, I've got a kitten or a puppy, absolutely walk away, because that is illegal and should be a huge red flag. But in terms of what you can do in terms of positive things, is really make sure that you get to know the seller and that you get to know the person who is behind the pet. And so doing that is absolutely crucial through asking lots and lots of questions. And there are tools that are available online that people can use. So there's the puppy contract, for example, and there's also the kitten checklist if you're looking to buy a kitten. And the great thing about these free tools is that they will give you all the questions you need to ask the person to make sure that you've got the best chance of getting a kitten or puppy that is happy and healthy. So they'll make sure that you ask around vaccinations, what diet they've been fed, have they been socialised to people. And people that are acting responsibly will be happy to answer these questions, because they should be really, really concerned about the pet and where that pet's going to. And so they should be asking you as many questions as you have to ask them.
So you don't necessarily have a problem with finding someone who's advertising on a website, but when you then make contact with them, it's imperative that you, the buyer, ask lots of questions to make sure that you're dealing with a genuine breeder rather than someone just trying to make a fast buck.
Absolutely, and that is what's key. It's making sure that you get to know who that person is behind that advert, so that you're not going to end up in a situation where you're being duped by them, or you're going to fall, into activity that actually is illegal. So it's about making sure that you're going directly to a breeder, even if you come across that breeder via an advert on the website, or preferably from the RSPCA's point of view, we'd always ask people to consider adopting first.
Yes, the problem is, I guess, with adopting, and I've been on to one or two websites because there were some friends who were asking me during the lockdown. Their parents had lost their dog and they were absolutely devastated, and they really wanted to get another one. And they were saying, we're just trying to find another dog, and there's just no dogs out there anywhere. And I just had a little look online at some of the local rescue centres, and there were very few available. Most of them seemed to have been reserved.
Okay. What I would be saying to people is to keep on looking. Certainly within the RSPCA, we have dogs that come up on a regular basis that are ready for rehoming. So, if people are really, really keen to get a dog or to get a cat, then please do look at our website. You may have to wait a certain period, but I think, what's important about that is it does give you the time to prepare for bringing that pet into your life. And, these are animals that live for, in some cases 12, 15 years. So it's a huge commitment. It is a huge responsibility. So actually, waiting a little bit of time as well can actually ensure that you do have everything that you need to give that pet, their best chance of having a happy and healthy life with you, and that you're fully prepared for everything that brings with it.
So if you are, if you find a kitten or a puppy that's being advertised on a website, and you do all the usual things of messaging backwards and forwards between yourself and the breeder, I use that word in inverted commas, but you're having the conversation with the breeder via text probably, or maybe a few phone calls as well. They seem to be answering all the questions. They're giving you all the right kind of stuff. They then say, come to the property and have a look at the kitten or the puppy. What do you do at that point? Because, of course, with Laura's case, the breeder, again, I use that word, I suspect she probably wasn't a proper breeder. She was someone flogging a cat to make 350 quid. But she then appeared from outside the house. And, of course, with coronavirus going on, it would not be unusual, would it, for somebody not to necessarily want strangers going into their house? So how can you protect yourself at that point?
I think, in terms of if you were in a situation now where you had contacted someone and they said that they had a kitten or a puppy for sale, but you couldn't at this point actually buy them from them, I would be asking to see regular videos and regular photos so that you can actually see the animals in their home environment, preferably with their litter mates and absolutely with their mum, and asking to see this footage on a regular basis so you can actually see how they're developing and you've got the best chance to see that they are in a home. But, as you say, you can do that and you can still turn up to a property and end up in a very difficult situation. What we do advise is that you don't pay money at that point, and you certainly don't buy the puppy or the kitten, but you walk away and contact the RSPCA, the local council or the police. I think it is very, very difficult for people to do that because often what they want to do is take the animal out of that situation.
So you're saying you walk away and alert the authorities if you have concerns at that point?
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
But of course, you may not have concerns. You may, because let's face it, puppies and kittens are very cute, and it may well be that you've turned up, and later all kinds of alarm bells ring. But at the time, you see this cute little puppy there that seems so happy to see you, and you think, oh well, it looks all right, and the person seems to have said the right kind of thing. Well, I might as well take the puppy and hand over my money, or take the kitten and hand over my money. At that point, what are the things you should be looking out for? For example, should you be wary of a breeder who asks for cash? Should you expect paperwork, proper official paperwork with the breeder's name and address and details on it?
Yeah, absolutely. So you shouldn't be paying a deposit at all. You shouldn't be paying cash, and you should absolutely be able to see paperwork. So you should be able to see proof of health checks, of vaccination records, of any dealing that they've had with the vet. If you get all of that and you walk away and you still end up with a very poorly kitten or puppy, then absolutely you can still report your concerns. So, it's not too late just because you've actually brought them home. But obviously what we want to be doing is giving people enough information so that they don't actually end up in that situation where they do get a puppy or kitten, fall in love with them, and then unfortunately because of the way in which they've been bred, they end up either seriously ill or in some cases dying.
I think back to when I got my own cat, who's now 14, and has had, I've had a lovely 14 years with him, and hopefully he's had a lovely 14 years with me too. But when I first came across him, I decided I wanted a Burman cat. It's a breed of cat that I really liked. Yeah. And I wanted a Burman cat, so I went and found the Burman Cat Club in the UK, and I started making some contacts with people that were members of that cat club and people that already had these kinds of cats, and I started asking the question around, did anybody know of any kittens that were around at the moment, any that were available? And I found that was quite a good way of speaking to people who were genuinely passionate about their animals, genuinely passionate about the breed. And I was then lucky enough to be able to be put in touch with a lady who had one kitten left, and the rest is history. Is that a good way of coming across a pet, to actually try and get involved with a club that specialises in that particular breed?
I think absolutely what you did is key to what we've been advising people, is that you did lots and lots of research. So you had, you had identified the type of cat that you would like, which often people do, and with dogs as well. And then it is a case about finding out lots and lots of information, speaking to people that are involved with the breeding, if that's the route that you want to go down. But also in those situations, if you're using the free online tools like the Puppy Contract and the Kitten Checklist, you can be asking people the right sort of information. And in your case, if you'd asked the people you were talking to questions based on the Kitten Checklist, you would have got all of the answers that you wanted. Then that should give you some assurance that you are dealing with people that are being responsible. So it's very much about doing your research, asking lots of questions, and using tools that are available to make sure you're asking the right sorts of questions, and you also know the answers that you should expect, to then give you that confidence that you are getting your pet in a way that is responsible.
Yeah. Well, it's all very useful information, and let's just hope that this conversation today, if it does one thing, it prevents anyone else from falling into this kind of trap and having the associated heartbreak. Because let's face it, to bring a little animal into your home, it's a very special thing for many of us, particularly if you've got children who quite quickly form a loving bond with that animal. And to then end up losing the pet a week later is just absolutely heartbreaking.
Yeah, absolutely. And, it is taken very, very seriously, but, a huge number of people and huge number of organisations, and DEFRA as part of the government, did launch a campaign earlier this year called Get Your Pet Safely. So anyone that wants more information, I would urge them to go and have a look at their website, because that has lots and lots of information on how to tell whether someone is selling responsibly or irresponsibly, and can actually help avoid, this absolutely awful heartbreak that poor Laura's had to go through.
I am going to now try and track this woman down. Would the RSPCA be interested if I'm successful in me passing on her information?
I mean, certainly in terms of, as we said before, if there are concerns, other people that are selling animals and these animals are ending up unhappy and healthy, then absolutely passing on information to the RSPCA, is something that people can do.
Okay. All right. Good to talk to you, Sam. Thanks for your time. Dr. Sam Gaines is Head of Companion Animal Science and Policy at the RSPCA. Laura is back on the programme and was listening. Laura, I hope you found that useful.
Yes, thank you, Jonathan, and Sam as well. Yeah, it was interesting, and I think also the thing to highlight is that absolutely, the lesson that I've walked away with is that it's not the websites per se, because what you were talking about just now is about a breed. And the difficulty is, if you just want a moggy, or, if you don't want a breed cat, you just want a general cat, you either got to rely on friends, to hear about a friend that has had a litter, or that is a route. It doesn't seem that there are other options. What I did wrong, which I now know, is I was too trusting. She seemed wonderful, but I didn't ask. I did get videos from her, but it was just with the cat that I was interested in. Thinking about it, I should have said, you know what, I've got my mask. I want to see the mum, and I want to see the other cats. And if you're not prepared to do that, I'm going to leave. I should have said, those are the things that I should have done. And so I think, I just wanted to get her. She looked cute. I thought that I could give her a good home, and was confident of that. But actually, it didn't head out. I think
like the way to just conclude this conversation, and obviously I will do my very best as soon as I come off air this afternoon to try and track this woman down. But I guess the one way of looking at it was that very clearly this kitten was very unwell, and the chances are this kitten was going to die, regardless of what had happened to the kitten. And at least the kitten's last week was in a loving home with a loving environment. So
thank you, Jonathan.
That's probably the way to look at it in a positive way. And I'm sure for that week that you did have her, she was shown a lot of love and care. So, and let's just hope that the next kitten that you get is healthy and you'll have for many, many happy years. And in fact, we have been contacted by somebody into the programme who does say that they have a female tabby kitten available.
Oh.
We are just, on your behalf, we're just checking that all out before we pass on their details.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you, Jonathan, and the team. I really appreciate this morning.
Okay. All the very best, and I will try and track that woman down this afternoon. 2 hours, I'm dealing with your consumer problems. Speaking of which, if you were listening to my programme yesterday, you will have heard Laura. Laura came to me. She was telling me her children wanted a kitten. And she finally relented. They decided to look for a little tabby, so Laura went online. After failing to find any available at rescue centres, she found a seller through a pet website, who indeed had a female tabby kitten available. It was 10 weeks old, or so she was told. Laura went to pick the kitten up, taking £350 in cash with her, but it was all on the proviso that if a check-up at the vet's raised any issues, well, Laura would take her back.
The vet came out after the examination looking quite glum, and he said, I'm afraid your kitten is very malnourished, very underweight, is full of fleas. This is after the lady had said she had wormed and flea'd her. I went home. I messaged the lady and I said, I'm very sorry to say that this is what the vet has just told me. I won't be taking the cat back to you because I want her to be having the best chance of life. And however, I thought you should know this, and I also need for you to answer the question, when was her exact date of birth? And compared with the other kittens in the litter, was she on the small side? Were there any other problems you were aware of? That message never got through. I got one tick. I was blocked. I tried to phone her. I texted her, I left voicemails, I messaged her through the site, so I could see she read all of my messages, but nothing, radio silence.
Well, sadly, the little kitten called Hazel died after a few days. And as Laura hasn't been able to get hold of the seller anymore, well, she came to me and said, could I have a go? And indeed, I have been trying to make contact with this seller in the last 24 hours or so. I'm not going to say too much at this particular point in time. I will hope to do so a little more at the beginning of next week. But there were some interesting developments at the very end of the programme yesterday, and Laura's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Laura.
Morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. So, at the end of the consumer part of my programme yesterday, I received a text in from one of my listeners, John in Luton, who said, look, I've got a little tabby kitten, a female tabby kitten available, and I would be happy to have a chat with Laura about her potentially having the tabby kitten. So we put you in touch with John yesterday after the programme. How did things go, Laura?
Do you know, it was lovely to speak to John. We had a really long chat. He told me all about his tabby kitten that he has. His cat had 3 kittens. They are keeping one of them. One was going to a friend, and he had this little tabby girl that's only 4 weeks old at the moment. And he sent photos, and basically he said, you know, if we would like her, kind of she's ours, so we are going off to see her tomorrow. She looks absolutely gorgeous on the photos. I can't believe that he listened and that he got in contact, so fingers crossed. We're going to go and meet her and the rest of her cat family tomorrow.
Fantastic. Well, obviously we will catch up with you and hopefully John as well on Monday and find out how everything's gone and whether you are indeed are going to take the little kitten when she's available. What's rather interesting to me, Laura, you sent us some photos of the little tabby kitten that you're going to have a look at tomorrow. The tabby kitten at 4 weeks looks bigger than the tabby kitten Hazel that sadly died at 10 weeks. And I do wonder whether actually was Hazel considerably younger than the 8 or 10 weeks you were told she was.
Do you know what? When that crossed my mind too, frighteningly, and it's obvious in those photos that is exactly what I thought as well.
Yeah, it will be very interesting when you go and see the kitten tomorrow, whether you are quite shocked by how the size of that kitten at 4 weeks compared to Hazel that you had before. As I say, I'm not going to say too much about the seller at the moment. I have been trying to make contact with her. We've also done a little bit of investigation. I mean, I am not particularly hopeful that we will manage to speak to this woman. One thing I can tell you is that just doing a very brief search, a number of adverts come up on a number of different websites in a number of different names. So that I highly suspect the name that you have for this woman is not actually her name at all, because we've managed to find at least 3 different names connected with that telephone number for adverts for little kittens. So I suspect that that this woman simply advertises on these websites in the hope that 1 or 2 people will fall for it and go along and hand over wads of cash, and then they never hear from her again.
Gosh, that's not good.
No, it's not good at all. I will continue to try and get hold of her. We'll catch up with you on Monday, but good luck. I hope it all goes well with John tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Jonathan, and to the team. And I look forward to speaking to you on Monday.
Have a great weekend.
Fighting for your rights.
Jonathan Vernon Smith. BBC 3 Counties Radio.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it, if we can finally create a happy ending for Laura and her family from what was a horrible, horrible experience. Tracy, good morning to you.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning, Tracy. I gather you have an issue. You're a pub landlady. Tell me what's gone on without naming any names of councils, etc. at this stage.
Okay, I'll try and keep it brief. But on Monday evening, I opened as usual. I was open about an hour, and then I was having, not trouble, but an elderly gentleman was trying to get through the system that I've got up in place, which is a QR, sanitise specific area to order your beer and then to drink your beer. And I was explaining that because he was deaf and taking my time to do that. And the door opened, someone walked in, went past the QR scanner, past the elderly gentleman that was trying to get past the system, if you like, past the sanitiser, across to the bar and handed me an envelope and said, I wonder if you're aware of the increase, I'm sure you're aware of the increase recently in the COVID, and this is not aimed at you, but it's a letter that we're handing to everybody, and I'd like you to take that. And I said, I beg your pardon, but you've just walked in and gone past everything that I've put in place for, to keep this place COVID clear. I said, I'd like you to go back and scan again, scan. And he said, really, you want me to go back and scan? I said, yes, I do. I need you to do that because I'm trying to keep this place sanitised, and you've just broken every rule that I put in place. He said, you are doing a good job. I just need to hand this across. And I said, I'm really not happy with that. I said, you need to go back and scan again. And he leant across the bar to me quite close, not threateningly or anything like that, but quite close. And he handed it over and he said, it's not aimed at you, but I need to pass this to you. So I took the envelope and put it at the back of the bar, took it to my partner and asked them to read it. And when I come back out, he'd already left, sorry. And as he left, it was noted that as he went round, he didn't QR scan, as I'd requested him to do, and he left. Now, we opened the letter, and my partner called me and said, you want to read this? Now, it's a basic letter that's been sent out from this particular council to it's not aimed at me, but it's every, food business operator, and it clearly states about the COVID outbreak, and it's asking you to make sure that you adhere to all the rules and everything that's put in place because of this outbreak, and that they're having a problem with it. All of the things that I've asked him to do, he totally ignored. And all of the things in the letter were what I was asking him to do.
So now, hang on a second. Let me just make sure I've got my head around this. So you're telling me this morning that a man from the council comes in to deliver a letter that tells you have to stick to the COVID rules, and yet in the process of handing you that letter, he broke all of the COVID rules that were outlined in that letter?
Every one of them. Right. So every customer that was in, which wasn't many, there was about 5 or 6, but they all stated, can you believe that? And I said, I can't believe it. I said, I'm really quite shocked, because if we have an outbreak next week, and God forbid that we do, if we have an outbreak next week, the one person I can't track or trace is the guy that's just refused to do it, really, because I've asked him, and he was stunned that I asked him, you want me to go back and do it? I said, yes, I do. And he went out and he just walked away. Now, what I did was I thought about it because I didn't want to be angry, but I thought about this, and it was after 6 anyway. And I decided that in the morning it was my duty to ring through to the council, to the people named on the letters. They're not signed, the letters, they're just, sort of printed off. But I thought I will ring them and say that I was disturbed about the way that he arrived, the way he left the letter, and the way that he showed no signs of complying with any of the rules that I insist my customers stand by. And I wanted to state that, I'm not looking for anybody to get sacked or anything like that. I'm asking for this council to retrain anybody they send out to deliver letters or anything like that, if they're visiting people's homes, for anything, why they would not understand that these rules were in place. I mean, he came to mine. How do I know that he didn't go to 10 before and 10 afterwards? He could be a spreader, couldn't he? I just don't know. I know.
Well, the chances are, if this was a generic letter that was being delivered on behalf of the council to you as a publican, the chances are you were one of a number of people that he was dropping that same letter off to. So indeed, as you say, he could have been going from pub to pub to pub, and if he also did not follow the COVID-19 rules in any of those pubs, then yes, you're absolutely right. There's a chance he could well have spread the virus or could have acted as a spreader on that particular evening, and no one would actually know who he was.
No. Now, I'm grateful that the council are taking it serious, and the government have clearly somewhere along the line asked them to issue these letters to make sure that people are aware that, that there's things going on and things are moving in the wrong direction. I know that there are still people that say it's a conspiracy theory and that we should be all herd immunity, but we've been proven now that that's ridiculous if you look at America, etc. So, the way that people that are going out are just getting worse, their numbers. And that's another discussion. But for me, I'm worried that I tried to get through to these people, all of them, 3 in total. I had to leave answer phone messages. This was on Tuesday morning. All of them went to answer phone. And I took this so seriously that I decided then that what I would do is find out who the CEO was of that particular council. And I would actually phone them as well. And lo and behold, that went to our answer phone. I left the voicemail message with them as well. And we are now at Friday morning, and not one of them, not one, have actually rung me back. And the message I left them was that I know there's been a serious breach in this letter being delivered, and I feel that you would benefit if you rung me so that I could point out the failings and that we could stop a potential more spread of COVID-19 within the borough. No one has answered me, rung me or nothing.
Well, I mean, that's extremely disappointing because, as you say, you have tried to do everything you can in a reasonable way to communicate with the council, I presume before it became necessary to come to my programme, and they don't appear to be
answering my phone calls.
Yeah.
And it seems to me that the only one that gets an answer on a phone call is you. And I feel so seriously, I think this is such a dangerous thing at the time. We need to take this seriously. The second wave is coming. Really it is. It's already started. And what should we say? Well, don't worry about it. Let's cancel Christmas. Let's cancel everything. And let's see whether we can find a vaccine, which unfortunately at this moment has been put on hold. We need to be taking whatever responsibility is put before us. And for me, it's to make sure that these rules are adhered to. I needed to report that, and no one is taking me serious. So I'm hoping that you can actually talk to someone and see whether they will take you seriously.
Well, I will absolutely do just that. I will contact the council and I will ask them why nobody... Firstly, I want to know why it was the case that this representative from the council broke every single COVID rule in your pub when delivering a letter about following the COVID rules. So I want to know why he was ever in that position of, it would appear, being completely untrained in distributing that information to people. And very importantly, why, when you have tried to do everything in a reasonable and responsible way in terms of raising awareness of this issue with the council so that member of staff is retrained, and I would imagine other people need to be retrained as well.
Yeah.
I mean, this is ridiculous. If I, as somebody who works for the BBC, if I was to go out representing the BBC at the moment, it would be absolutely expected of me, and I know it's expected of all of my colleagues, that when we are going about, if we're going into the community, speaking to different people, that we are absolutely maintaining the strict rules around COVID-19. We're maintaining social distancing, etc. Wearing masks in shops. If you turn on the TV and you see reporters, you will see that they are following the rules because we are representatives of the BBC. Someone from a council who's representing that council, it is imperative, particularly if they're delivering a letter telling people what the rules are, that they actually lead by example and they stick to the rules themselves.
Exactly. I mean, what they could have done, which I don't agree with, because it's probably a waste of money doing that, but they could have put a stamp on it and got the postman to deliver it through the letterbox. Then he wouldn't have had to come over the threshold at all, and we wouldn't be having this conversation. But the fact that it had no stamp on it and it was just a hand-delivered letter, it's just infuriated me that we are so, this is such an important matter, and it's just took our life over, everybody's life, and so it should. This virus is getting the better of us yet again, because of some stupid person that didn't abide by the rules. And the letter was telling me that if I don't abide by the rules, then I could potentially have my licence taken off me, and I could get a fixed penalty issued of up to £10,000.
What's interesting is I wonder whether any other landlords or landladies, if that gentleman went to their premises as well, I wonder whether they would have taken it as seriously, or I wonder whether you are just very strict with the rules and maybe that particular person from the council was not used to it.
Well, I'd hope to think not, but if that's the case, then every licensee needs to be checked and double-checked and abide by the rules, and if they don't, they should be given fines as well. Because soon, I mean, we all know what it was like for the pubs to be shut for 5 months, you know, because we were all on lockdown. We know what it was like. If you like, to some extent, the privilege has been given back to us. The onus is on me to make sure that I abide by the rules so that we can keep these places open for people to come out and have a little bit of R&R. You know, that's what it's about. It's not about to get absolutely paralytic drunk. It's just about to have a little bit of a change and to see people and to get back into the community. And if people are breaking that rules, including the landlords and landladies, then they too should be retrained but fined. Now, I'm not asking for this man to be sacked. I'm asking to be retrained. If it were me, I'd put him in a room with all the other people that were doing the same thing, and I'd say, would you like to tell us what you did on that particular day, remembering that there are witnesses? What happened? And when he walked through it, the person who's standing with him should say, now, can anybody tell me in the room what he did wrong? And if they can't, they all need retraining.
That all sounds very sensible to me. What I'm going to do, I'm going to pass you back to my team. We'll get some detail, and I will personally call that council this afternoon and try and get some answers for you.
Well, I hope you get an answer on the phone, let alone an answer for me, but I'd really appreciate that.
Sadia came to me before the lockdown. She was telling me that her brother had a stroke about 9 years ago, so she's dealing with this problem on his behalf. Apparently, her brother's neighbour added a small extension to his property last year. She says he needed planning permission for this extension as it's on a larger and earlier addition to the house. But Sadia says the position of the building work is completely wrong.
When he's built it on my brother's land, so part of his roof, the neighbour's roof, comes onto my brother's property, and he hasn't installed a downpipe, because if he installs a downpipe, it would actually be on the other side of the fence, so that currently the water from his guttering is running free into the garden. Also, the extractor fan that he's installed is actually facing my brother's garden again. They could, the council, if they wanted to, could check from the previously applied planning permission that it is on my brother's property, but for some reason they're literally just ignoring me and they're not taking anything into consideration. It's having a huge impact on my brother's well-being, because he's not happy, because he can't deal with it. He can't actually speak and he can't write properly.
Well, as I say, Sadia came to me with this problem just before the lockdown. So I contacted the council but didn't hear back from them until in recent weeks I chased them up to try and find out what the situation was. Sadia's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Sadia.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. So I have spoken to the council. They are Luton Borough Council, and they've come back with this response. They say, the council has been in contact with Sadia's brother's representative. I presume that's you, Sadia, is it?
Yes.
Okay. So
they haven't come back to me, though.
Well, hang on a second. They say the council has been in contact with Sadia and explained the scope of our powers to act in this situation, as well as advising Sadia on the best course of action to be taken should her brother wish to pursue the matter. Our planning team has looked at this matter, and the development does not go against any planning regulations. We understand the concerns of the complainant, but it does not lie within the scope of the planning legislation to resolve them. We've advised Sadia's brother to seek independent advice in order to resolve their issues. So, I went back to the council when I received that response and said, OK, well, there are a couple of basic things I just need to know. Firstly, has anyone actually been out from the council to have a look at what has been built? Have you actually inspected? They say, yes, they have. They have been out and they have taken photographs themselves, apparently. My other question that I raised with them was, apart from anything else, how can it be acceptable that the new addition the neighbour has added to their property has guttering or drainage that comes down onto your brother's property? They say the issue of where the guttering discharges water is not a planning issue. It relates to property law, and the parties need to resolve this through civil action. It's not something the council is able to intervene upon. So in effect, Luton Borough Council say he hasn't broken any planning laws with the extension work that he has carried out, and the problems you've now got are things that they can't intervene in anyway. How do you respond to that, Sadia?
So if that is the situation, why do people actually then need to apply for planning permission? They could just go and build anywhere, couldn't they? So why do we need to apply? Why do we need to spend money in applying for planning permission? That's one thing. And I am 99% sure that the drainage comes under the building regulations.
Well, so as you just heard, I have it in writing here. The issue of where the guttering discharges water is not a planning issue. It relates to property law, and the parties need to resolve this through civil action. It's not something the council is able to intervene upon.
Right, okay. I find, so why do we have the building regulation laws and the planning laws to apply for? Why don't we just do it and then build anywhere, and then if the other party's not happy, then we have to take each other to court?
Well, we do have building laws. We do have planning laws. What Luton Borough Council are saying is that your brother's neighbour has not actually broken those rules with what he's built.
So even though he's built on my brother's land, it's still not contravening the laws.
Well, look, you've heard the response from the council. Now, what we now need to do is to decide how to take this further, because it's very clear that Luton Borough Council do not believe that anything has been done that contravenes their rules and regulations and things that they oversee. They do suggest that there may well be parts of this that fall under civil law, and therefore a civil action would need to be taken. So let's just work out what options are available to your brother. Firstly, I presume he has home insurance.
So he has. So since this incident that I raised with you, my sister-in-law's taken home insurance, and whilst during lockdown, the neighbour has now moved the fence between 6 and 8 inches into my brother's land. So my sister-in-law taken out insurance. She went back to her insurance company. Her insurance company said, yes, actually, we will cover you for what's happened with the fencing that he's moved. They passed it on to their insurer, the litigator. The litigators looked at the case and said, actually, because it's minimal amount, you're not going to lose much value from the property. So therefore, we could take it to court, but when we take it to court, the court might then say, actually, it's not that much of a loss in value, so why have you brought the case to court, basically? So it's almost like wherever we're going, nobody can kind of help us.
Well, okay, but there is a difference between nobody being able to help you and people giving you the best professional advice as to whether something is worth pursuing or not. And it sounds to me as if the lawyers that are acting on behalf of the insurance company that your brother and sister-in-law have taken out a policy with for legal protection cover, which I would always advise people take out with their home insurance, it would appear that they believe even if you did take it to court, which of course would be very expensive, they don't necessarily feel that your brother would have a good case and that he would necessarily win it. Now, it's better to find that out now rather than down the line if indeed court action starts. But were the lawyers prepared to at least write a letter to the neighbour? Or to do anything to make the neighbour aware that your brother has a lawyer acting on his behalf?
They said they would write a letter to the neighbour if they were happy with it, but also in the same letter it says, well, by doing that it might be provoking him into doing more things or into unnecessary action. He might not react in a good way. So they're basically saying we can write, but it might not be a good outcome.
And that's fine for them to say that, because it's then obviously a judgment call as a family that you have to make as to whether or not that letter would be beneficial, taking into account the kind of person your brother's next door neighbour is. Is it likely that he will receive the letter? And as most of us would do, most reasonable people, if we received a letter from a neighbour's solicitor suggesting that we had broken rules or regulations, we would be pretty concerned about that and would want to put it right. But based on things you've told me about your brother's next door neighbour, it does sound as if the relationship has already fallen apart quite a lot, and you don't want that necessarily, particularly as your brother is in such a vulnerable position, to escalate even further.
That's right. Yeah, you're spot on. Yeah, he's just he's not able to even go into the garden himself because of the situation with the neighbour. So I think probably it's not my judgment call, but probably not advisable to write to the neighbour. He's not a reasonable person, so it would not achieve anything, I don't think, in my opinion.
You say he's put up a fence on your brother's land. How far into your brother's land is this fence?
About 6 or 8 inches he's moved it in.
Right, and that's interesting, because that to me sounds quite a lot. That sounds quite a lot of land to take. Of a neighbour's property. So I'm very interested that the lawyers did not feel that was necessarily significant enough to warrant taking him to court.
Yes, because she's saying the value is minimal, but the value is not just about the value. It's also about if my brother, obviously, because of what's happened, if they try to sell it, if anybody comes round and sees where the neighbour's building is overlapping onto my brother's land, and then they see the fence has been moved to make it in line with that overlap, if you like, they're not going to be able to sell it in future. So it's not just about the value that's been impacted, it's about the future saleability of the property. And I don't feel that the lawyers actually, or the litigators, taken that into account.
I think the slight problem with all of this is it sounds to me from how you're telling the story that actually your brother did not, at the point that all of this started, have legal cover. With his home insurance. Right. It's something that your sister-in-law has taken out subsequently, that because of the issue with the fence, you're able to try and put in or to request the help of the solicitor as a result of this later problem. But of course, the lawyer will be perfectly within their rights to say, well, you didn't have legal cover from the very start when all the building work was going on, so therefore we're not prepared to do anything under the terms of your insurance policy to cover you legally and to pursue this on your behalf. So that's the slight problem. I mean, just kind of to bring this to a conclusion, I think the first thing that you would need to do before you take this any further would be to make contact with a lawyer who specialises in residential property disputes. And I think you will need to speak to a residential lawyer with a view to, and you will obviously have to pay for this, as to how you would go about pursuing this. The only alternative would be that you try and find an amicable solution with the neighbour. But I'm not sure from what you've told me that that's actually going to be possible.
No, it's not. It's not. It's impossible. to even talk to the neighbour. I mean, during lockdown, when he was moving the fence, I actually went to see if I could talk to the neighbour and just understand why he feels that he's got a right to be able to move the fence and build the building as he had. And he was just shouting. He was so intimidating. He was a bully, basically, and he just would not allow me to speak at all. So when somebody doesn't even allow you to speak, you can't get a resolution that's going to be amicable, acceptable to both of you. If you sit down with two people can communicate with each other and say one side of the story and the other one speaks their side of the story, you can come to agree to disagree. You might not be happy about it, but at least you've been heard. But the neighbour doesn't even allow you to speak. He's that disrespectful and doesn't value what you've got to say. He's just like a bulldozer, if you like. He just bulldozes his way into doing whatever he wants to do, and he just won't listen to any rationale at all.
The problem is, I mean, so for example, let's just fast forward a bit. Let's say you've spoken to a solicitor who specialises in residential property disputes, and you've had to pay out a whole load of money in order for that solicitor to firstly confirm that your brother and sister-in-law have a case, a legal case. They then write to the neighbour and they explain to the neighbour, either you put this right or our clients will sue you. Is the next door neighbour actually going to do anything about it, or will it end up going to court? Because if it goes to court, it could be extremely expensive. Yeah.
And that's something he can't afford. My brother can't afford that. He hasn't worked since his stroke. A sister-in-law is his full-time carer, so it's something they can't afford to do, unfortunately. So they can't afford to pay for the lawyers. The insurance will cover for the fence when he's moved the fence, but the lawyer that we've got at the minute is saying, in her opinion, because the value of the land that the neighbour's taken is minimal, she doesn't think that it's worth pursuing.
Well, I think what I would be inclined to do at this stage, definitely, unless you can see a reason from your brother's safety perspective as to why this shouldn't go ahead, I think what I would be inclined to do is to make contact again with the lawyer who has been advising, and to say that, yes, indeed, you would like the solicitors to write to the neighbour. And to put the neighbour on notice that your brother has now got solicitors involved, because otherwise, I mean, it could go either way. He may not care, or he may think to himself, oh gosh, right, okay, well, I'm going to have a headache if I keep doing this, and maybe I should cooperate with the next door neighbour. But what kind of effect do you think it will have?
I think, to be honest with you, Jonathan, the police have been involved because he has been rude and intimidating on. I forgot to say that actually during lockdown he walked onto my brother's land. So the police advised my brother to install a CCTV footage because the neighbour was just coming and going into their garden. So there's some evidence. They installed a CCTV during lockdown that you can quite clearly see in a footage. The neighbour walks into my brother's garden calmly and he knocks over the CCTV, and the police have taken no action at all. So I think the neighbour just doesn't care what the police think or anybody else thinks. So I think if we were to get the lawyer to write to the neighbour, I think he'll just laugh. He'll just think, because he doesn't seem to have any care for being a good neighbour or being a good citizen. So he'll just laugh and he won't take it seriously.
Does he own the property?
Yes.
Right. And how long has he lived there?
They've lived, my brother and the neighbour have lived there for about 20 years in harmony. It's only just started in the last year and a half, this issue. So I don't know what the issue is the neighbour has with my brother, but it's only been an issue for the last year and a half.
Do you have the neighbour's contact details?
I have somewhere, yes.
Do you think it would be, because I'm just trying to think about the various options that are open to us, and to be honest with you, this is a nightmare, because if the council say, look, as far as we're concerned, he hasn't broken any of our rules, so there's not anything we can do. If the lawyer that you've spoken to with the subsequent insurance you've taken out says, well, look, we can write to him, but to be honest, there's not really very much merit in taking things any further forward because we don't feel the infringement on the land is great enough, and there's a chance that if it goes to court, you might not win. Then we're kind of coming to a bit of an impasse, aren't we, really, in terms of how to resolve the matter. And, then you start getting to the point of, well, is the only solution to this headache for your brother to move? Because the relationship has become so toxic, and actually the situation is so unpleasant that when you consider life is very short, to have to live in this kind of environment must be incredibly stressful, and it must be. I would imagine it's certainly not helping his condition. But then, of course, you hit the obstacle of all of this dispute. If your brother was to sell the house and to move somewhere else, the whole dispute would now have to be revealed to any potential buyer of the house anyway. Yeah. Which combined with the problems with the fence being put on the land and the building work on the land would just potentially mean that even trying to move would be a nightmare. So I'm just trying to think of what on earth could be done. And the only thing I can think of, and if anybody listening to this programme is able to offer any other advice on this, I don't know if anybody else listening has been through a similar situation with a neighbour, and if you do have any suggestions up your sleeve, I'd be very grateful if you could call in on 08081 008800. But I'm kind of thinking maybe if I was to try and make contact with the neighbour, I could try and have a conversation and just find out from his perspective why he feels the relationship has fallen apart.
Yeah, I mean, if there's anything that you feel that it would help, I'd welcome it, because my brother has mobility issues and cannot go out of the house, but he's got a decent enough garden, but he can't even go into the garden because of the issues with the neighbour. Now, if we could resolve it in some way, then at least my brother would be able to go into his own garden and not feel threatened or be bullied when he is in the garden. So at least that would be really, really helpful, and I think it would be beneficial.
Yeah, and I'm more than happy to do that. And the fact that your brother and the next door neighbour have lived together for 20 years, side by side, without any issues previously, would suggest to me, as someone completely impartial and independent of the two sets of neighbours, that somewhere along the line, this relationship has completely fallen apart. And obviously the neighbour has done something that has antagonised your brother. I don't know how your brother has responded up until this point, but clearly the relationship has broken down to the extent that the next door neighbour now absolutely hates your brother.
Yeah, he does. He does.
That's how it comes across. He obviously hates your brother. And now, because this is built to this kind of extent, it's almost it's gone too far to try and rein it back. But what I would like to do is, if you, I'll pass you back to my team, if you can just try and get us the contact telephone number for the neighbour, let me try and make contact with him. I'm not giving you any guarantees, but let me try and make contact with him. Let me see what he has to say and take it from there.
Okay, cool. That's great.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Listen, no promises, but I'll do my very best. And thank you very much indeed, Sadia. If you're listening to the programme and if you have any other ideas as to how I can try and make a difference to this family, who are company names or any other names, please.
Yes, certainly. Basically, the situation is my son was due back in school on Wednesday, his first day back after the lockdown period. And he decided and has taken it upon himself that he wants to wear a face mask in school all the time to help protect his mum and I, who are both shielding. His mum had pneumonia 4 times in a year recently and has got very badly scarred lungs, and I've got diabetes. There was no issues on Wednesday. He managed to wear the mask all day on Wednesday. On Thursday, they pulled him up in front of his friends at school and said that he mustn't wear the mask. So he took the mask off. He was upset, didn't say anything to the teachers at the time, and then came back and spoke to us when he came home from school. I did some research and so on to try and back up that I think he should be able to wear a mask. And I went in and spoke to the teacher this morning, or the head of year at his school, to put my point across, or my son's point across, that I think it's safer for him to wear a mask. And they've basically insisted that he doesn't come back into school if he's insist on wearing a mask.
Really?
Yeah.
What a very odd response, considering the fact we're in the middle of a worldwide pandemic.
Yeah, quite agree. I found it quite interesting. As I said, I did some research, and I found that the government guidance for schools opening is based on current evidence and the measures that schools are already putting in place, such as the systems of controls and consistent bubbles. Face coverings will not be necessary in the classroom, even where social distancing is not possible. Face coverings would have a negative impact on teaching, and their use in the classroom should be avoided. Well, my son's not teaching, he's there to learn. And the operative word there is should be avoided. It doesn't say must be avoided. So as far as I understand it, he can go in if he wants to wear a face mask.
But I mean, what was the reason the school gave as to why they did not want your son wearing the face covering?
The reason the school gave was because it's scary for other pupils, was one of the reasons.
Well, how old is your son? What age group is he?
He's 12. He's Key Stage 3.
Okay, so this is a secondary school, is it?
It's middle school.
Middle school. Okay, so these are all children of a certain age who I presume are well aware of the fact that we are living through a viral pandemic.
Yeah.
Well, surely those children are already used to seeing people wearing face coverings and will be used to seeing their own parents wearing face coverings. And surely some of those children will also be wearing face coverings when they, for example, go into a shop.
Yeah.
So why would it be scary?
I don't know. That was one of the reasons he gave me for my son not being able to wear a face mask. It made me laugh because I recently signed a homeschool agreement with them, and a couple of the things that the school must adhere to. As a staff member at such and such a school, we aim to provide a welcoming and caring environment for your pupil. My son doesn't feel very welcomed after that. And be mindful of pupils' emotional health and mental well-being. I find it a bit of a joke, to be honest.
Well, I'm quite staggered, to be honest with you, because, I mean, I can absolutely understand there are some schools who, I mean, if it were me personally, if I was the head teacher, I would be insisting that all pupils and staff are wearing face coverings, because that right has now been given to head teachers to make the decision. Now, if I was the head teacher, that's what I would be saying. However, it is still very much left down to the school and to the school head teacher as to whether or not they do want to, with secondary school age children or middle school age children, whether they do want those children to be covering their faces in the school grounds or not. But I'm amazed that a school, particularly when they are made aware of the fact that you and your wife are vulnerable to an extent, and therefore your son wants to wear the face covering to protect you when he then comes home, I'm absolutely amazed that they are not prepared to take that into account and allow your son the ability to choose for himself that he wants to cover his face.
And it is his choice, himself. It's not something we've insisted he do, or you know, it's something he wants to do himself. He wants to wear the face mask himself.
You said you've spoken to the head of year about this morning.
Yeah.
Have you spoken to the head teacher or the principal?
It was the deputy head I spoke to.
The deputy head. And the deputy head said to you, unless your son is prepared to sit in class without covering his face, he's not welcome back in the school.
Yes.
I'm amazed.
He's going to check into it to see whether they can change the policy, but the policy is, as it stands at the moment, he's not allowed into school to wear a face mask during lesson time. They're allowed to wear them in the corridors afterwards. There's no issue with that. But if he wants to wear it during the lesson, then they've got an issue with that.
Right, but have they actually been able to cite evidence of how wearing the face covering in the class is in some way either impeding the education of your son or other pupils?
No, I did ask for such evidence this morning. I sort of said to the gentleman about how it would impede his learning, despite the fact that it says on the government gov.co.uk schools guidance for school opening that it's an impact on teaching. Well, surely if an adult who's teaching has a problem with you wearing the face mask, then that's their problem, not my son's problem, trying to protect himself.
Well, as I say, I'm quite astonished. What I'd like to do, Tara,
yes,
can we get some detail?
Yep.
And can we go and have a word with this school and just find out why on earth they are pursuing this attitude? It seems quite remarkable to me. Quite remarkable that if a child says, I want to look after my mum and dad because they're both vulnerable, so I really want to wear a face covering in class, unless the school has got very clear evidence as to why that is causing that particular child or the other children in the classroom a problem, I have no idea why they would say that that's an unreasonable thing to do.
So, as well, can I just ask, is your son amending his behaviour when he's at home then? Because he was worried about the fact that he wasn't wearing a mask at school, because I'm sure it's at the forefront of his mind as to why he wanted to wear one in the first place, because of the vulnerabilities that you and your wife have got. Is it putting extra stress on him?
It is now, yeah. He was very upset. He's on the autistic spectrum himself. He suffers with ADD and borderline ADHD. And he doesn't deal with things as certain children should do. So he's got very upset and very distressed over this matter.
I just can't understand it, because if I was the head teacher, based on what you've said this morning on the radio, I would be saying, well, look, we're not enforcing it for the other children, but look, if your son, if it makes him feel safer in the classroom, and if he feels that he's looking after you to a greater extent by wearing that face covering, of course he's entitled to do it. We're not going to insist that the other pupils have to do it in the classroom, but if your son wants to wear that, well, of course, if it makes him feel safe, we'll allow him to do that. I can't understand why they would say anything other than that. Did they say that there had been actual complaints from other children that they felt scared in the classroom with your son?
No, there was no other complaint.
And can I ask, has your son got a statement that would mean that they would have to take his own emotional welfare into consideration when they make a decision about what he can and can't do?
No, he's not statemented.
Right.
Okay, well, look, let's get a call into the school and let's find out what's going on. I'm well aware that schools have got a difficult balancing act.
Yeah, sure.
Of course, we all understand. You don't sound like an unreasonable person yourself, Matthew, so we all understand that schools have to balance all kinds of different things in terms of reopening. But this does just seems extremely unfair and unreasonable considering what we're all living through. And I mean, personally, I don't think it will necessarily be that long before we're in a position where children may well routinely be told they have to wear face coverings in school anyway.
No, I totally agree.
But, you know, as we move into the winter and as this virus, as many people are predicting, takes off again, you know, I think as a way of keeping the children healthy at school, it may well be that they do start telling children they've got to wear them. But I think it's absolutely crazy that they're taking this position with your son. And really, I'm really disappointed, actually, to hear all of it. Let's see what we can do. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail. Now, Maureen came to me just before the lockdown. She was telling me she lives in a property along a lane. She's lived there since 1966. Never had a problem whatsoever with the parking situation on that lane, until, that is, a housing association purchased the rights to the lane about 15 years ago. You see, they then brought in a parking company. In fact, there are 3 privately owned properties in the lane, and that private parking company gave each property 2 parking permits each. Well, the company changed a few years ago, and Maureen and her 2 neighbours weren't then given any permits at all.
I phoned the housing association and then I said, but why? Why can't we have one? And she said, well, no, we're not issuing you them with them. And I said, but where are my visitors and my family going to park? We don't know. I said, but you gave them to us before. And she said, well, we were being nice to you. So I said, well, do I take that then that you're not being nice to us anymore? And she said, yes. And she said, I've searched the deeds to your house and you have no right of parking. It doesn't mention you can park in the lane. And I said, but it doesn't say that we can't or we can because it wasn't needed when we bought our house all that time ago. She said, the only thing that you have rights to is exit and entry.
Yes, access rights only, it would appear. Well, Maureen was really unhappy about all of this, and she said, look, it's just ridiculous. We now have a situation where if a certain number of people come to visit us, they can't park their cars. They can't get anywhere close to us. So I've been off to have a word with the Housing Association. I did that before the lockdown, just before the lockdown. And indeed, just before the lockdown, we received a response from the Housing Association. Maureen is back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Maureen. Well, good afternoon,
Jonathan.
Good afternoon, Maureen. Now, I did go off and have a word with this Housing Association. They are Paradigm Housing Group.
Yes, that's right.
And they've come back with this response. They say, safety in our communities is our top priority. The permit parking system was introduced in 2012 due to concerns from residents that cars were blocking the entrance to the close, making it difficult for emergency vehicles to get through. We carried out a full consultation exercise with residents, those who rent garages in the area, local shops and the fire service. The decision to introduce parking permits was agreed by residents, including Maureen.
No, never. We were never asked.
We are sorry that this is now causing inconvenience for Maureen and her visitors, but safety and ensuring access for emergency vehicles has to remain our priority. And that is all they've had to say on the matter, Maureen.
That is absolutely ridiculous. The parking, where cars park in the lane, they park up against a wall, and they're in no way causing a problem with parking, with fire coming up. I do know a fireman, and I asked him about the lane that I live in, and he said, no, there is no problem with us getting our fire truck up there. We have been up there, in fact. There is no problem.
Well, they are suggesting that, and reading between the lines, they suggest that they have done all of this as part of a consultation. They also suggest that these rules have been around since 2012. They don't mention a recent change.
They did change new contractors for parking, and I think the new people have been in the lane now about 5 or 6 years, and I have tried to find out why we can't get a parking permit, and I just get nowhere. They won't listen to me. We were never consulted about parking in this lane, not myself or my neighbour or the other neighbour on the end of the row.
If somebody comes to visit you and what kind of driveway do you have? Remind me, Maureen, it's a long time ago we spoke.
My driveway is just the length to get one vehicle on.
And you have a vehicle, do you?
Yes.
Right, so if your car is already on the drive, then anybody coming to visit you at all will not be able to park their car.
That's right, yes.
So how far away would they have to park? How far away would they have to walk in order to get to your place?
There is nowhere else that they could go and park because they've all got parking controls on their areas, in their roads.
So how far away would you have to park?
I really don't know.
Well, surely in the last 6 or so years, you have had people come and visit you. I mean, where have they had to leave their cars?
I've only been able to... what I've done is put my car in my garage and my son and my daughter park on my driveway. I can't have them here both at the same time.
So there's nowhere else, not even, a 10-minute walk away that they could park?
No, because all those roads have had parking problems and they've all got permits to park in their road. All the little lanes and the little estates have all got parking permits for the people that live there.
So there is obviously an issue with parking, isn't there, in your neighbourhood? There's obviously a wider issue than just the issue you're having.
Yes, exactly, yes.
In terms of along the lane then, are there bays along the lane that you live on?
No, it's just a flat, straight lane, and people park. There is a brick wall that separates people's gardens, and people park up against that wall. And
they have to display a permit?
Yes, yeah. My son has already had a parking fine for parking there.
Because he parked there without a permit?
He had to that day. He wanted to come in, and my daughter come. I wasn't well, and they both turned up, and he got a parking fine.
And do you know who is eligible to get a permit to park their car there? Is it people who live along the lane that do not have a drive at all?
No, the people that are given permits, in my lane, there are 2 Paradigm properties. They've got permits, but then out of my lane, along the road, away from my lane, people have got permits that live there. They don't even live in the lane, and they've got permits to park in my lane.
Are they Paradigm Housing Association tenants?
Yes.
So it would appear, from what you're telling me, Paradigm Housing Association, they give their own tenants permits to park there. But if you're a private property owner on that lane, you aren't allowed to park on the road at all.
Yes, that's exactly right. And I've lived here for over 50 years.
Well, I completely understand the predicament, and if you're telling me that you can't even park your car 10 minutes away and walk to your house because there's nowhere on the road to park your car, even a 10-minute walk away, that just seems absolutely ridiculous. Let me go back to them again. As I say, I mean, it was months ago that I was dealing with this because obviously this all just occurred before the lockdown. Let me go back to them. Let me tell them I'm still investigating, and let me put to them what you're telling me this morning, that they are allowing their own tenants, housing association tenants, to park their cars on that lane, but not you, a person who owns your property and has lived there for the last 40 years or so.
Yes, over 50 years I've lived here, and we've never had parking problems till Paradigm come along and bought the rights to the lane. And then in the beginning, like you said, they did give us permits. Then they changed companies, and they decided they weren't going to give us permits. Like the lady said, she was being nice to us then.
Let me go and have another word with them, and let's take it from there. Maureen, nice to speak to you today. Leave it with me, more work to do.
Okay.
Get you on the programme and try and help you out. By the way, for those of you that were listening in the last half hour or so, and I'm getting quite a number of text messages and responses from people who are horrified to hear about Matthew and his son, who's been told that he's not allowed to wear his face mask in class. He wants to wear his face mask in class. I understand from my team that we've now contacted the school. We've left messages for the school to get back to us. We're sending them an email as well. So we are on to that straight away, and we will try and get some news on that case for the beginning of next week. Now, before the lockdown, you may remember I was dealing with Natasha's case. Natasha was telling me she spotted water dripping from her ceiling of her flat. She says the water seemed to be coming from the flat upstairs, but after visits from 2 separate plumbers, no issue was found with either Natasha's water pipes or the pipes for the neighbour upstairs. But Natasha says she knows what happened. She knows that it was because of a leak from the neighbour upstairs, but the neighbour and her landlord are simply refusing to admit it.
My sister went back upstairs. The woman that lives in the flat upstairs didn't let her in the first time, but she let her in the second time, and she'd obviously been drying stuff out, and she had towels all over her kitchen floor, and there was water damage all over her kitchen cupboards near the sink. So she'd obviously overflowed the sink, but the woman was saying, oh no, nothing happened up here, it must have been something that you've done. We got a few pictures of her kitchen. We then spoke to the landlord,
that owns the property, and he agreed to come round and sort of chat with us. They were both in the flat upstairs, and obviously there's a hole in our ceiling, so we could hear everything that they were saying.
Oh, right.
And basically the landlord said to the tenant, don't admit to anything, I'll replace all your kitchen, just don't say anything, don't let them into the flat. And then they came down and spoke to us and basically just lied to us, and nothing has happened. It must have been your flat. I can't see how it could have come from our flat.
Well, Natasha has been on to the insurance company that covers the building, but they seem to suggest they weren't prepared to do anything about it because they didn't believe it was a building issue. They believed it was a private tenant issue. Well, Natasha says she's out of pocket to the tune of 250 quid to repair the ceiling, and she's really frustrated that they've been left with this kind of cost, and I'm not surprised. Natasha's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Natasha, or good afternoon. Sorry, I must get used to the fact we're in the afternoon now. Good afternoon, Natasha.
Hiya, good afternoon.
Now, as you know, I have been in contact with the management company for the building, and also tried to be in contact with the landlord who owns the property upstairs, who is not terribly he's not terribly open to the idea that he in any way is responsible for this. And I know, to cut a very long story short, before the lockdown, we were at a situation where you were going to begin legal action against the neighbour upstairs to reimburse you for the cost that you have incurred as a result of putting your ceiling right because of a leak caused by his tenant in his property. Now, that was kind of the way we left things. What's happened since we last spoke? Because it's been months, Natasha.
Yeah, feels like it's dragged on. So basically, we've had our kitchen ceiling fixed. So we've repaired it. We've also got our court date through. So we'll be attending a virtual hearing in December.
Right. Okay.
So, yeah,
and I
presume where we're at.
So I presume the way that you've operated is that you've sent the landlord upstairs a full copy of the invoice that you've had and the amount of money you've had to pay for the ceiling. I presume you've given the landlord upstairs a clear opportunity to resolve this issue and to reimburse you the money for the cost. I presume you've also included the written report from the plumber that I know you had come round, who suggested that it was very clear the leak had not come from pipe work in the ceiling. It had come from the floorboards upstairs. Has the landlord upstairs responded at all?
Only rudely, and only hanging up on me in calls, and we went through mediation through the court, and he basically said he's not going to pay me a single penny for any of the damage. He would be willing to allow me to pay for a plumber to come and check out his property. And I obviously said, no, I'm not going to pay for a plumber to look at your property when I think you've flooded it, because what's he going to find? Why should I pay for that? So that's the only thing he's willing to do.
Well, do you know, it makes me sick when people won't take responsibility for a problem caused by them or their tenants that has a knock-on impact on other people. I think it's just absolutely outrageous. And let's just hope that the court system will side with you. I mean, it's always, as we've discussed from the start, there's always a risk when you take somebody or a company to court. There's always a risk that on the day it won't go your way. But I know that when we spoke before, you were so furious that this guy is trying to wriggle out of it. You're prepared to take that risk.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, let's just hope it does go your way. What did you say the date is for the court action?
The 17th of December.
Right, so we've still got a bit of a wait, haven't we?
Yeah, considering we put everything in March, it's taken forever.
You know, I have heard before of people paying what is asked of them at the last moment. And
really?
It wouldn't necessarily surprise me, particularly if this landlord upstairs has sought legal action, legal advice. It would not surprise me if he comes back to you at the last minute with an offer of some kind. However, I will obviously keep in touch with you, and please let me know what happens.
Okay, I will do.
Okay. Listen, all the best to you.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you very much indeed. It's the JVS show, BBC Three Counties Radio. If you have a consumer problem, 08081 0088 00. Madeline, hello to you.
Hello there.
Hello, Madeline. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yes, I do. In September 2018, I had a patio area laid and a new fence. The patio area now, it's been flooding in the last winter and it's all gone green. So there's two areas where the water lays and nowhere for it to go. And the fence is warped, so it's not in very good condition, considering it's only just been done. So I started by contacting them on the 5th of May. I sent a letter with photos of what the patio looks like now, and I had no reply. So I sent another letter on the 23rd of May with the same letter and photos, still no reply.
Sorry, when did you say you first had this installed?
September 2018.
Okay. And how much did you pay for the patio?
Well, the fence and the patio were lumped together, so it was 6,300.
And I don't want anything that will identify the company concerned, but how did you come across them?
I was recommended them by a friend who'd had a bad job done, and they volunteered to put it right for them.
Right.
So I thought they were quite a reputable company, you know.
Right. So this company had done work for your friend. And
Yeah.
Tell me more about this business of they volunteered to put it right for her.
Well, I don't really know too much about it. I mean, he's a friend of my son's, so when they had an area done that I think they were left with it unfinished, this company volunteered to go and finish it free of charge.
Okay. Okay, I think I would have asked a few more questions regarding that, because what I would want to, I'll tell you what my concern is and what I need to just kind of warn people about. Always be very, very, very sceptical and cautious of any company that ever knocks at your door and suggests they've seen that you've got a bit of a problem and can they be of help to you, or a company that starts approaching you for work.
Yeah.
And the reason being, I know some people who are in the business of garden landscaping and patios and fencing, etc. I know people who do that. They're so busy because they're good at their job. You know, they're booked up very often weeks, if not months in advance, and they're too busy to be going around knocking on people's front doors saying, oh, I've noticed that there's a job that hasn't been finished. Would you like us to finish it for you? And I would always be very cynical of a company that has the time to be going around looking for work like that. So I'd be interested for you to ask the question of your son's friend as to how they came across this company who then volunteered themselves to finish a job that another company had done badly.
Yeah, I think it might have been on Facebook. I think that might be how.
Okay,
how
well, it gets better then. I mean, again, the minute people being found on Facebook to do building work and patios and that kind of thing starts to crop up, again, it just rings alarm bells for me, to be honest.
Okay.
So anyway, so you paid them £6,300 to lay a patio and to put a fence up for you.
Yes.
But it quickly became apparent that however they built the patio, they'd not built in any kind of drainage for it.
That's right, yeah.
Any kind of, because there should be a very, I guess on a patio, a very slight gradient included in the building of it so that any water will run away and run into either, you know, a French drain or whatever they call it, somewhere so the water doesn't just sit there in a puddle.
Yeah, that's what I realise now, that should be there, but there isn't anything.
So you tried to contact the company and warn them of this, and did you say you did that this year or in May of last year?
This year. I wrote in on the 5th of May, the 23rd of May, and the 31st of May with a text. He did come back to me in the text and said that they were on furlough until the end of July. So I waited until the end of July, and he said he would send somebody out. some staff to sort the issues out, but nothing happened. So I wrote again on the 23rd of July and still no reply, and I've written again on the 11th of August. So I've had no contact with them since that one text.
Okay. And did you, in any of the conversations you've had with them, have they suggested the reason for them not putting in a French drain or anywhere for the water to drain away to on this patio?
No, because it all started off, I wanted them to come and have a look at it and give me their comments, what they thought, because I don't know about patios.
Okay, well, look, I will, of course, do all I can to try and track down this company. Do you know, and again, I don't want anything to identify who they are at this stage, but do you know, are they a kind of a local, reputable company with a base, with a good reputation?
Yes.
They are?
They are.
Okay, fine. Well, I will certainly go and have a word with them. Just for your information and for other people listening to the programme, my advice in terms of how to find people who are good like this, and sometimes, I mean, don't get me wrong, sometimes recommendations can come via Facebook, but it's then very important for you to do your due diligence. And that would involve, firstly, getting at least 3 other quotes from other companies to make sure that the price you're paying for a job is a fair and reasonable price, that other companies are kind of, you know, they're in and around the same ballpark figure. Make sure you look up the company, look at the kinds of reviews that people are giving them on the internet. You know, are you about to get a building company in to do some work that has got a whole string of unhappy customers who say, I've been left with absolutely nothing and this company did a runner and took all my money, etc. Check out to make sure that there's not some very worrying reviews out there. If necessary, go to your local council and see if they can recommend any firms through their trading standards approved scheme that they would trust to suggest to you to do this kind of work. And that way, hopefully, you will protect yourself against having this kind of experience. I presume you've got paperwork, etc., to show that you had the work done by them?
Yes, I've got an invoice here, yes.
Okay, fine. Tara, can I please, can we get some detail and can we go and have a word with this company and try and find a little bit more about them, please?
Yes, very frustrating to have a patio that is flooding.
Quite. Okay, Madeline, listen, hang on there. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail and we'll go and have a word, okay?
Okay, thank you very much.